College senior Mindy Morgenstern was taking one last class at her university before graduating and following her dreams of working in athletics. She just moved into a new apartment off campus. She was dating a new guy and was looking forward to a modeling shoot the day her friends discovered the most terrifying and unexpected scene behind the door of apartment number 9. This is a crazy case. It's an unbelievable story. It's one that sticks with you and scares you. So I can only imagine what it felt like for the people involved. Let's get into the story for today. Today, I want to introduce you to the Morgenstern family. It started with Larry Morgenstern, who married Eunice Bauer. After their wedding, the newlyweds began taking over Larry's family farm in the exact farmhouse where his mother was born, out in rural New Salem, North Dakota. They were lifelong residents and destined. This is North Dakota, and New Salem is a quiet, friendly city with a strong sense of community. The economy of New Salem is based on agriculture, manufacturing, and tourism, thanks to the proximity of the Theodore Roosevelt National Park. But after some time enjoying the married life, the couple decided they wanted to start a family. Larry was 25 and Eunice was only 22 at the time. By November of 1975, they were welcoming their first child into the world, and they named her Rebecca Morgenstern. They loved Rebecca so very much, but not too long after she was born, the couple felt as though there was something missing from their life. They knew they wanted another child, and in their hearts, they felt like they should adopt a child and give them the love that they deserve. Adopted a little boy named Michael, who was very close in age to their biological daughter, Rebecca. At the time, I think he was about a year older than her, so he fit right into the Morgenstern household. Michael was treated no differently than Rebecca. Biological or not, these were Larry and Eunice's children. Their world revolved around making sure that they knew they were loved and giving them everything they needed to thrive. Once Rebecca and Michael were no longer babies, Larry and Eunice missed having little ones around. Rebecca was about 10 years old at the time, and the Morgensterns felt as though they still had so much love to give to a child in need. So again, they turned to adoption. They had had such an amazing experience the first time around. They were so excited to bring another child into their life, and actually they wanted 2 more children. So they could not wait to welcome them into their home and shower them with love and affection. They were notified of a little girl that was coming up for adoption. Her name was April, and she was living out in Colombia. So they flew out to meet this beautiful toddler, and they knew right away they wanted to bring her home to the United States. She was perfect, and she fit right in, and they felt like their family really was complete. But again, they had it in their hearts to open up their home to another child if another child in need matched with the couple. It wasn't long before the adoption agency reached out to inform them that little April had a biological sister who was up for adoption. She was just an infant when Eunice met her in Colombia for the very first time. It was love at first sight, really. Her name was Mindy. She was born April 29th, 1984. Both Eunice and Larry were captivated by Mindy's beautiful big dark brown eyes. Mindy's eyes first. They were the biggest, darkest, most beautiful eyes that she had ever seen. And once she held her in her arms, she knew she never wanted to let her go. When they brought Mindy home from Colombia, the Morgensterns were officially a family of 6, and they were loving every minute of it. You can tell how loved Mindy was from her childhood photos, how happy she was with her family. Just look at that big smile. She loved her daddy. Larry said that even as a baby, Mindy was quite a character. He remembered when they brought her home, it changed their lives forever. She was loud and happy and fun. She'd be laughing all the time, running around like crazy. She loved being outdoors, where she could get all of that energy out. While growing up in rural North Dakota, April and Mindy stood out from their peers. They had that glowing caramel skin, and it set them apart from all the other kids in their class. So there's a good and a bad to this. Standing out could be great, but at that age, children began teasing April and Mindy, giving them a hard time for the way they looked and for their differences. But their big sister, Rebecca, dealt with it right away. Rebecca told the youngsters to back off. Those were her little sisters, and Rebecca fiercely protected April and Mindy. She wanted her classmates to understand they were just like everyone else, and she was determined to ensure that her sisters were not treated any differently because of the way that they looked. But soon, even the meanest kids began to have a soft spot for little Mindy. Her bright, bubbly personality, her contagious enthusiasm, sense of humor, and her willingness to help others won them over time and time again. Working on the farm was a favorite pastime of Mindy's growing up. The Morgensterns taught their children to care for their land and instilled a strong work ethic in them. Mindy's favorite activities included helping with the harvest, tending to the gardens, and caring for the animals. These experiences gave her a great appreciation for the environment and how to value working hard. So from a young age, Larry actually taught Mindy how to drive a tractor. Soon she was out there in the field, lifting bales of hay and helping with all the chores. He took great pride in watching his daughter progress. He was so proud. When Mindy was old enough and capable enough to tend to the farm on her own, aside from milking cows and raising chickens, she would adopt stray cats and dogs and take care of them. She absolutely loved animals, and she was very active growing up. Mindy loved to play sports. She was on the basketball team, participated in track, and was a cheerleader in high school. She was known for her competitive spirit and ability to rally her teammates to victory. In addition to being a very skilled athlete, Mindy played the clarinet in the marching band. She was into everything. And no matter how grown up she was, Mindy remained the baby of the family, and she was the center of attention. Rebecca, being about 10 years older than Mindy, had been dating a guy named Jason, and the pair got married when Mindy was only 12 years old. They would all gather around for family dinners, which were a big deal in this household. Jason was always amused by the fact that Mindy was the one sitting at the head of the table. It wasn't her parents, it was her. She would keep the conversation going and make everyone laugh, because making people happy was Mindy's gift. She had a knack for bringing joy to everyone around her. When she was around, everything was more fun. As Mindy grew up, her mom referred to her as a tomboy because she was tough and athletic, which came from working on the farm. But as she got older, Eunice saw her change so much. Eunice said that she just got so beautiful in her mother's eyes, and she turned heads everywhere she went. It wasn't just her mama who thought she was beautiful. When she became a teenager, she actually started dabbling in modeling on the weekends. She wasn't quite aware of her beautiful looks, though, and that's what was very impressive about her. Mindy's personality matched her stunning looks. Her inner beauty only highlighted what was on the outside. But no matter how beautiful or busy Mindy became, there was one thing in her life that was always her top priority: her faith. She grew up attending Zion Lutheran Church, and Mindy lived her life based on the teachings of Jesus Christ. She put God first in all of her decisions and was motivated to be a good example to others. Her faith was her source of strength during difficult times, and she was surrounded by God's message, especially because Rebecca's husband, Jason, became a pastor. Soon, they had kids of their own, and Mindy loved to babysit and play with her nieces and nephews. She was so close to her family that it was a hard decision for her on where she should go to college. She knew she wanted to become either a basketball coach or a physical therapist, and she was also interested in doing missionary work. Basketball, though, was her passion. Her inspiration was Michael Jordan. She loved the way he played, his attitude, and she thought he was pretty good looking. Mindy and April would play basketball in front of their farmhouse all the time, sometimes late into the night, even after midnight. Mindy would always try to imitate Michael Jordan's moves. So with all that being said, all of her passions and everything she wanted to do, she was looking for somewhere close by that also had all the things she was looking for in a college. The closest college that was in the top 3 in the state and had a physical education major was almost 200 miles away in Valley City. It was Valley City State University, but Mindy felt that this was where she needed to be. She was accepted and enrolled right after graduating from New Salem High School in 2002. Mindy was truly looking forward to all the new experiences and the opportunity to develop her identity away from all the familiar places and people she had known her whole life. However, she was also nervous about leaving her family and friends and adjusting to an entirely new environment. Valley City is a small college town in North Dakota with only about 6,000 residents, 2,000 of whom attend the college at the heart of the city, coming there for that purpose alone. It's known to be a safe place to live, and the community is well known for being very friendly and welcoming. Mindy was 18 and getting ready for life on campus. She took her old green baby blanket with her because she felt safe with it, and it reminded her of home. On the day her mom dropped her off at the dorms, she was struggling. Mindy didn't want to stay. She wanted to go home. Eunice understood that this was a big change for Mindy. She was leaving home for the very first time, and it felt scary and overwhelming. But Eunice did her best to reassure Mindy it would be okay. After her mom left her at the dorms, she saw Mindy chasing after her car, flagging her down. Eunice pulled over, and she said, "What's wrong?" Mindy told her, "Mom, I just cannot do this." Eunice replied, "Relax, take a deep breath, inhale, exhale." Finally, Mindy calmed down and said, "All right, Mama," and returned to her room. Hearing that breaks my heart because, as a parent, I don't ever want to let my daughter go. But at the same time, we know that they have to become independent, and they have to have these experiences in life. This was a great learning experience. Besides, Mindy had a piece of home at Valley City. Her childhood best friend, Ashley Wallace, had decided to go to the same college. They were going there together, and I could tell they were best friends by the way they both did their eyeshadow. It's one of the first things I actually noticed about Mindy as I was looking through all of the pictures of her from college. I noticed that she wore a shiny white shadow as a base with a high, dark sort of cut crease in the middle. It was very unique. I think it probably made her stand out even more back then. It was very bold, a signature look for her, something that I don't think you could miss or forget, and it obviously inspired her friends to do the same. Ashley joining her at Valley City State University made Mindy's transition a little easier. Having Ashley there was a reminder of home. It provided Mindy with comfort and familiarity in this new environment. Ashley was essential in helping Mindy adjust to college life. She gave her that emotional support as she navigated this new world. But it didn't take long for Mindy to become very popular on campus and beyond. She was a big fish in the small pond she called home. Within the first week of school, her friends said she already knew everyone on campus. That was her gift. However, she did have a couple of very good friends that she spent more time with than others. Her two new best friends, Toni Baumann and andDanielle Holmstrom. Another thing I say in a lot of these cases when I'm describing the person I'm introducing you to is that I'll tell you what her friends thought of her. Sometimes, in memes and other things I saw online, I swear, even reading the comment section, I noticed that people think these things can sound cliché. We've heard them all before. She had a strikingly beautiful smile that just lit up a room. Another viewer is definitely clicking off. I get that. The same lines are reused again and again, like, she was a loyal friend, she had a contagious smile and laugh. It goes on and on. But the thing is, we're hearing from the people who loved them, the people who knew these individuals and cared about them, the individuals that were the closest to them. We don't know them, we're just hearing about them for the very first time. And of course, there's the saying not to speak ill of the dead. So would we really bring up bad qualities about someone who had to suffer a horrifying murder? I think the answer is no. But in this case, I'm going to tell you what Mindy's friends thought of her. They thought the world of her. About your own life and one of your best friends, what would you say if you lost them? You can imagine why certain attributes, characteristics, and phrases are used to describe someone gone too soon that they cared about so much. Mindy's friends said that she was a great listener. She was always there for her friends. She cared about them and what was going on in their lives, and she gave them the best advice whenever they needed her. They knew they could always turn to Mindy when they needed a shoulder to cry on, an ear to listen, or just someone to genuinely have a good time with. Mindy was a girl's girl. She had a lot of really good girlfriends. One thing that drew people to Mindy was her non-judgmental personality. It was easy to open up to her because she was compassionate and understanding. Mindy was the one you would call in the middle of the night, and she truly would jump out of bed and stop whatever she was doing, even stop sleeping, to help you out. Toni and Mindy worked together at Toni's family's restaurant, Robbie's, where Mindy was a waitress, which suited her personality very well. Even though she had a good time with Toni and Danielle, she was more of a homebody compared to her friends. She was the more serious and grounded one of the group. Every Sunday, she would get up for church. She would wake her friends up and ask them to go with her. Because she sang in the choir, she volunteered with kids whenever she got the chance. She was either at church or studying. Her faith was about to become even more important to her. During her freshman year, Mindy was interested in trying out for college sports, but she began having some unusual symptoms and needed to get a routine physical. During this time, she received some very shocking news, life-changing news. She was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. That's a chronic disease of the central nervous system. It's also a very unpredictable disease that affects people differently. Symptoms of MS include numbness, tingling, extreme fatigue, and difficulty with coordination and balance. That's really sad, especially for someone like Mindy, who is so active. In its most severe form, MS can even cause paralysis and loss of vision. Currently, there's no cure for it, but treatments are available to help reduce some of the symptoms and slow the progression of the disease. And as I said, for someone like Mindy, who had dreams of working in the sports industry, this was really devastating news. But Mindy found strength in her faith, and she was determined not to let her diagnosis define her. However, it did change her life. 1, it made her faith stronger, and 2, it gave her a new purpose. She wanted to participate in clinical trials for new treatments to help people in the future. So she applied to become part of a trial to find a cure. Meanwhile, she was committed to inspiring others to live a healthy life, doing speeches around campus and at the local high school about the value of physical fitness. There was something else helping Mindy, her boyfriend, Kyle Kuzney. They met during homecoming weekend, and Kyle was very popular at Valley City. He was actually crowned homecoming king and was a junior at the time. Kyle was athletic, well-grounded in his faith, and hardworking. Mindy really liked him, and they clicked right away. The night they met, they just started chatting and hanging out. They had some pizza together and talked for the next couple of hours, and the relationship just grew from there. Over the next couple of years, Mindy's family got to know Kyle very well, and they liked him a lot, especially because of how much Mindy loved him. She thought that he was perfect for her. Mindy told her mom she was going to marry Kyle one day. She really wanted a future with him. She already had her wedding dress kind of picked out and was planning their wedding before he even proposed. She even had their wedding song picked out, but that never happened because Kyle broke her heart. They dated for 2.5 years, but remember, Kyle was already a junior when they met. After he graduated, it was harder for them to see one another. Mindy was busy with classes, and Kyle was taking the next steps in his career. Then he ended up moving over an hour away. Long distance was too hard, and Kyle broke it off. It was hard on Mindy because she believed that everything happened for a reason. She tried her best to move on, but it wasn't long before she caught the eye of a local farmer boy, Jordan Raynham. The pair seemed to have a lot in common. It's always nice to have someone there when you're feeling down, alone, and heartbroken. He had a very similar upbringing on the farm and in faith, and they actually met at church in October of 2004. He was clean-cut, hard-working, soft-spoken, but he was definitely the opposite of Mindy when it came to being outgoing. But that helped ground her at times. He liked to take her to visit his family, and all of her friends knew that he was a really wonderful guy to Mindy. However, a few of them said that he was a lot more serious about Mindy than she was about him. She wasn't over Kyle, not at all. She was hoping that somehow, some way, she and Kyle would find their way back to one another. But at this point, she was open to a new relationship with Jordan, so they started seeing more and more of one another until they became official. They were still together in the fall of 2005 when Mindy entered her final year of college. She had just a handful of classes left, but she was about to get some bittersweet news. She was a candidate for a new clinical trial of an experimental chemotherapy medication for MS. But in order to receive the infusions, she would need to limit her contact with as many people as possible, which was very hard to do for someone as social as Mindy. However, she knew that it was for the greater good. She hoped that by getting these experimental infusions of the medication, she could ultimately help future patients who were suffering from this condition. Doctors thought that living in the dorms on campus would expose Mindy to illnesses, so she decided to get her own apartment close to school. She found one that she really liked. It was only 5 minutes away at 515 8th Street, Apartment 9. This is where she called home. Her friends were surprised that someone as much of a social butterfly as Mindy was going to be able to live by herself, but they understood her reasons. She had to do this for her health. Mindy felt really safe in this new apartment building. She had scoped out many different places to live, and this particular building actually had a few police officers living in the building as well as around the neighborhood surrounding her apartment. She would always see these officers around, and it made her feel safe. It was a great location, close to school, work, and church, everything. She took pride in decorating it with pictures of all the people she loved. She had picture frames on almost every wall of her one-bedroom, one-bathroom apartment. By the spring of 2006, Mindy was now 22 years old and undergoing the medical infusions for the clinical trials. She had one class left before graduating in December. So that brings us to the evening of September 13th, 2006. Mindy's two best friends, Toni and Danielle, wanted to go out for some drinks that night, but there was a problem. Toni's boyfriend, James, didn't really like Toni going out with certain friends like Danielle. There wasn't anything wrong with Danielle, it's just that Toni would get into a little too much trouble when the two hung out together. I think we've all had that one friend with whom we have just a little too much fun. It's usually harmless, but could rub someone the wrong way. Mindy, on the other hand, was level-headed, responsible, and the good girl in the friend group. She didn't party a lot or partake in, party favors, if you know what I mean, like some of the other college kids did. So if James thought that Toni was with Mindy, he wouldn't keep bothering her all night. So she lied. She said she was going over to Mindy's that night to hang out, but Toni's boyfriend had heard that line a few too many times. He really wasn't buying it. He was like, you know what? Let me talk to Mindy. So now they knew they were going to get caught in their lie if they didn't quickly drive over to Mindy's real fast, because they knew she would cover for them. The reason Toni knew Mindy would cover for her was that she really didn't like James. She thought Toni was too good for him and would give her honest advice that they should probably break up. So Toni and Danielle were trying to come up with a plan. As they were driving to Mindy's apartment, they thought, okay, maybe we could get Mindy to agree to come out to the bar and just kind of hang out with us. She could be there whenever Toni's boyfriend called back. Then Mindy could kind of chime in and say, I'm right here. Or maybe it would just be enough for her to stay home but jump on the phone real fast with James so that Mindy could say, yeah, I'm going to hang out with Toni, and that would be that. Toni kept calling Mindy to tell her the plan and to let her know they were on their way. But the thing is, she wasn't answering her phone, which was strange. There was urgency. Danielle and Toni wanted to have a fun night, and it just seemed like everything was standing in their way. And now their alibi, Mindy, wasn't answering, so they were frustrated. Both girls were calling her back to back, but neither one could reach her. They were leaving messages. Toni got the voicemail and said, hey, me and Danny are looking for you. We can't get a hold of you. But she didn't call back. Still nothing. They arrived at Mindy's a little before 9 p.m. and Toni spotted Mindy's car parked on the street, so they figured she must be home. They parked, Danielle stayed in the car, and Toni ran up to Mindy's apartment door. First, she had to go through the main door of the building, then up the stairs to the second floor to apartment 9, where Mindy lived. Toni knocked a few times. No answer. She even called Mindy's phone to see if she could hear it ringing inside, but she didn't hear anything. They were good friends, and Toni knew she was welcome anytime. So as she knocked again, this time she turned the doorknob, and it was unlocked, which was very unusual. She made her way inside, into the front hallway, and flipped on the light. Then she took about 2 or 3 steps inside, and she saw something at her feet. Now, in our minds, we try to make sense of everything we see. Our eyes take in stimuli, images, people, and our minds translate what we're seeing. When something doesn't add up, it may take a second for someone to realize what it is they're looking at. It would be unusual to see your friend lying on the ground, so at first, Toni wasn't sure what she was looking at. There was something on the floor. But then she realized it was Mindy. What was she doing there? So many thoughts were going through her mind as she tried to make sense of this. Was she sleeping? Was she playing a prank? Did she fall because of her disease? Because of MS? Mindy was just lying there, face up across the hallway, diagonally. But when Toni looked into Mindy's eyes, that's when her brain registered that this was something way worse. She saw something around her neck. She knew that her friend was in trouble and that she needed help. It just hit her, and Toni ran out of Mindy's apartment, screaming. She was distraught and terrified, being really loud. With all this yelling, she was getting the attention of other people in the building. She ran all the way out to the car, screaming, telling Danielle, "We have to get help. There's something around her neck." So, with all this commotion, other people in the building started to wonder what was going on. A guy appeared in the hallway, sticking his head out of one of the apartments, trying to figure out what in the world was happening. By that time, Danielle had made her way up to Mindy's apartment. She met the guy outside Mindy's door and said, "Please, can you go check on our friend? We think something happened to her." So they entered. Danielle went first. She did exactly what Toni had done. She wanted to see for herself, and she did. She took a few steps in, and that's all she needed. She saw what Toni saw, and it was obvious to her just how bad the situation was. As soon as she realized what she was looking at, she ran back out of that apartment as fast as she could. She ran so fast that she hit the wall in the hallway. The guy who was standing there went inside to check to see if Mindy was still alive. He bent down and tried to see if he could feel a pulse. He looked out into the hall and said, "I'm sorry, your friend is gone." The thing is, checking Mindy's pulse really wasn't necessary. Any ordinary person, even without any medical experience, would have been able to tell that Mindy was no longer alive by the extent of her injuries. But surprisingly, sometimes people who stumble upon a deceased person, even someone who has sustained very serious injuries, may not even notice the blood at first or just how bad the wounds are. I know this sounds unreal. How could Toni not have seen what was so obvious? But it's true. Our minds are so powerful that there was a case I recently became aware of when the Idaho murders happened. This is a short caveat, but it's relevant and interesting. A woman came out recently to defend the surviving roommates who supposedly either didn't hear the Idaho killings being carried out, specifically Dylan Mortensen. I think that's her name. She was the roommate who saw the shadowy figure in the house but didn't call the police. Well, there was a similar case that happened 3 decades ago out in Buffalo, New York. Alana Zobal was living in a 3-story home with her sorority sisters at the University of Buffalo one night in September. They were very excited, starting the new year out. They went to a party that night at a fraternity nearby. One of the girls from their group went home early before the others. When Alana came back, she was a little later and couldn't get into the house because the door was locked. So she decided to climb through a window. She lived there, no big deal. She did kind of notice there was a weird smell in the house, but she had been drinking and it was late. She just wanted to get to bed. She thought she heard some heavy breathing coming from her roommate's bedroom, but just figured it was her boyfriend having sex with her, so she ignored it. There was not one inclination for her to believe that her roommate was being murdered. The next morning, she discovered her roommate lying lifeless in her room. The thing is, she didn't see any blood. In her own words, she said, "I just saw liquid." My friend was taking her pulse, and I thought that my roommate choked on her own vomit right away. I said, "Oh, it's vomit." But then when the paramedics arrived, they stepped into the room, and I heard the word blood. And in a millisecond, when I looked in the room, the entire room was red. We have a defense mechanism that guards us from going into shock. It's to protect us so that we can run or fight to survive. If we see too much, we go into shock and either faint or freeze. So our minds create their own false reality. Helena defended Dylan in the Idaho case because we don't always recognize the signs. I don't know, has anything like that ever happened to you? Maybe not as extreme, but our minds blocking something out. Let me know. But back to Mindy and what was happening that September night in her apartment, the night her friends' lives and her life changed forever. It's a moment that's etched into their minds, a traumatic moment that would never die, along with Mindy. What happened to her? Who would want to hurt Mindy? The girls frantically called 911, hardly able to relay what was going on. Dispatch sent out Valley City Police Sergeant Dave Swenson to 515 8th Street, Apartment 9. They called him because he only lived a block away, so they figured he could run over, see what was going on, make sense of it, and then report back with details. Toni and Danielle were outside when he arrived. They were shocked, and that's an understatement. They were hysterical. However, they were able to point Sergeant Swenson to Mindy's apartment. He'd actually been out to this particular apartment building before. He went on calls all the time. This is a small town, so he went for noise disturbances, loud parties, music bothering neighbors, and also just spent time in the neighborhood. He recognized Mindy. He'd seen her before on other occasions, but not like this. She volunteered around town, and he was familiar with her. What horror movies are made of. The smell was what he noticed first. Pine Sol, a cleaning solution. It has a very distinctive smell that's bold and long-lasting. As the name suggests, it smells like pine, but sort of mixed with ammonia or disinfectant. It's kind of like a freshly mopped floor smell. As Swenson made his way down the entry hallway into the apartment, there was a mat on the left with several pairs of shoes on it. And just past that, he saw Mindy lying across the floor. He saw her legs first and part of her midriff. She was fully clothed, wearing dark pants and a long-sleeved white top that had slid up, exposing her stomach. As he got closer, he saw she was lying on her back, face up, with her arms to her sides. Her head was in a very unnatural position. He could tell something was wrapped around her neck. Getting even closer, he realized it was a belt around her neck, and there was blood on it and on her face, pooling underneath her head. On the right, there were two knives, both bloody. One was still in her throat with the handle broken, and the other was lying right next to her head. This was bad. By this time, another officer was on the scene. Valley City PD officer Andrew Sather. Dispatch had sent him out there for a call regarding a strangling, probably because Toni had said, "I saw something around Mindy's neck." The officer met Sergeant Swenson inside. He saw Mindy's body, checked for a pulse, and of course made a record that she was deceased. He, too, made a comment about the smell of Pine Sol and noticed an empty bottle kind of tucked between Mindy's right arm and the side of her body, sort of in her armpit, with a cap nearby. When they removed the bottle, her keys were lying underneath. There was an inside-out coral and white striped shirt on top of her right arm, and her open wallet was right next to it. Her unzipped purse was still connected to her right arm, both straps wrapped securely around her forearm. It didn't look like anything was taken from her wallet. All of her cards were still snug inside the slots, with her cell phone nearby as well. That coral shirt seemed out of place, and she was fully dressed. So they scanned the room, and the officer started noticing that there was clothing scattered around the apartment. Otherwise, it was very tidy. As they followed this trail of clothing, they found a laundry basket right inside the door to Mindy's bedroom, along with another pile of clothing. Her flip-flops were off her feet, lying close by on top of a few more items of clothing. A preliminary observation of what had happened seemed to lead the officers to think someone ambushed Mindy as she was bringing her laundry basket full of clothing upstairs from the communal laundry room on site in the building of her apartment. The motive? They weren't sure, but it could have been sexual in nature because it appeared from where the laundry basket landed that the person who did this was trying to get her into her bedroom, which is why there was clothing scattered from the hall to that room. But it looks like she put up a fight and might have been attacked when she was trying to escape out the front door. Everything seemed to have happened in a very small portion of this already small apartment between the front door, the small hallway, and her bedroom. The kitchen was located mere steps away from her head. It wouldn't have been difficult for someone to have grabbed those knives in an attempt to subdue her or make sure she was dead. But why would someone do this to Mindy? And who would do this to her? It was very disturbing for Swenson to see Mindy in this condition. She was so vibrant, and all of that bright and bubbly personality was gone. She was just a shell of who she once was. He was determined to find out who did this to her. She was so loved in this community. Sergeant Swenson knew the Valley City PD would not be able to handle this case on their own, so he immediately called his supervisor, who called the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. They sent out Special Agent Mark Saylor to the scene. He arrived not too long thereafter and looked over everything that Sergeant Swenson and Sather had seen. He determined that the person who did this had poured Pine Sol all over Mindy's head and body. He wasn't sure if this was just to desecrate the body or an attempt to remove evidence. What he did know was that he was going to need some of his own guys from the BCI to come and assist. So he called BCI partners, Agent Arn Rummel, a crime scene investigation specialist, and Agent Calvin Dupree, who was more of an interrogator, an in-your-face kind of guy that's great at gathering information, speaking to witnesses, and so on. Once the BCI agents arrived, they took a video as well as a number of pictures of this crime scene, while Sergeant Swenson went out and talked to neighbors to start gathering information outside. Within just 30 minutes, a number of people had come out of their apartments and were standing in front of the building, wondering what was going on. They saw officers putting up crime scene tape and were asking if anyone had seen anything out of the ordinary. Many of the residents were shaken up by what was going on. This apartment building became a crime scene out of nowhere. This is a tiny community that's definitely not used to anything like this. One resident, Christina Judd, was 7 months pregnant. She was clutching her 1-year-old daughter, Tiana, and was visibly upset over the entire situation. Chrissy and her husband, Mo Gibbs, lived a floor below Mindy. When they saw the flashing lights outside, they went out to see what was going on. Mo was actually a correctional officer for Valley City. He knew the officers and was informed by his colleagues that a murder had occurred in their building. This sent shockwaves through the entire building and the community. Chrissy was scared. She said, "I can't sleep here. I don't feel safe here. I gotta go." So, of course, right after Sergeant Swenson asked them a few questions, they left the apartment building. They went to Chrissy's parents' house, which was close by. She said she spent the night there, unable to sleep. She remembered her husband holding her all night long because she was terrified. She couldn't believe that this could happen in their apartment building. Tossing and turning all night, she was actually glad that she and her husband were in the middle of moving from this apartment to her parents' house, because she said she couldn't live there after this. "I think I would feel the same way," she reflected, especially if she thought where she lived was safe. "I would wonder, how in the world did this happen? I don't think I could sleep. I don't think I could eat. I would be so scared." She continued, "I don't know if anything like this has ever happened to you, but I like hearing those things in the comments. I haven't had anything like this happen, but even things like a break-in or other crimes that have happened in my area that I've lived in before made me scared to go back to my apartment at that time. And now this apartment was a full-blown crime scene." When Chrissy and Mo were asked if they noticed anything out of the ordinary that day, Sergeant Swenson was hoping that they had. He knew Mo. They played together on a softball team, and he worked at the jail, so he would be an excellent witness because he was used to working in the law enforcement environment. This was a close-knit community. Chrissy's dad, George Judd, worked as an athletic trainer for Valley City State University. Mindy was probably one of his students. Chrissy and Mo said that Chrissy was at work that day. They had lunch together with their little daughter, Tiana. Mo mentioned he smelled a very strong, distinct odor, like a cleansing disinfectant, in the afternoon. But other than that, he didn't hear or see anything. Chrissy's dad, George, had come over while Mo was watching Tiana and Chrissy was at work. He needed to get some information about Mo's wedding ring and to borrow Chrissy's car to drive to Fargo and pick up her mom from the airport. Later, when Chrissy got off work, they had a regular night. Then they saw the flashing lights. Swenson asked for Chrissy's father's information so they could follow up with him to see if he saw anything unusual when he came by that day. Then Swenson moved on to the next person in the crowd that he wanted to talk to. He saw a man standing with a woman. It was the guy who went into Mindy's apartment with Danielle and took her pulse. The man told Swenson his name was Robert Lynn. He wasn't a resident, but the woman he was with, Shelley Rose, was. She lived in one of the bottom apartments in the building and was the mother of Robert's daughter, Megan, who was just a child at the time. He was there visiting that day. He said he heard someone screaming, so he looked out the door and realized it was coming from upstairs. He too mentioned that he smelled Pine Sol and that he saw the empty bottle underneath Mindy's arm. He remembered that overwhelming scent from earlier in the afternoon. He said he had only been inside Mindy's apartment a very short time before Swenson showed up, just enough time for him to touch her arm and discover that she did not have a pulse. However, he did tell Swenson, "Oh, I didn't touch her with my fingers. I used the back of my hand so that I wouldn't leave any fingerprints behind." He said he really didn't have to, because anyone could see that she was dead. Not many people would be concerned with leaving fingerprints behind in a time like this, so that definitely stood out. It was a very intense moment. If you're truly trying to help someone, you don't usually have time to think about anything else, but Robert had. So it was something that Swenson took note of. Then he asked Shelley if she had heard or seen anything or smelled anything unusual that day. Shelley said it was a normal day. Her adult daughter, Nicole, came by twice, once in the morning after her shift, which was over at 7:30 a.m., and then later in the day around lunchtime, a little after 1. She did say she smelled Pine Sol around that time. She remembered that she went out to smoke a cigarette with Nicole, and as they walked out of the building, they could smell Pine Sol in the hallway. Swenson asked for her daughter's name. She said it was Nicole Thorson, and provided him with her contact information so that he could reach out to her as well. Shelley mentioned that Robert came over after he got off work around 5:30 p.m. Later, when they heard the screams, he went upstairs alone without her to see what was going on. However, she started coming up the stairs with her young daughter. She told Swenson that she stopped as she got near the hallway to Mindy's apartment because she could feel that something was wrong. She didn't want her daughter to see anything. But what she said next was even scarier. She revealed that a week earlier, someone had tried to push in her door, but she never reported it to the police. Now, knowing what had happened, it was terrifying to her, and she wondered if it was connected. While Swenson was talking to residents, officers had informed the New Salem Police Department about Mindy's death. A deputy who knew the family really well for the last couple of decades said that he would deliver the devastating news to her family. It was around 11 p.m. by the time he showed up at Rebecca and Jason's door that night. Rebecca could tell just by the look on his face that this was not going to be good news. But she never expected it to be as bad as it was. When the couple came to the door, the officer just said, "I'm sorry to inform you, Rebecca, but Mindy's dead." Rebecca fell to the floor after hearing the news, and the deputy didn't have much else to tell them except that Mindy died under suspicious circumstances. It just seemed unreal. Not Mindy. Why Mindy? Who would want to hurt someone like her? That's all Rebecca could think about. Someone so loving and kind, it just didn't make sense. The couple had the deputy go with them over to the family farm so that they could give her parents the news. Rebecca rang the doorbell and she heard her father say, "Who's there?" He could see that Rebecca was visibly upset. She said, "It's me, Dad. I've got some bad news." She looked at her mom and said, Mindy's dead. Eunice described getting the news as being stabbed right in the heart. She didn't want this to be real. She just kept wanting to believe that this did not happen. She loved Mindy so very much. She didn't understand how anything bad could have happened to someone like her. She ran into Mindy's bedroom screaming, picked up a sweater that her daughter had left there, and just wanted to take in Mindy's scent. She held Mindy's sweater there and broke down, tears streaming down her face. All of these thoughts were coming back to her, all the memories she shared with her daughter, who was now gone. At this point, they didn't know that she had been murdered. Remember, the New Salem deputy had said that he had limited information about what was going on. They just said that she died under suspicious circumstances. Her family wondered, what did that mean? They wanted to know what happened. They needed answers. But right now they had to reach out to all of Mindy's friends and let them know the terrible news. One of those friends was Mindy's childhood best friend, Ashley Wallace. Ashley got the call that night. It was really late and she just kept repeating the same thing. No, no, no. They grew up together. They went to college together. They were birds of a feather. She drove right over to Mindy's apartment, and what she saw would stick with her for the rest of her life. This moment would be etched into her mind. When she pulled up, she could see one of Mindy's windows was open, the wind blowing the curtains and the light was on. It was as if Mindy was there. But she knew she was gone. She just wanted to go up there and help her. She kept thinking, is someone up there with her? Is someone helping her? She knew it was too late for that, but she just kept thinking about her friend lying there by herself. There was no way for her to touch her, to hold her, to be there for her. It was too much for her to take in. She felt helpless in that moment. By that time, in the middle of the night, many people had gathered over the last few hours. Friends from work, from school. They wanted answers. The team of investigators was there all night long, into the early morning hours of the next day, just scouring Mindy's entire apartment for clues. First, let's start outside this building. There's a main door to the building. It's not secured with a lock of any kind, and it's shared by all the tenants and the guests and everyone coming in and out. As you step inside, there's a stairway that goes up and down, one to the basement-style apartments below, and one up to the other levels. Mindy lived on the second floor in apartment 9. In this picture, you can see right inside the front door. As you come in, you're facing the opposite way. Now, here's the view from the door coming into Mindy's apartment. You see a picture frame on the right hallway wall, a TV up ahead on an entertainment center, and this opening is where her bedroom is. Let's go back to the first photo. There's gray carpet, and you can see the mat with shoes on it. This is a very short hallway, just a few feet until you reach the door to Mindy's bedroom, which is on the right. The door was open, and you can see inside, there's her bed. There were also several handwritten notes taped to different walls, which we will get to in just a moment. If you continue straight, you enter her small living room. There's a TV, an entertainment center, and you can see she loved pictures. She had many of her friends and family members all over the place. There's also an air conditioner above this area and a DVD player below. She even had a little air freshener. To the left is a sitting area with a couch, more pictures of her and her friends, a remote for the TV, and a phone tucked away on the side table. To the left of that is the open kitchen, right off the living room area. There's a small table here with a bunch of pictures laid out, as though she or someone was going through them. There's also a portable CD player, a CD, and maybe some contact solution. There's a card and some film negatives you get when you develop pictures, along with everyday items. Looking back at the picture zoomed out, there's a view of the linoleum flooring and the kitchen counter. Upon closer inspection, I noticed some prescription bottles, a pair of blue kitchen cleaning gloves, and some bread. Just normal stuff. Here's a better view of the kitchen counter and sink area, including the knife block where Mindy stored all of her sharper knives. Again, it's a pretty standard kitchen. On the opposite side, there's a green refrigerator. Those are vintage now, for sure. I haven't seen one of those in a long time in person. On top of it, there are more pictures, a calendar on the wall, and another air freshener. As you can see, Mindy was very tidy and organized. That's why, when I show you the clothing strewn around the room, you'll be able to tell it's out of place. Now that you kind of get a feel for the apartment layout, I want to show you where Mindy was. She was lying across the hall, where the hall opens to the living room and where you would move toward her bedroom door. Her feet were facing her door, with her head toward the kitchen area. Part of her hair was half on the carpet and half on the kitchen linoleum. You'd see her legs first as you came inside. She was wearing a coral shirt, black pants, and white flip-flops on top of a pile of clothing. That bag you see there is a crime scene text bag. It didn't belong to Mindy, so you can ignore it. Here's the coral shirt up close. It's on top of her white purse. You can also see her open wallet here. Now in this picture I'll show you the whole scene, but first I'm going to zoom in. You can see there's an outline of a bottle between her arm and her side. I know it's blurred. That's just the way I got these photos, but I'm outlining where the bottle is. Here I'll put one on top to show how they found the one next to her with the cap nearby. Here's a close-up of her wallet, and I'm showing how nothing seems to be removed. You can see her unzipped purse with the strap still around her arm, as well as the string of her lanyard still around her arm, which held her keys. You can see the keys underneath. Okay, now I'm blurring out the top of her head. You can see it's half on the living room floor and half on the linoleum of the kitchen floor. Above it, there are a few items of clothing. Back towards her feet again and toward the hall near her bedroom, you can see more items of clothing going into that hallway. They continued through the doorway to her room. This is from the inside of her room looking back out. You can see tiny piles now coming into her bedroom. A bigger pile of loose clothing is visible, along with a laundry basket and clothes hanging out of it. Close up, you see a picture frame not attached to the wall, just leaning against it, with more pictures of her friends and family. I even recognize her ex-boyfriend Kyle, as well as her hairdryer and a fan on the floor. Here's her bedroom dresser. It looks like most of ours did when we were growing up. There's a boombox in Mindy's apartment that brings back a lot of memories, stereo for the younger viewers. On it, there's a lint roller, Victoria's Secret lotion bottles, little jewelry boxes, CDs, and more pictures. Then there's this item, which I couldn't quite identify at first. I finally guessed it was a hairdryer diffuser cover because I have curly hair, and so did Mindy. It looks similar to a hot sock or a collapsible diffuser. What do you think? The notes scattered throughout her apartment clearly show that she was a believer in Jesus Christ. These details were taken into account by the officers investigating her case as they built a profile of her as a victim. They needed to know about her life, what she did for work, who she spent time with, and her belief system. This information helps investigators understand who would want to hurt her. If something contradicts their understanding of her character, like evidence suggesting drug use when she was known to lead a clean lifestyle, it raises questions. A person's lifestyle is crucial for piecing together what happened in their final moments. In Mindy's apartment, the notes reveal a lot about her. There were numerous handwritten reminders on her walls, doors, and mirrors about her faith. For those listening rather than watching, some of these notes included affirmations like, "Jesus lives in my heart. I, Mindy, am a child of God. I belong to the Lord today, tomorrow, and forever. Jesus Christ loves me, died for me, and forgives me. And Mindy, you are covered by the blood of Jesus Christ and forgiven by Him. Praise be to God." Other notes expressed gratitude for Jesus and prayers for others, as well as reminders for positive changes in her life as a Christian. Reading these gives me insight into who Mindy was and illustrates how desperately she clung to her faith during a challenging time. Remember, she was living in this apartment to undergo chemotherapy infusions for a clinical trial. That's incredibly scary, with no guarantees and high stakes. It saddens me to think about what happened to her. It didn't seem like anyone ransacked her apartment or attempted to steal anything. I mentioned that several pictures were missing from the frames in Mindy's apartment, which investigators found odd. For instance, look at this frame in the living room, right near Mindy's body. At least 4 photos of her were removed. The same goes for the wall unit. More pictures are missing from that frame as well. This detail stood out to investigators because, in many cases, Perpetrators often keep items belonging to their victims, and pictures could certainly be among those. It's possible someone was obsessed with Mindy. The crime felt personal. A belt was wrapped around her neck, indicating that the perpetrator had to be close to her. The nature of the attack was intimate. She was stabbed, which is a sign of anger or rage. Crime scene investigators discovered 2 knives, one of which was pulled from her neck, with the blade completely broken off and hanging from the handle. Both knives matched those in Mindy's kitchen, just steps away from where she lay. This overkill suggested that the attacker was incredibly enraged. There were no signs of forced entry, implying that Mindy may have known her assailant or felt comfortable enough to let them into her apartment. Then Agent Rummel noticed something significant underneath Mindy's left fingernails. A reddish substance, possibly tissue or skin. Did she scratch her assailant? Additionally, there were hairs found between Mindy's clenched fingers. To preserve evidence, her hands and feet were bagged. This is a standard procedure. The bags are secured with tape on the wrists and ankles to prevent any loss during transportation to the medical examiner's office. They also collected carpet clippings with suspected blood stains, as well as swabbing drops of blood found on Mindy's shirt. After hours of work, Mindy was sent for an autopsy, while investigators sought to interview more people to establish a timeline of her last movements, who she was, and what she was doing before her death. At this point, they still had no idea when the murder occurred or her cause of death. They needed to turn to Mindy's life for clues, understanding her routines, the people she associated with, and anyone who might have had a motive to harm her. They started by speaking with her parents. Eunice, her mother, said that she talked to Mindy about everything. They couldn't think of anyone who would want to hurt their beloved daughter. Eunice remembered speaking with Mindy the night before. They had a wonderful conversation. Eunice was supposed to visit Mindy that day, but at the last minute, she decided against it, feeling guilty for not being there when Mindy needed her most. During their last call, Mindy reassured her mother that it was okay not to come out, understanding Eunice was tired and had a lot on her plate. Her parents recalled the last time they saw her, not long before her death. Mindy had visited the family to help on the farm, loading bales of hay with her father. Typically, she would drive off and wave goodbye, but this time she paused, backed up, and ran to hug her dad, telling him, "I love you." He found this unusual and felt it was a significant moment, as if something was about to happen, though they didn't know what. Eunice shared that Mindy had plans for a modeling shoot the day she died. She didn't know many details, but Mindy had called her sister April for advice on what to wear. April mentioned that Mindy found the job online and checked it with the Better Business Bureau. Despite this, April had warned Mindy to be cautious, which shed light on the missing pictures from the frames. Mindy had likely removed them to choose examples of different looks for the shoot. James Robinson, who was not well regarded by Mindy's family. Eunice mentioned that Mindy didn't like him because he often took his frustrations out on Toni, Mindy's friend. The situation was so concerning that Mindy confided in her mother about her worries for Toni, particularly because James was involved with drugs and she wanted Toni to stop seeing him. James knew that Mindy wasn't a fan of his, which might have fueled any resentment he had against her. It's possible he suspected she was covering for Toni that night, leading him to check if Mindy was with the girls. If he was on drugs, it wouldn't be far-fetched for him to fly into a rage if he felt betrayed. The nature of the crime seemed personal. To strangle someone or use knives requires an up-close interaction. The knives found at the scene came from Mindy's own apartment, suggesting the killer might have acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. For these reasons, investigators decided to put James Robinson on their list of individuals to interview. They had already spoken with Mindy's sister, April, and reached out to her brother, Michael, who had just returned from duty in Iraq. Michael was distraught over his sister's death, lamenting that he had survived the war, but she couldn't even make it out of Valley City alive. He didn't have any new information but described Mindy as someone who dove into life fearlessly. She would jump into a pool without checking for water. The shock of her loss was overwhelming for him. Meanwhile, investigators were interviewing everyone in Mindy's building, as well as neighbors in nearby apartments and her close friends. That morning, Mindy had made plans to meet with her friend Jennifer Peters and her daughter. Jennifer intended to go to lunch with her husband and 3 kids before meeting Mindy around 1 p.m. After finishing her meal, Jennifer called Mindy at approximately 12:46 p.m., but the call went straight to voicemail. Mindy never returned that call or any others. Lacey, another close friend who had known Mindy since preschool, reported seeing her at the university library at 11:30 a.m. She noted that Mindy left around 12:20 p.m. Investigators confirmed that Mindy logged off the library computer at 12:23 p.m., and since it only took about 5 minutes to return to her apartment, they estimated she would have arrived by 12:30 p.m. Statements from Toni and Danielle revealed that they had been trying to contact Mindy throughout the day without success, which was unusual for her. She also missed a dinner with friends that evening, indicating something was amiss. Mindy's cell phone records showed that her first missed call was at 12:47 p.m., leading investigators to estimate that the attack occurred around that time. It suggested that something had happened that prevented her from answering her phone, despite her plans for the day. Investigators reached out to Nicole, the daughter of resident Shelley Rose, who had been at the building around that time. She mentioned seeing an unfamiliar man in a flannel shirt entering the building just before 1 p.m. A few minutes later, she and her mother went outside for a cigarette break, during which she noticed a strong smell of pine sol in the hallway. They also spoke with George Judd, the father of resident Christy Gibbs. He was at his daughter's apartment around 3:30 p.m. on the 13th, on his way to Fargo to pick up his wife, Sue. George reported nothing out of the ordinary during his visit. He had been sitting on the couch with his stepdaughter, Tiana, and didn't smell any pine sol at that time. Based on this information, investigators believed that Mindy was killed between 12:30 and 1 p.m. This narrow time frame meant that Mindy had been dead for approximately 9 hours by the time Toni discovered her body. The autopsy results, conducted by Dr. George Mizell, indicated that the cause of Mindy's death was incised wounds to her neck and asphyxia. There were no signs of sexual assault, but tissue clippings and scrapings from her fingernails confirmed the presence of human tissue, which was sent to a lab for DNA analysis. Meanwhile, at least a dozen CBI agents were interviewing family, friends, co-workers, anyone who knew Mindy. Ashley Wallace recounted a conversation from a few weeks prior during which Mindy had called her in a panic, saying, "What is going on? Someone's trying to take me." Mindy explained that she had been standing outside her apartment when a man in a blue car rolled down his window and asked her for directions to a nearby street. After the man in the blue car chased Mindy, she sprinted back into her building, terrified. She informed her mother, who advised her to call the police if she felt threatened. News of the incident spread quickly, reaching Rebecca and her husband, Jason. Mindy did call the police to file a report, describing the man as a heavy-set white male in his 60s, approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall, driving a blue car that resembled a Ford Taurus. Detectives made a note to look for any vehicles matching that description. Investigators then turned their attention to Mindy's co-workers. She worked as a waitress at a local restaurant where an older man living in a motorhome across the street frequently came in and insisted on being seated at her table. He annoyed Mindy and her colleagues, prompting her to complain about how uneasy he made her feel. They decided to bring him in for questioning. His name was Ralph Albert Walters, and he was added to the list of potential suspects. All residents of Mindy's apartment building were ordered to provide DNA samples for the investigation. One by one, they came down to the station, either voluntarily or when called by an agent. The first person on their list was Robert Lynn, the man who had checked Mindy's pulse with the back of his hand. When he arrived for questioning, he anticipated being scrutinized more than others. He had indeed been present at the scene when Swenson arrived, and while he claimed to be assisting, investigators wondered if he was setting up a reason for his DNA to be found there. Robert stood out in the small town with his shaved head, tattoos, and distinct style, making him a target for suspicion. He had moved to Valley City only a few months before Mindy's murder, originally from California. When asked if he knew Mindy, he stated he recognized her in passing and described her as a pretty girl living in the apartment building. He claimed to have felt her positive spirit the night of the incident. Robert recounted that he was watching television in his apartment when he heard commotion outside. When questioned about his interaction with Mindy, he admitted he had a criminal record from California and acknowledged it honestly. Investigators verified his past, which included charges for stealing a car and possession of a gun and marijuana, resulting in a 2.5-year prison sentence. He insisted he had changed, having moved to be closer to his daughter. With the narrow time frame of 12:30 to 1 p.m. established for the murder, detectives inquired about his whereabouts that day. Robert claimed nothing out of the ordinary occurred, stating he worked his usual schedule and returned to the apartment building at 5:30 p.m. However, he mentioned a lunch break at noon, roughly the same time they believed Mindy was killed. While talking to the detectives, they noticed cuts along his arms and inquired about them. Robert attributed them to his job in construction, where he worked with steel. Yet, a specific finger had a bandage on it, prompting further questions. When asked about the bandage, he claimed it was from a cut he sustained on September 13th while handling steel. While talking to the detectives, they noticed cuts along his arms and inquired about them. Uncertainty hung in the air as detectives asked Robert if he would provide a DNA sample through a cheek swab. He agreed, assuring them he was willing to cooperate in any way, whether it be fingerprints or swabs. They collected his DNA and released him, as there was nothing to hold him on at that moment. Now, they had to wait for the results while confirming his alibi through his employer, who verified that Robert was indeed occupied with work during the critical time frame. Next, they brought in Toni's boyfriend, James, the one Mindy had issues with. When questioned about his connection to Mindy, James explained that he knew her from spending time at her family's restaurant with Toni. He described casual hangouts, emphasizing that he was only around occasionally. When asked about his criminal record, James was upfront, admitting past troubles with illegal drugs, but insisted he was trying to stay on the right path now. Detectives noticed a fresh, gnarly cut on his right hand, prompting questions about how he got it. James casually explained that he had cut himself while going through a window, but detectives couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He claimed he had about 4 hours left of community service from his previous charges, which he was completing that day before visiting a friend and returning home around 5:30 p.m. They verified his alibi and, like Robert, James consented to provide a DNA sample. With both men's samples sent for analysis, it was another waiting game. Meanwhile, detectives were keen on tracking down Ralph Walters, the man living in a motorhome who often visited Mindy's workplace. When they called him in, Ralph portrayed himself as a drifter with no ties to the area, a characterization that set off red flags. He mentioned that on the day of the murder, he had changed the oil in his motorhome, but didn't have a solid alibi. The detectives observed a cut on one of his hands similar to those on James and Robert. When asked about it, Ralph explained that he sustained the injury while changing the oil. The coincidence of these cuts was intriguing. James had one from a broken window, Robert from his construction job, and Ralph from an oil filter. While not entirely unusual, the pattern raised eyebrows. When pressed about his interactions at the restaurant, Ralph insisted he had never harassed anyone and claimed not to know who Mindy was. This contradicted her coworkers, who had seen him frequently in the restaurant. After providing his DNA sample, he too remained on the list of suspects until the results came back. With every individual of interest interviewed, detectives turned their attention to those closest to Mindy, starting with her current boyfriend, Jordan Raynham. This inquiry unfolded within the first 48 hours after Mindy's discovery. Jordan, hailing from a local farming family, had been in a relationship with Mindy for over a year. He was known to be soft-spoken, clean-cut, and church-going, a profile that generally raised no alarms. Friends and family praised him, and he often enjoyed taking Mindy for rides in his shiny new Corvette, introducing her to his family. Despite the favorable opinions, Jason had his suspicions. While everyone else dismissed the idea that Jordan could be involved, Jason couldn't shake off the feeling that he was possessive of Mindy. This lingering doubt hinted at a more complex web of relationships and emotions surrounding the case. There were moments when Mindy tried to cherish time with her family on their farm, yet Jordan would show up unannounced, clearly upset that she wasn't with him. On one occasion, she had to firmly tell him, "Please leave me alone." This pattern of possessiveness raised some eyebrows as detectives brought Jordan in for questioning. They needed him to recount the events of the night before and the day Mindy was murdered. Jordan explained that they had gone to a local stop-and-go store to grab drinks and then rented a movie, a nostalgic nod to simpler times, reminiscent of Blockbuster. After that, he left her place. The next morning, Mindy called him precisely at 10:45 a.m. However, that single call was unusual. She typically reached out about 10 times throughout the day. Jordan claimed he worked on his family farm all day and didn't hear from her again. When investigators asked if he would consent to a DNA sample and a polygraph test, Jordan appeared distraught throughout the interview. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to maintain his composure, especially during the polygraph, where questions like, "Did you harm Mindy and cause her death?" intensified his emotional turmoil. The results of the polygraph were inconclusive. He expressed, "This is just too stressful for me," but was it merely the stress, or did guilt lurk beneath the surface? At the end of his questioning, he insisted that he loved Mindy, providing a DNA sample as the investigation continued. While this was just a fraction of the extensive interviews conducted, it was a crucial piece in a daunting puzzle, and investigators still had no solid leads. However, on day 3, a significant break emerged. While analyzing Mindy's phone, detectives discovered a series of disturbing voice messages. Some were left after her murder. The messages were not isolated incidents. They revealed a pattern from a man's voice, which raised alarm bells. One message captured their attention. "You know my number, sweetie. I miss you. I love you. You're my inspiration. Please help me, Mindy." The voice was shaky, and as he pleaded, "I can't continue without you. Please help me in some way. Help me." It became clear that this individual had a strange obsession. Investigators traced the calls to a man named Rodney Kuznia. The last name rang a bell. Mindy's family and friends had mentioned her ex-boyfriend, Kyle Kuznia, the homecoming king who had broken her heart 2 years prior. What made this discovery even more shocking was that Rodney was Kyle's father. Their exchanges had been frequent and mutual, leading detectives to wonder why an ex-boyfriend's father would communicate with Mindy in such a personal manner. Rodney quickly became the prime suspect. It's not uncommon for perpetrators to reach out to victims posthumously, attempting to construct alibis or feign ignorance of their death. Jodi Arias is a notorious example of this behavior, known for her post-mortem messages. Another unsettling message from Rodney revealed, "Mindy, this is Rod. I know what happened to you. I just love hearing your voice," as he sobbed. "I can't take it. I love you, kid. God picked a beautiful flower. I'm sorry this happened the way it happened to you." His obsession was evident, and detectives sensed that he wanted more than just a friendship with Mindy. With this new information, detectives decided to bring in Kyle for questioning, as he was the initial link between Mindy and Rodney. Mindy had previously dated Kyle, and friends noted that she still had feelings for him, even though he had opted to end the relationship. Now Kyle was planning to marry someone else, seemingly moving on. This raised questions. Did he still harbor feelings for Mindy? And could he have had any motive for being involved in her tragic fate? They didn't know, but they had to rule him out just like everyone else. Kyle explained what we already know about how they met and everything in their relationship. However, he did mention the relationship was rocky, which was one thing that they were quite surprised about, considering all the good things that they heard from everyone else. He described the relationship as really tough on him. It was hard. They were always arguing, and it got worse. After Kyle graduated, he moved an hour away, like I had said. Mindy was paranoid. She thought that Kyle was going to find another girl, even though he kept reassuring her, I'm not I'm with you. That's not gonna happen. But after a while, the long distance just wasn't working for them. Ever since the breakup, he hasn't been in contact with her. However, about 7 months ago, Mindy showed up at his apartment unannounced, and Kyle admitted he wasn't happy about it. He was dating someone else by then, and he didn't have anything to say to Mindy. So when she showed up, he let her know that he told her to leave. Mindy stood there in tears, but Kyle didn't back down. Now he's telling the investigators he wished he would have handled that situation differently, and he hadn't spoken to her since. The investigators checked into Kyle's alibi, and it's true. He was out of town for work on the day of Mindy's murder, so he was not involved. Now they want to focus their questions on what he knows about Mindy and his father. What kind of relationship did they have? Kyle immediately lets them know he was not okay with his dad keeping in touch with Mindy. He actually told him he didn't want him talking to her. Kyle figured it was better to get them to stop now before they formed an even closer bond. He had a woman in his life he was planning to marry. So he kept thinking, let's say 10-20 years down the line, if they're still talking, that's going to be weird. Kyle had moved on, and he felt it was inappropriate for his father to maintain this relationship with his ex. He also added he knew that she was getting information about him from his dad. This was a situation where Rodney would call Mindy multiple times a day, even come visit her. Kyle felt like his dad had a very unhealthy attachment to her. He asked his dad, "What is it going to take for you to stop talking to her?" And by the way, Kyle's mom and dad are still married. So this is a married man in contact with the ex-girlfriend of his son. It's strange, Kyle's mom does find out about these calls and she's very upset. She confronts Rodney and she says, that's wrong. You're married and you're talking to this younger gal. And Kyle agreed. So at this point, they let Kyle go and they start to question Mindy's friends about Rodney. They told the investigators that Mindy saw Rodney as a father figure. It was not romantic in her eyes. It was a way for her to keep tabs on Kyle, the person that she really wanted to be with. However, as time went on, she got into this new relationship with Jordan, and Mindy had mentioned that she kind of wished that Rodney would stop calling. One reason was because it made Jordan feel uncomfortable. It was inappropriate, but Mindy was too nice to say anything. But now investigators are wondering, did Mindy finally have the courage to tell him to stop? Maybe it made him angry enough to do something drastic. They finally bring Rodney in and confront him about everything that they've uncovered. The investigators start questioning him right away about what his relationship with Mindy was like. They said, "We don't quite understand it, Rodney." And he said, "Well, you have to know Mindy to understand it because she was quite the bubbly character." And then he said this, "Mindy reminded me so much of my wife in her younger days." Okay, is that strange? I couldn't really tell. It's like if she reminds him of his wife, then that does seem like that's romantic in nature. He explains that it started out that they would just keep in touch once in a while, like once, maybe twice a week. But it was really hard to catch her. She was a really busy person. So, he would leave her a message, and then it was kind of like back and forth at first. They would chit-chat, mostly about Kyle, asking things like, whether she still had a chance with him, what he was doing. Like her friends mentioned, keeping tabs. But from this, they developed a friendship, and they began talking about a lot of other things. They even talked after Rodney's wife found out, except in his version, his wife didn't care at all. He said, "Oh, it's nothing serious. I just told my wife it's a friend and I really needed a friend." So he said, "Are you really going to take my friend away from me?" It's very interesting. According to Rodney, even Kyle understood his relationship with Mindy because he said, Kyle asked him, "Are you still talking to Mindy?" And he told him, yes. And he said Kyle's response was, "Well, if it was that important to you, then I guess it's fine." But that's not what Kyle told investigators. Rodney does admit at one point that Mindy kind of questioned whether they should end their little chit-chats. But Rodney couldn't let go. He says besides, he straight up asked her, "Should I just stop calling you?" And she said, No, don't do that." He says if she would have told him to stop, he would have had to let her go. But then out of nowhere, Rodney was like, "I'm telling you guys, a lot of things here Probably shouldn't have. You know, my wife might divorce me over it. Like what? Well, of course, investigators were curious too. So they said, "Tell us what you mean, Rodney." And he's like, "Well, you know, I was meeting with Mindy. They would go out for meals together. And he was even giving her money. He had just seen her before the murder, and he said he gave her $100 because she was supposed to be flying down to her brother's wedding in Washington, and she was short on cash." Rodney let the investigators know that at first, Mindy didn't want to accept the money, but Rodney insisted, saying that he tried to scare her by saying, "If you don't take it, I'm going to go spend it on booze at the bar." And Mindy didn't want that for Rodney, so she took it, and she thought it was a 20. But then when she opened it up and noticed it was a $100 bill, she's like, "No, no, no, you cannot give me this." He's like, "That's your money. I'm just trying to help you out." He told her she was like a little daughter to him, and he'd help his daughter in the same way. Well, after hearing this, investigators are actually even more suspicious of Rodney. He's keeping secrets from his wife, he's making special trips, he's giving Mindy money, not to mention the odd messages. So they ask him about those messages he left for Mindy. He admits he found out she was murdered, and he called. He left those messages, and he knows it's stupid, but he really just wanted her to pick up again. So they asked, "What did you tell her?" He repeats the same messages we heard, that God picked a perfect flower. All that he said was, "I just wanted to hear her voice again." And now for his alibi. He tells them he was working on his farm from early morning to the evening, and that he left after his wife went to work, which is around 7:30 a.m. He drove 2 miles out to his farm and met his son, Kirk. He gave them a minute-by-minute account of his day, and they'd have to check it all out. He also agreed to a DNA sample, and they let him go for now. Yes, the messages were strange, but when I heard them, I did start to think they kind of sounded like someone who was grieving and wanted to hear her voice. And she did have one of those voice recordings where it actually said, "Hey, it's Mindy." It wasn't a pre-recorded bot saying, "Leave a message for blah blah blah." So maybe it is strange, but not as strange as we thought. I wasn't sure. It was definitely odd to have an ex-boyfriend's dad keeping in touch, that's for sure. But did he kill her? Well, he's a person of interest for sure, until they checked his alibi and realized he was 200 miles away, eating with his family at the time that Mindy was murdered. The community is on edge. Women are afraid in their own homes. No one wants to go out. They're afraid someone will follow them back to their place, and it'll be a repeat of what happened to Mindy. So many women in the small community were fearful. They thought they would be next, especially Mindy's friends. They no longer felt safe in their community. Ashley said she couldn't even take a shower or be alone or do the simplest task anymore because she thought that someone would be waiting for her right behind that shower curtain. Not just Mindy's friends were afraid. Residents of the apartment were afraid. They wanted answers. Some of them didn't even want to live there anymore. The Valley City PD held a press conference, and they told the community to be careful, to be aware of their surroundings, that they were still looking for the person who did this. The last homicide in that city was in 2003. It was a triple homicide of Sharon Hatcher. She was 42 years old, along with her 16-year-old daughter, April, and her 21-year-old friend, Michael Barnett. All 3 of them were shot to death. Another man in the neighborhood was shot but survived the ordeal. The person responsible was Daniel Jansen. He was a former Valley City bar owner and Sharon's ex-boyfriend, who apparently had jealousy issues. He said he snapped one night when he was doing drugs and went over there and went crazy. Wow. And now there's Mindy. The detectives followed up on more than 200 leads, and dozens of people came forward and were interviewed, but they had no suspects. Mindy's parents felt suspended in time. They felt like the world didn't exist. The only thing they could think about was Mindy. Nothing else mattered. They wanted answers, and waiting was so hard. They wanted to know details about her case. But I'm sure, police have to keep these things quiet. The parents weren't given much information, but the news came in from the crime lab that they were able to create a DNA profile from the tissue underneath Mindy's fingernails. Now they could compare it to all of those DNA samples that they were collecting and then run it through CODIS to see if they got any hits. 6 days after the murder, at 2 p.m. on Tuesday, September 19th, Mindy's family held her funeral in the hometown of New Salem, in the high school gym where she used to wear the number 24 jersey playing basketball. They chose this location due to the number of people who said they wanted to attend. They had 1,000 people or more at this service. They knew that was not going to be feasible at the church. Their service was led by Mindy's brother-in-law, Jason, who was a pastor. He had the right words to say, and he knew Mindy so well. A basketball was placed in the hoop above the pastor's head, and they knotted the strings at the end so that the ball would stay in place as a symbol of the sport that Mindy loved so much. Everyone was crying. It was hard on all of her loved ones. The police were actually there undercover. They were on scene, scoping out all of the guests in there to protect the family because they didn't know who was targeted. So as people were there to pay their respects, there was a sense of fear over them. They were afraid of what could happen to Mindy's family. Mindy's father was paranoid, and he said he would be until they caught who did this. Mindy was laid to rest in Graceland Cemetery in New Salem. Many people who loved Mindy came forward to speak about her and the memories they had. Doug Peters, the athletic director for the university, said that he and Mindy became very good friends shortly after he came to the university in 2004. As the director, she was always so bubbly. She didn't just walk into a room, she bounced into a room. She was close to his family and loved his daughters. He said she was one of the nicest people he had ever met. She really loved kids, and she's someone that he hopes his daughter will be like one day. Mindy's boyfriend, Jordan, spoke as well. He said, "I don't think anyone could have met her and said hello to her and forgotten her. And I hope that they didn't, because if they did, they missed out on someone special." There's a heart-shaped garden that was created in Mindy's memory out in Valley City. It's a place where her loved ones can come to remember her. A day after the funeral, on September 20th, investigators got their biggest lead yet, a DNA match to what they retrieved from Mindy's fingernails. But it's from an unsolved case from Fargo, North Dakota, dating back 2 years to 2004. A semen sample was taken from a woman who claimed that a man had forced himself on her against her will. At the time, they couldn't find a match, and she described the man who hurt her as a black male, muscular, over 6 feet tall, and over 200 pounds, probably in his late 20s or maybe early 30s. Well, the investigators on Mindy's case wanted to go talk to this woman, so they drove out to Fargo, and she agreed to meet with them. She was out celebrating with a few of her friends. They went to a concert and a fair, and then they went out to a bar to drink. The last thing she remembered was getting some water and telling her friend she would be right back because she was going to the restroom, but she didn't come back. She had been drugged. She woke up with a strange man on top of her in a place she had never been. She was actually pinned down on her stomach, and he was behind her with his hand over her mouth so she couldn't scream. She tried to fight, but he was twice her size and very strong. She actually thought that she was going to die that night, but he did let her go. He told her there was a cab waiting outside. She didn't even have shoes on. She was terrified. She was worried that he was going to chase her down and kill her. So she screamed while she ran down that hallway until someone let her inside one of the rooms. I think it was a hotel that she was at. She fell down in front of them, just screaming and crying for them to call 911. She was taken to a nearby hospital where they did a vaginal swab. She had bruises all over her thighs and other parts of her body. The nurse examiner said this was the worst case of its kind that she had ever seen. The victim said he was going to kill her. They were able to get a sample of this DNA, but it never matched anyone, until now. This poor girl had lost hope over the last couple of years. She was destroyed. She couldn't go out in public without feeling terrified of what would happen. It was devastating. She was finally starting to heal. She graduated from college and became a teacher, and now she had just gotten this call that the DNA in her case matched the one in Mindy's murder. That was shocking. But not as shocking as this next piece of information they had been given. All of their prime suspects were ruled out. Kyle's dad, the guy from the mobile home, the neighbor who checked her pulse with the back of his hand, and everyone else on their list that had given DNA samples. But now they had a description. They were still waiting and still collecting DNA samples, but now they could concentrate their efforts on anyone with the specific attributes of the person who hurt the victim in Fargo. Tall, dark, muscular. Well, there weren't that many people that Mindy spent time with that matched that description. But there was someone in the building who did on the basement level. He had already spoken to investigators and willingly came down to the station to give them a sample of his DNA. He was also someone they knew. Remember Mo Gibbs, the 34-year-old correctional officer and husband of that pregnant woman, Chrissy? They didn't have a reason to believe they needed to look into him any further. They already knew a lot about the couple. They had met a couple of years ago. After Chrissy had recently gotten out of a relationship, she found out she was pregnant with her first daughter, and Mo stepped up. He cared for her during her pregnancy, even though it wasn't his child. He was great with Tiana and treated her like she was his own daughter. They had opposite schedules. He worked at night at the jail, so he would watch Tiana during the day when Chrissy was at work. Soon after Tiana was born, Chrissy got pregnant with Mo's baby, and they had just gotten married in June of this year. They were expecting their first child in the next couple of months. Sergeant Swenson really did not want to point fingers at someone just because he was one of the few people who matched the description of the man who attacked a woman in Fargo a couple of years before. Mo wasn't perfect. They knew he came from a large family, and his parents were very young when they had him. His mom was about 15 and his dad was 20 at the time. He grew up in a rough area. He had been involved in gangs, even becoming a Crips gang member growing up in California. But he changed his life around when he went into the Navy. Then he played college basketball and had been married and divorced before moving out to North Dakota to be closer to his mom. Now he helped keep bad guys behind bars. Mo was one of the local law enforcement officials who had just been honored at a September 11th breakfast in Valley City. This was just a few days before Mindy's murder. He was in pictures right next to the men who were working on this very case. Just the Sunday before, he had played in a softball tournament on Sergeant Swenson's co-ed team. He was also the coach of the 3rd and 4th grade boys basketball team for Valley City Parks and Rec, a position he had held since January until March of that year. Well, even though he was one of their own, they had to go back and make sure everything checked out. They had to make sure anyone matching the description of the man with the DNA match in Fargo had their DNA submitted to the crime lab. Finally, they got a call back with more shocking information. They got a match. Swenson was like, whoa. He was shocked when he heard the name. Are they sure? The analyst replied, I retested the DNA and I confirmed it's definitely a match. Mo, someone who had literally worked with them in law enforcement. This was someone close to them that they knew personally, someone they trusted. He was a correctional officer at the Barnes County Jail. How could he have done this? It didn't make sense to them, but they had to look into him. It's their job. Even if they had doubts that he had done this, he had willingly come in just a few days ago, like all the other residents, to provide a sample of his DNA. And now his DNA was matched to a case in Fargo with the 22-year-old college student, and now this. So they came up with a plan because they didn't want to tip him off. They said, hey Mo, we're just following up. We have a few more questions. We're just asking a couple of residents to swing by for a few minutes. Mo truly did not suspect anything. He had his 1-year-old stepdaughter in tow. But the whole time, undercover cops were keeping him under surveillance. They were taking pictures and video. That's how we have this picture of him walking in with Tiana. They escorted him into an interview room, and he was with Tiana. The 15-month-old was just clinging to him. It was so cute. It was definitely an emotional moment for the officers. They did have to take Tiana and put her in another room, and then they began the interview. They were hoping it wasn't Mo, and I know what you're thinking. They have the DNA. It has to be him. When they scraped and clipped Mindy's fingernails, they were able to get only 41.2 nanograms of DNA, and not all of that belonged to Mo. I don't want to get into all of this right now, but DNA is considered to be more reliable than any other kind of crime scene evidence. This is exactly why DNA samples of suspects are collected by law enforcement officers, even from people who are the least bit connected. DNA is so much more reliable than any other evidence. Also, it can be collected and then stored, so it can be compared to future or past crimes. Officers wanted to lock down Mo's whereabouts between 12:30 and 1 p.m., that small window. Where was he? First, they asked him the obvious. Do you know Mindy? He said, yeah, I'm familiar with her. You know, I know she's a resident. I saw her come and go. Then he said that on the day of the murder, he left the apartment around 11:30 a.m. He went to lunch with Tiana and Chrissy. He thinks they finished around 12:35. He drops Chrissy off nearby at work and goes back to his apartment with Tiana. It's apartment 1 on the basement floor. He thinks he probably got home around 12:45. That's the exact time frame that they think Mindy was killed. He said he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He was busy packing up moving boxes. But he did mention the smell of disinfectant. He said that at the time, he thought it was probably the manager of the building cleaning an apartment upstairs. He was only there for maybe 10 minutes because he was packing up a truck full of their moving boxes and taking them to his in-laws. He said he made one of those trips and thinks he was there for about an hour. Then they asked him, when do you think you last saw Mindy? He answered, it was probably like a week before her murder. They asked him, have you ever been inside her apartment? He said, well, one day I saw her coming home and she was holding her pants, a laundry basket, and a book bag. So I asked her if she needed a hand, and she said sure. So I helped her take it up to her apartment. But that was it. That's the only time I'd ever been to her apartment. Wow. The detectives were stunned. He just described the crime scene, a scene that they had never released any information about. No one else knew what was behind the door to apartment 9. But somehow, Mo, someone who said he didn't really know Mindy and had no connections to her, now claims he had been inside her apartment before. He just recreated the exact scenario that they believe happened on the day she was murdered. It seems like Mo is looking for a reason for his DNA to be inside her place, an excuse for any connections that they may find. So they ask him if he would take a polygraph, just to rule him out since now he's admitted to going inside her place. They just want to clear him, at least that's what they said. Even though polygraphs cannot be admitted in courts, they can sometimes scare someone into telling the truth. So they press him further during the polygraph asking, did you injure Mindy and cause her death? To which he replied, no. And of course they asked him a number of other questions. Following the tactic, the examiner let him know that there were signs that he had been deceptive. Now they waited to see if he would break. The examiner said, you know, it seems to indicate there's something bothering you about this situation, so let's try to resolve it. To which Mo responded that he didn't know anything about it because he wasn't there. Now, the detective uses his biggest piece of evidence to see what Mo's going to say. He said, what do you know about DNA? And Mo replies, nothing. The detective continues, what if I told you that your DNA was found on Mindy's body? Mo kinda scoffs and says, well, I would tell you that's not true because I wasn't there. Now there are agents watching Mo's interview from another room, and they notice that he's not really getting scared. He doesn't seem worried, he actually seems pretty calm. So the detective straight up tells him, we found your DNA under Mindy's fingernails. At this point, Mo looks frustrated. He says, well, I don't know how my DNA is on her fingernails. That's when the examiner says, well, you can't argue with science. At this point, the examiner tells Mo that he's going to let him in on something else. He says, your DNA matches an unsolved case from 2 years ago out in Fargo, where a woman was forced to have intercourse against her will. At this point, Mo is shaking his head. He says, no. He denies it, explaining, I live there. I had plenty of sexual encounters, but I did not force anyone. He tries to explain what happened. Yeah, a few times I picked somebody up at a bar, went somewhere, but I know for a fact I never forced anyone. He even personally saw a news article where he mentioned that he had a thing for blondes and recalled the more than 15 women he took back to a hotel or somewhere back then. Essentially, he's accusing the Fargo College student of lying, even though it was proven by a nurse who handles those types of cases that this was indeed forced. She had been drugged and injured, and a witness saw her in that hallway before banging on the door and begging them to call the police. Semen was tested, and it was his. She described the man who did this to her, and he matched Mo's description. The detective is not backing down, even with all of Mo's excuses. He tells him, "The only thing that's going to help you right now is to cut your losses." Mo responds, "Well, I had nothing to do with this. I know that." But they had his DNA at the crime scene. So they arrested Mo Gibbs on the spot for the murder of Mindy Morgenstern. This arrest shocked a lot of people. First, it shocked his family. Chrissy, his wife, could not believe it. No one wanted to believe it. People were coming forward in his defense, and not just locally. There were people coming from all over the place, different states that he had lived in, basketball coaches, ex-girlfriends, colleagues from other jobs he'd had over the years, his own family. They said there is no way that Mo killed anyone, ever. There had to be another reason for his DNA to be there. Logically speaking, most people are going to make the decision to distance themselves. But Chrissy had a lot to think about. Her dad liked Mo. He said that he was there that day at their apartment. He stopped by at 3:30, and Mo was completely normal. He didn't see anything wrong, no cuts or blood, and Mo wasn't acting strange. It just didn't make sense to anyone who knew him. Even Sergeant Swenson tried to get Mo to confess. He's like, "You've got kids, Mo, just like I do. What are you going to tell them when they get older?" But Mo just looked at him and said, "Dave, I didn't do this." When Mindy's family heard the news that someone was arrested, they were shocked. They couldn't believe that this random person, someone that Mindy would have felt safe around, because remember, she mentioned moving there and feeling comfortable because there were law enforcement present. The arrest brought even more questions than answers. One thing was, Mo didn't appear to have any scratches on his hands. On September 18th, he came in and gave that DNA swab. However, when they looked at his hands again when he was arrested, they did notice 2 scratches. One was on his right wrist, which looked shallow and almost healed over. The other was on the back of his left hand, and that one was kind of deep. It wasn't completely healed yet. So they asked him what happened. He said he cut himself while moving boxes on September 14th, and again when putting his stepdaughter into her car seat on the 15th. Both days were after the murder. I looked at the cuts, and I'm not an expert, so I went and found some samples online of what defensive scratches look like. You know what? They do look similar. Here they are side by side so you can get an example. And Mo was very strong. I don't think Mindy would have had much of a chance to do that much damage to him. I don't want you to think this is over. I told you there were things that I have to mention, and they're coming up. I did so much research into this because I go into these cases in time sequence. I read articles in the order they're happening, and I also started questioning the science, not about the assault in Fargo. I knew Mo did that, but considering Mindy did not appear to the detectives to have been attacked in the same way, she was fully clothed and stabbed. I just wanted to look a little more into it to do my due diligence, just like the DA and the defense were doing at the same time. Many different pictures of who Mo Gibbs was, or who he was before he got to Valley City. When they started looking into his background, they were able to find out he actually changed his name. It used to be Glendale Morgan Jr., his birth name. He changed it to Mo Morris Gibbs, and this change took place on August 15th, 2005. But why, though? Court records indicated his reason was that his father had abandoned him as a child, and he was never part of his life. So he no longer wanted to be known by his last name. This new name had an origin story too, one that set a pattern in motion in my research. Girls, his weakness, women, sex. Blondes, as he put it, seemed to be his Achilles heel. Where it stemmed from, I can't be sure. But as he said, his father abandoned him as a child. His father was a child himself at only 20 when he was born, and his mom, Diane Gravely, was only 15. Maybe it was mommy issues, but Mo seemed to cling on to women. The thing that he appeared to like the most was the honeymoon phase, as people like to call it, the beginning of a relationship. The excitement, the newness, being the Prince Charming and coming to women's rescue, sweeping them off their feet. Many of them had very positive things to say about Mo, but as soon as he would show up in their lives, he would leave, sometimes without warning, many times leaving pregnant girlfriends, fiancées, and even wives behind, never hearing from him again for the most part. This intrigued me. Ladies' man is an understatement. So Mo was born Glenn Morgan, as I said, his legal name. He was born on August 10th, 1972, in Atwater, California. He was raised by his maternal grandmother, and then he got into gang life. As a teenager, he was getting into a lot of trouble, and he was given the choice to either go to jail, go to boot camp, or go into the military. He decided to straighten his life out and go into the Navy in 1990 when he was 18 years old. In 1991, he got married. The woman's name was Tasha McGraw. She was also serving in the Navy with him. However, while he was married and living on the naval base in Washington, he would frequently go out to nightclubs in Seattle, and that's where he met Cheryl Goh. She was visiting one night from British Columbia across the border, and she had no idea that Mo was married. He acted like a perfect gentleman, and they hit it off, starting to date. Now here's where the pattern emerges. Mo told Cheryl he wanted a family. He wanted a wife and children. He was acting as though he was completely single and didn't have those things yet. After a few months of dating Cheryl, she called his house, and a woman answered. This woman told Cheryl that she was his wife, so Cheryl was pretty bummed out at this point. Not knowing that she had just been duped, she decided not to be in an intimate relationship with Mo anymore. Then he seemed to vanish. Well, there was a reason for that. On May 9, 1992, Mo was arrested in connection to an attempted premeditated murder, a drive-by shooting that happened outside of a nightclub in Seattle. He apparently got into a fight with some guys inside and allegedly shot out of the window, hitting an innocent woman named Vanette Young right in the pelvis. Initially, he stated that he wasn't the one holding the gun, but the trial happened in April of 1993, and his wife, Tasha, was pregnant at the time. She gave birth in October of that year, and there are varying accounts. Some say he took a plea deal and pleaded guilty to attempted murder, while others say the military court proved that it was him. Either way, he was sentenced to 10 years at the United States Disciplinary Barracks at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, starting in January of 1994. His sister, Brizetta, her name is Breeze for short, in one of her blog posts, she wrote about Mo and his military prison record. She said that he was a model prisoner. He stayed out of trouble and promised he would never go back to prison again. He only served 5.5 years of his 10-year sentence, and he was transferred from Kansas in April 1998 to facilities in Oklahoma City, Springfield, and Phoenix, and then finally released in June of 1999. While he was serving time, he divorced Tasha on September 4th, 1997. All the while he was writing letters to Cheryl, remember her, the girl from the club? He explained that the gun accidentally went off. That's what he said happened. So she trusted him. He said he wanted to turn his life around, that he wanted a family, all those same things. After getting out of prison, he was sent to a halfway house in San Diego, California, for 4 months. But once that was over, he drove to British Columbia to start a new life with Cheryl. She worked at a bank at the time, so he was basically Mr. Mom. Cheryl already had a son from a previous relationship, and Mo treated him like his own child. While Cheryl was at work, he cooked, cleaned, picked her up from work, dropped her off, and ran all their errands. She said he wasn't afraid to work hard. Now, he wasn't from Canada, so apparently he couldn't legally get a job, but he did odd jobs like moving furniture for people. They finally took a road trip to Fargo, North Dakota, in November of 1999, a few months after he got out of prison. That's where his mom was living. He had not seen her in years, but Cheryl was really surprised by the way his mom treated him when they arrived. It was as though she was underwhelmed and didn't care. This is just a highlight of the way he was treated. Mo lived with Cheryl over the next 8 to 9 months, and Cheryl got pregnant with his child. But when she was pregnant, she found out he was literally cheating on her with her best friend who lived 5 doors down the hall. He begged Cheryl to please keep him. He wanted a family with her, not the other girl. He said he was so sorry and that it would never happen again. Well, she didn't buy it, and she called him some really evil names. But he never became violent. He never even raised his voice. Soon, he wasn't able to live in Canada at all, no matter where he was living, because when he tried coming over the border, they found out he had a criminal record, so they wouldn't let him across. At that point, he got a place in Bellingham, Washington, and Cheryl would meet him at a mall every so often so that he could hang out with his newborn baby girl. While living in Bellingham, he enrolled in Whatcom College and started playing college basketball in the fall of 2001 until the spring of 2002, and he was also studying medical assisting. Then he got into professional boxing. This man really was a jack of all trades and a master at maybe one, lying to women. He came into the Bellingham Athletic Club and wanted to join the White Cobra boxing team. The coach at the time, James Ferguson, had trained thousands of boxers and made them into champions. He was really impressed with Mo at first because of the way he was built. He was very muscular and athletic. He was a powerhouse. He could tell Mo had experience fighting. Mo admitted, "Yep, I've been in prison, and I've been in gangs." However, Ferguson noticed that Mo had a gentle side to him. He could be a killer. In the ring, though, he hit a guy so hard once that the man's ankles broke. But the issue was that Mo lacked work ethic. He wasn't committed. Sure, he could knock someone out, but he wouldn't train like an athlete. So, the coach passed on the opportunity to have Mo on his team, especially because he would cry and whine if he lost a match. After Ferguson rejected Mo, he never saw him again. It was as if he vanished. While working out at the gym, he met a woman named Faye. She was an art student and said Mo was very nice, quiet, soft-spoken, and he acted like he was single. She had no idea he had 2 children and was actually engaged to a woman in Bellingham named Melissa. Yep, he strikes again. They got married in February of 2002, and he started dating Faye when Melissa was pregnant with his child. Does this sound familiar? That's because it's a pattern. He meets a girl, usually a single mom. By the way, he has a thing for single moms. If they already have a kid, that's better for him because he can act like Mr. Mom. Oh, he's so helpful. He takes my other kid in like his own. Don't be fooled. He meets a girl, acts like a gentleman, and says he wants to settle down, get married, and have a family right away. Then he gets the woman pregnant, cheats, and the cycle starts again. He also targets college students or women who are college graduates with good jobs. This is the pattern. By May of 2002, Melissa was having his 3rd child. Meanwhile, he was going out on dates with Faye, except he wasn't very social, or maybe he was just trying not to be caught by his wife because they would spend time at the gym. They would practice boxing or play basketball at a local park. Faye said he was very secretive. She knew he didn't like his mom and that he hated his dad. But other than that, Mo really didn't talk about his background. He did tell Faye he wanted to get married and have kids right away. Well, Faye had enough after about 4 months because he would leave for whole weekends at a time. Of course, he had another family. He wouldn't tell her where he lived. When he returned, he would have these really outlandish tales about how his car got stolen. That's why he was gone. He was always supposedly in the process of moving somewhere else, which I thought was very interesting and telling. He moved around a lot, and I think I know why. Interestingly, he was moving the week Mindy was killed. When Faye broke up with Mo, he tried to change her mind, but he was never violent. He never raised his voice. He just disappeared from the boxing club and her life. A couple of months later, something weird happened, right before Mo's 30th birthday. In August of 2002, Faye saw his old beat-up car just sitting in a grocery store parking lot. At first, the car was parked there, but over time, she realized he left it there on purpose. But guess what? Faye found out she was pregnant with his child. She had no idea where this man went. She gave birth on March 20, 2003, a mere 10 days after another one of his girlfriends from the same area gave birth as well. On March 10th, these 2 women were pregnant at the same time, and they didn't know it. I would be mortified. They could have had the same doctor, and he's still married to Melissa. From fall 2002 to spring 2003, he was still playing basketball, going to college, and working at Fast Cap Shipping Center. His basketball coach at the time said that Mo was definitely an older player on the team. He never had a car and always had to get a ride, but he maintained the 2.0 average he needed to play. The coach didn't know much about Mo, but did know that he carried around a military ID and was really popular on campus. However, as soon as the season ended, bam, he disappeared. The coach had never had a player do that before, just leave without telling anyone where they were going. Faye eventually went into that grocery store and told the staff, "Listen, that car out there? It ain't going anywhere." He abandoned it. But she also did something else. She befriended a girl from the college that Mo was attending, someone who used to hang out with him, someone who knew where he was living back then. She took Faye to where she had hung out with Mo. It was a one-room, dirty little hole-in-the-wall apartment on the border of Canada, 16 miles away. Faye found the landlord and asked what happened. They told her that Mo just vanished, leaving everything behind, clothing, shoes, everything. It was as if he was still living there, but he was gone. We know Mo was in Texas in August of 2003 because he was boxing there on a professional level. He actually obtained a professional boxing license. According to the Texas Boxing Association, he was a licensed professional cruiserweight boxer, weighing in at 197 pounds from August 2003 to August 2004, while again studying medical assisting at Hallmark Institute of Technology. On August 25, Mo had his debut fight at the Civic Center in Humboldt, Texas. He listed his hometown as San Antonio, and his promoter at the time was Reginald McGowan, who knew Mo as a really nice guy. He often saw Mo with his pretty brunette, whom he referred to as his wife, but we know his real wife Melissa was back in Washington at the time. Mo went on to fight in 5 different states: Arizona, South Dakota, Rhode Island, and Minnesota, and he lost every one of those fights. It seemed like he was just trying to get a paycheck, which was all he really cared about. Mo never met the son he had with Faye. However, he found out she was pregnant and had given birth. Every year on Mother's Day, he would call or text her to say, "Happy Mother's Day," and that was it. In June 2004, he moved to North Dakota, where he enrolled at Mayville State University in the spring, studying physical education, the same major as Mindy, but at a different college. Faye said he moved there because Mo's mom wanted all her kids nearby. Scott Berry, the Mayville State basketball coach, described Mo as well-mannered, mature, and disciplined. He also mentioned that Mo would talk about being a professional boxer, but they didn't believe him until one day they turned on ESPN, and there he was. So he did tell the truth about some things. This brings us to the incident when a 22-year-old student claimed that Mo drugged her at a nightclub and took advantage of her against her will. He was in North Dakota at the time, dating a woman from North Dakota State University, which is in Fargo, the same city where the attack took place. Mo divorced his wife Melissa in January 2005 because he was dating his new love, whom he had already proposed to. He met this woman while playing basketball and fell in love with her. Her last name was Gibbs. Mo was still going by his legal name Glenn Morgan, but he had been called Mo for a long time. When he requested a name change on August 15, 2005, he took his then-fiancée's last name and the Mo from his given last name, creating Mo Gibbs. It's interesting that he wanted to change his name after that attack happened. Well, the relationship with his love of his life ended, but he still took her last name. By January 2005, he was living in Fargo and working as a housekeeper at the Wingate Inn. This job was significant because it gave him access to rooms. If you have the key to a room, you can go in and out anytime you want. During this time, he met Chrissy Judd, a student at Valley City State University. Her dad, George, was the athletic director at the time. Chrissy was just getting out of a relationship and realized she was pregnant, but she was about to graduate from college. Mo was there for her, even though it wasn't his baby. However, he could only visit on weekends because he had a job in Fargo. Chrissy had been working at the Wagon Wheel Inn in Valley City for a long time, and she knew her manager, Christy, very well. She told Christy, "Hey, Mo needs a job. I want him to be able to move closer." With Chrissy's help, Mo landed a job at another hotel. After that, he was able to move in with Chrissy and out of Fargo. How convenient. By January 2006, he was coaching the 3rd and 4th grade boys basketball team for Valley City Parks and Recreation. His manager's son was on the team he coached, and she thought he was an awesome coach. The boys absolutely adored him and were devastated by his arrest. Here's where things get very interesting. At this point, Mo wanted to start working at the university, possibly because his fiance's dad worked there. He thought he could do what he had always done in the past and get a little help landing the job, a shoe-in. He applied for the position of night security guard on campus, which required a background check. The school assumed that a background check would involve a nationwide criminal background check, right? That's what you would think, especially for a job that puts someone in a position of authority. But it turns out the sheriff's office, for whatever reason, only conducted a local background check on Mo. They only searched city records. That was pretty dumb. If they had looked closely, they would have seen he had just moved there. The point of a background check is to check someone's history, including where they've been before, and that wasn't done. The school usually doesn't do many background checks. They only request a small number for potential employees who would have broad access to buildings on campus. Mo got hired at the school, and this easily could have been where he first saw Mindy, or maybe it was when she moved into his apartment building. Their paths could have crossed, and it wouldn't have been that hard. This is a small town. Mindy had a big personality, and Mo would go to a number of events. His current fiancée was an alumna, and her dad was the athletic director. Mo was even involved in basketball, a sport that Mindy loved, and he resembled her idol, Michael Jordan, with his muscular athletic physique. They were bound to have at least had a good conversation at one point. It's definitely possible, but we've seen Mindy's exes and her current boyfriend, and they definitely don't have a similar look to Mo. And it goes both ways. I know you haven't seen all of Mo's exes, but they look similar to Chrissy, who looks very different from Mindy. So, what happened? Well, there's more. Mo is working as a security guard at the university from February 24 to April 15. He's always had a thing for college students, so maybe it was his way to get close to them. But now, for whatever reason, he decides to apply for a job at the county jail. They have refused to comment about their hiring procedures, but there's no statewide policy set in place for county jails. However, there's a signed authorization form from Mo that allowed them to conduct a background check in Washington, California, Texas, and North Dakota. When someone's finally hired at the jail, they get fingerprinted, and then those fingerprints are sent to the FBI. However, a criminal background was never done, not even when he requested a name change. Because in North Dakota, they don't require a background check. A lot of states do. And if it would have been done, they probably wouldn't have granted the change. It's what truly threw off his background checks. They failed to look into his former name. However, it does show up when you run a check of his new name. It shows that it's been changed. However, the chief of police said he never would have thought a name change could hide a criminal record. Sounds like someone dropped the ball. This is merely months before Mindy's murder. Still, everyone who knew him during this time says he was a wonderful dad to his stepdaughter, Tiana, a good fiancé to Chrissy, and an awesome coach. All positives. Did he have them all fooled? He married Chrissy in the summer of 2006 on June 30. She's an artist, a photographer, and at the time, things were going well for them. Unbeknownst to Chrissy, though, Mo had been cheating on her. He had gotten another woman pregnant at the same time again, a 29-year-old woman named Amy Olsen. They must have been pretty serious behind Chrissy's back because 9 days after Mo is arrested on September 20, he proposes to Amy. But he's still married. The man doesn't care. He throws women away like trash, and children for that matter. Out with the old, in with the new, the honeymoon stage. He likes the thrill of the chase, and once he's got them hooked, he throws them back in and looks for another fish in the sea. It's cruel. Oh, and Amy already had his baby months before this, in July, a newborn baby girl named Niva. The annulment doesn't even go into effect until April 30, 2007, a year later. And it must have been a legal strategy, I think. I'm not sure, or maybe it was to collect funds from him. But I definitely know that in order for her to testify, especially because she was testifying against him, she had to annul the marriage. We'll get into that later. But the poor woman was still paying off their wedding rings and their photo album. It's so sad. She had close to $2,000 in expenses. What a waste. A complete waste in so many ways. But I do know this. Amy Olsen couldn't wait to be Amy Gibbs. She was standing by her man no matter what. After the arrest, a woman inmate from the Barnes County Jail speaks up. She says on the morning of September 13, the day that Mindy was killed, she was awoken at 6 a.m. Correctional Officer Mo Gibbs violating her with his hand while she was sleeping. And conveniently, the cameras weren't pointing in that direction, or they weren't recording that day. But this is very telling. The prosecutor now believes there is a clear motive here for Mindy's murder. Mo's sexual frustration, because he wasn't able to finish what he started. That morning, she began to cause a little bit of a scene, so he stopped. She wasn't the only one. 5 more women were brave enough to come forward against the one-time authority figure, and they told their stories of what he had done to them, usually while they slept on his overnight shifts. On October 26, 2006, Mo pleads not guilty to the murder charges against him. And that same day, he was charged separately with 6 counts of gross sexual misconduct at different levels because the acts were all different, all very serious offenses. By November, he pleaded not guilty to the Fargo case involving the 22-year-old victim that his DNA was linked to. In the spring of that next year, 2007, changes were legally made to the criminal background check requirements of correctional officers and other professionals in North Dakota. Because of Mo's case, he had a court date in March. And guess who's there? Amy Olsen, with their infant daughter making an appearance. She said she already considered the couple married in her mind, but they had to wait until after the trial to make it official, because where Mo is being held, they don't allow inmates to marry while they're waiting for trial. This woman said that the delay was frustrating, but that it feels more like a technicality because our hearts are married. She said, it doesn't take paperwork to confirm someone's feelings for you. Meanwhile, jury selection is happening in this case. This man is being charged with felony murder, for which he faces up to life in prison without parole. And she's talking about how she's already introducing herself as Amy Gibbs and legally changing her name. She even had Gibbs tattooed on the back of her neck and a ring with Mo's initials tattooed on her finger. She said, "You don't just do that for somebody on a whim, ma'am. That's the last name of a university student that this man fell in love with when he was married to another woman. That isn't even his real legal last name." Mindy's mom desperately wanted Mo Gibbs to apologize for taking Mindy's life, so she wrote him a letter, and she never expected to get anything back. But Mo responded. He denied murdering Mindy. He refused to take responsibility for his actions. Mo told Eunice in his letter that he worked his entire life to prove that he was a good person and wouldn't have killed Mindy. Mindy's mom was hoping that Mo would finally take responsibility for his actions and show some remorse. But instead, he chose to deny any wrongdoing. The denials only added to their pain and their anger. He was unwilling to accept the consequences of his actions. Mo's attorneys got a venue change because of how much publicity this case got in the small town of Valley City. So they moved it to Minot, North Dakota, which is over 3 hours away. His exes were shocked by his arrest. Cheryl said, "Yeah, he was manipulative, but he was never violent." And Faye said, she was really hoping that this case against Mo was a mistake because he's a really good person. He just had a very bad childhood. And it turned out this wasn't the first time that people came to Mo's defense. Remember 1993? Well, the U.S. Navy prosecutor argued in his sentencing recommendation that Mo was dangerous. He was a man who needed to be put away from society for a long time. But all of Mo's friends and family disagreed. They said he was set up and that he just wouldn't rat out a friend. There were 24 letters written asking the court to grant Mo clemency. His mom wrote that she understood that her son might not always make the right decisions, She did not condone what he might have done, but giving him 10 years would not be justice. The letters were all about how good he was, respectful and loving. Even his wife at the time, Tasha, wrote a letter saying he was a devoted husband. If she only knew. A military judicial official denied the request for clemency, and Mo served his time. So now what? Was this case all a big mistake? Mo's defense attorneys think so. He argued that the authorities rushed to judgment in Mindy's case because Mo's DNA was found in the Fargo case. He said that the amount of DNA collected at Mindy's scene was very insignificant, and there are doubts that exist about how it got there and how long it had been there. Was it though? Because the prosecution said it was a significant amount, 41.2 nanograms, 75 of which 30.8 nanograms belonged to Mo, meaning the major profile is Mo's and the other belonged to Mindy herself. Plus, there was evidence that DNA belonging to Mo was found on Mindy's bloody shirt as well. Interestingly, here's what he was able to dig up. As far as other evidence, or the lack thereof, there were no usable fingerprints found on the knives. But DNA from 2 different males was found on those knives and inside a pair of gloves at the apartment, and they didn't match Mo. Hair samples were collected even from Mindy's left hand, the same one where they found the tissue underneath her nails. And the hairs were never able to be linked to anyone, not Mo's hairs either. No evidence was found in Mo's car or his apartment linking him to Mindy. A delivery man came forward and said he saw 2 men running from the apartment building on the day of Mindy's murder. Authorities said they looked, but they could never find them. Mo had his 1-year-old stepdaughter with him that day when Chrissy was at work. So the defense attorney questioned the logistics of this. He would have to have taken the child to the crime scene. That's what he said. Crime scene analysts said there were no signs that a baby was at the crime scene. So is that reasonable doubt? The defense also stated that the crime scene looked similar to ones that a woman perpetrator would stage, and it didn't look like the aftermath of someone the size of Mo. What he meant was, there would actually have been more damage if someone his size had done this. He went on to say that Mo's DNA was found because of transfer DNA from the communal areas of the apartment building, like the door handle from the door they all shared. But there was also DNA found on Mindy's bloody shirt, and Mo's DNA could not be excluded. Here's what could have been confusing and caused doubts. The crime scene analyst Hope Olson, same name as Mo's new fiancée, but no relation, agreed that the small amount of Mo's DNA could be touch DNA, but it was extremely unlikely. She said it could not be secondary transfer, meaning it couldn't come from a door. Instead, it had to come from somebody in contact with Mindy. The trial began on June 19, 2007. The prosecution brought forth all the evidence. They added that Mo was an avid texter. He was texting and emailing all day, constantly on his phone, even when he was at work. When they pulled up his records, there was never a period of time where he went over an hour or hours without texting, calling, emailing, or doing something on his phone. They pulled up text messages, social media, Yahoo, and MSN Messenger. He was unaccounted for at least an hour and 5 minutes that day. On the day of Mindy's murder, after dropping Chrissy off at work, she texted him at 12:33. It says, "Can you bring me a drink? Powerade, water, or apple juice, or Snapple, strawberry kiwi." At 12:45, he says he dropped off a drink, and by 12:47, he left her work. But that's when they also believe Mindy was killed. Her first unanswered call was at 12:47, and after that, last text from Chrissy, every other text went unanswered on Mo's phone until approximately 1:30. At that moment, a rush of them were answered, and activity went back to normal again. Also, recall the smell of pine sol beginning around 1 o'clock. According to witnesses, the prosecution's theory is that Mo saw his opportunity. He pushed Mindy inside her apartment and attempted to force himself on her, but she was athletic, stronger than he thought, and she fought hard. When she fought back, things went from bad to worse, and he realized he had to take drastic steps. He tried to strangle her with a belt, but just to make sure she was dead, he grabbed a knife from her kitchen. The first knife actually broke, so he grabbed a second and tried to use it to cut her throat. That's a very hard thing to accomplish. He gave up pretty quickly and instead just stabbed her. Then he took Pine Sol and poured it all over her body, hoping to get rid of some evidence. And then he fled back to his apartment. His texting and emailing started right back up again. Mindy's never did. Considering he lived inside the apartment building, no one would have seen anyone running in or out. The prosecutor held up Mindy's bloody shirt, and it was way worse than I thought. It all made sense to me. This man was guilty. But the jury didn't get to hear everything. They didn't get to hear about the motive. Nope, they didn't get to hear about his past. Not at all. They were limited to what was at the crime scene and what witnesses said. And you know how many people had good things to say about Mo, his past, the shooting, the conduct at the jail, even what he did in Fargo. None of that got in. The prosecution tried to get it in, at least, maybe just what occurred on the morning of Mindy's murder at the jail, but that was denied too. Too prejudicial, the court said. The defense had argued to the judge that there were no signs of anything sexual at Mindy's crime scene. Ultimately, the jury wasn't convinced. The evidence pointed both ways, that he could or could not have done it. There was reasonable doubt, and they were deadlocked. After 4 days, a hung jury. Mindy's family and friends were shocked, and Chrissy was terrified. She did not know if this man was going to walk the streets again. But that's not how it works. They were going to set up a brand new trial, but everything had to be redone. Former jurors actually came forward and gave prosecutors advice on what they could have done better. I didn't even know that was allowed. But one of them said they didn't put enough emphasis on the DNA under the fingernails. They needed to prove it wasn't transfer. And 2, there was a problem. At the first trial, they showed a 90-minute redacted version of Mo's interrogation before his arrest, and he had baby Tiana in his arms. It pulled at the jurors' heartstrings, and I get it. We're human. The jurors said they saw how much that little girl needed him and loved him. They didn't know one bad thing about Mo because, remember, they couldn't know anything about his past. So they saw him as a good person, as a good dad. The DA knew they needed an expert who could refute the transfer DNA theory, and they needed to exclude that video of Tiana and Mo. Once again, they tried to get the judge to let in one sexual incident at the jail on the 13th, but it was again denied. Mo's second trial began in October 2007, a few months following the first one, and it was moved to Grand Forks, North Dakota, 2 hours away. This time, the prosecutor had more witnesses and more experts, especially to explain the amount of DNA being significant and not able to be transferred from a door, or from him helping her take her laundry basket up to her apartment. The new experts said this amount of DNA could only have gotten there from vigorous physical contact, like scratching the arm in defense of someone trying to grab you. Mo actually wanted to hire Michael Botten, a forensic expert, but he couldn't afford him. He's a famous doctor whose wife has her own show, Linda. Kenny Botten was the defense attorney, and Botten usually does testify as a witness for defense cases. So they thought they got the next best thing. A former actor who used to play a forensic scientist, but then went on to own his own lab. I guess that's all they could afford. But again, the jury was deliberating for days. Finally, they came back. This time, it was guilty. Finally. I mean, to me, it was clear from everything I saw, but I could see how there could be reasonable doubt. It's hard sometimes. I think it's not fair that they can't know how bad these people are, like what they've done before. Eunice actually forgave Mo, saying, "Mr. Gibbs, I forgive you publicly here. I also want you to know I won't forget what you did to Mindy." But this man remained arrogant. He denied it, literally addressing the courtroom, saying, "I didn't commit this crime. If and when the person who actually did this crime comes to justice, I would forgive him, just as she would have forgiven me." He was sentenced to life without parole. Had Mo stayed in prison and served his full sentence for the attempted murder when he was in the Navy, the full sentence would not have ended until April 6, 2003, possibly not giving him enough time to cross paths with Mindy at all. He did end up pleading guilty to the sexual misconduct at the county jail and to the one in Fargo. The victim gave an impact statement at his sentencing hearing, and she said she was not very nice to him. She said he has daughters of his own. She wanted to say a lot of things, and she did. She said, "Imagine your daughters screaming, How I Did on the Night in 2004. Her message that she wanted to give was that there is life and happiness after all of this. She's married now with children of her own, and she says that she's going to tell them her story and Mindy's when they're old enough. She wants to warn them. In the end, Mindy fighting back that day helped solve her own murder and the other crimes Mo committed against all of those other women. Her family said that's the way she would have wanted it. She always cared about helping others and would have made sacrifices so that others could live. That's exactly why she was living in that apartment building to begin with, to take the pain of those chemo infusions in hopes that her sacrifice would help others survive multiple sclerosis. Sometimes there are cases that are so evil and twisted, ones that don't make sense to those of us who are compassionate, loving people with a conscience. But there are monsters walking among us that seem to lack even the slightest bit of humanity. This is one of those stories. It will leave you asking why and questioning whether you can truly know anyone, because some humans have truly evil minds. I'm going to be diving into the mind and actions of a man who seemed on the outside to be charming, handsome, intelligent, and basically a catch, especially to women meeting him online. He had a big white smile, green eyes, dark hair, and what seemed to be a polished yet fun personality. But once the curtain is ripped away and the facade is shattered into pieces, you'll catch a glimpse of just how easy it is not to recognize pure evil. It will shock you when you find out who Paul Dennis Lambert really was. Let me start out by telling you the basics. Paul Dennis Lambert was actually born Paul Dennis Scales on the 10th of August, 1980 in Queensland, Australia. He was the second of two children with one older sister. He also had several step-siblings from his father's side. His father already had two sons from a previous relationship and two daughters from another relationship. When Paul was 4 years old, his parents divorced, leaving him and his sister to be raised by their mother. Aside from the separation, there was nothing else in Paul's childhood to indicate the havoc he would unleash as an adult, which is actually scary when you sit and think about it. A few years after the separation, Paul's mom became concerned about behavioral issues she started noticing. Paul was quick to anger. He lied about everything. She took him to see a general practitioner, Dr. John Alous. The doctor determined that it was likely Paul was suffering from some kind of disturbance related to the separation of his parents, and that, given time, his behavior would improve. That was, of course, wishful thinking. It's also interesting since separations and divorces have become so much more common. So to think that this doctor suggesting, that this is the reason why Paul was becoming so hard to deal with, makes you question a lot of things. I know I come from a, as they say, it broken home, and I don't even like when people put it that way. But in this case, 2 years later, Paul's mother was left at her wits' end. She felt like she had done everything she could, but nothing had changed his behavior. It only got worse with age. At the age of 10, the general practitioner referred Paul for psychological treatment. Now, it's unclear what this referral involved or what the outcome of any treatment was, but it's clear that Paul was deeply troubled as a child, and things were not going to improve in adulthood. Despite his psychological issues, Paul seemed to do well academically. In 1998, he graduated from St. James Practical School. He then enrolled at the Queensland University of Technology, where he studied to earn his business and finance degree. After graduation, he got a job in the finance department of a motorcycle dealership in Hervey Bay, which is located in northern Queensland. To those who knew Paul, or thought they knew him, he came across as a charming, articulate guy. He was helpful and caring, and seemingly willing to do good deeds for others. Throughout the course of his adult life, Paul had several girlfriends and long-term partners. While each woman was unique in her own way, there was a common theme amongst all of these relationships. Paul was not a good partner. Between March 2003 and October 2016, Paul had 10 protection orders taken out against him. Now we're going to dive into several of these cases. These are like restraining orders that you get here in the United States. In Australia, these are referred to as Apprehended Domestic Violence Orders, or AVOs. These 10 orders were taken out by 5 different women. On 3 separate occasions, he was found to be in breach of the AVOs and was charged and convicted of those offenses. And that was before tragedy struck. The circumstances leading to the issuing of these protection orders were consistent among all of the women. They reported that Paul was controlling, intimidating, and sometimes physically violent towards them. Another consistent aspect of Paul's behavior was how he would react if and when the women he was dating tried to end their relationships with him. In many instances, he would threaten to take his own life, claim that he had cancer and was about to die, or that a family member had recently passed away and he needed his partner's support more than ever before. Another repeated claim was that he was sexually violated as a child. So, as you can see, these are attempts at making women feel sorry for him, almost guilting them into staying with him, buying time, if you will. When his attempts to convince the women to stay failed, he would incorporate his next tactic. He'd go one step further and contact their family members, threaten them, or even create false identities and stalk them. If confronted about his behavior, Paul would claim to have been diagnosed with a psychological disorder, which he would suggest would excuse his actions. It would be nice if he led with that fact before these unassuming women even got involved with him, don't you think? That way, they could choose whether or not to be subjected to his actions. The psychological issue that he would use as justification was dissociative or multiple personality disorder. He would refer to his apparent alters as Bad Paul or Evil Paul. He once claimed to have 9 separate personalities. Despite his troubling history, Paul was able to use his charisma and power of persuasion to entice women into long-term relationships with him. He was also objectively good-looking, so that kind of helped. At one point, he took it a step further and asked one of his long-term partners, whom he had known and dated on and off since 2008, Samantha Ringpin, to marry him on the 2nd of February, 2014. Now, the pair had known each other for 6 years at the time, but Samantha had always been reluctant to make their relationship official, and with good reason. Almost as soon as they tied the knot, the relationship began to deteriorate. 7 months later, Samantha suggested they take an overseas vacation, kind of like a couple's retreat, to save their marriage. In September 2014, they traveled to Orlando, Florida, and decided to renew their vows. It will come as little surprise that, when they returned to Australia, things between them didn't improve. A couple of months later, Paul returned to Orlando on his own. He signed up for Tinder, created a profile, highlighting all of the lovely things about him, and connected with a local television reporter named Brittany and Keel. Now, Brittany is better known as an Emmy Award-winning TV reporter on Fox News. Brittany was a gorgeous blonde with a successful career and a very promising future. She was just innocently looking for someone to spend her free time with, and when she matched with Paul, they began exchanging messages on the app, and then Facebook DMs and emails, and even talking on video on Skype. Paul was smitten before he even met Brittany for the first time. He had already made up his mind. He wanted to end the relationship with his wife and be with Brittany. A few weeks later, Paul flew home to his wife in Australia, and over the coming months, he systematically and intentionally destroyed what was left of their failing marriage. In March of 2015, he told Brittany he was going to fly back to Florida to be with her. Now, by this time, they had gotten to know each other pretty well, even though it was only through digital means. But there were a few signs that he wasn't exactly the most emotionally stable person. Brittany had actually discouraged Paul from leaving his wife for her, and from coming to see her at all. She blatantly told him not to come back to the States, but that's when he confessed he had already dumped his wife. So at that point, Brittany agreed they could spend 3 months together to see if what they had online was real. Now, in reality, he was very much still married on paper, but as far as Paul was concerned, he was as single as he could be. But, like with every other relationship Paul had been in, it didn't take long for him to start showing his true colors. Within just 3 weeks, he became irrational, erratic, and emotional. He was already telling Brittany he loved her and that she was the one. And for some, maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing, but it was all too much, far too fast for Brittany. The red flags were piling up, and when she realized what she had gotten herself into, Brittany tried to end things with Paul, but her actions had the opposite effect. She, like many other women, would find out that this was his biggest trigger. He began to bombard her. He had 23 emails going out, 11 Facebook messages, and 12 phone calls within that week. Ultimately, Paul told her that she owed him those 3 months to see if they would work out. He told her, "You can't just go back on your commitment." He had flown across the world for her, but she had made up her mind. So Paul did what Paul did when he didn't get his way. He told her his father had just died, and he couldn't be alone right now. He told her she was the only one that cared about him. So, Brittany believed him because who would make up such an awful lie? She did what she thought was right and stuck by him, but only because her own father had died from a brain tumor several years earlier, which is probably why Paul used that lie to bait her. He said his dad died of a brain tumor. He knew how to pull on a woman's heartstrings and string them along with his manipulation. When she tried one more time to end things with Paul, that's when he threatened to harm himself. And that's a tough position for someone to be in. No one wants to feel responsible for someone taking their own life. So again, Brittany stayed. Whenever they were apart, and I mean just for the 8 hours or so you'd normally be away for work, for example, Paul would send her dozens and dozens of messages and emails and call her repeatedly throughout the day, even when she was on air, because, remember, she's a reporter. It was very rude, inconsiderate, and it could cost her the job that she loved. At this point, she was beyond done with Paul, but then came the odd emails and stories. First, it was that Paul had a twin brother, and this whole time they had both been dating her. It was his twin, of course, who did all the bad things that Brittany didn't like. Of course, this was so over the top. How could anyone believe it? But sometimes you think it's true, because why would anyone go to this extent to lie? But Paul did. When that didn't work in getting Brittany to let him come back, he told her he had been sexually violated when he was younger, and that is what led him to having his abandonment issues. He also went to the extreme and said that he had a brain tumor and he didn't want to die alone. Remember, her father died the same way, his father died the same way, and now he wanted her to believe he's about to die the exact same way. He also added that he was being held against his will at some kind of facility and that he was being poisoned every day and needed her. So, once again, she stayed. And I know it's going to be easy for us to judge someone in Brittany's shoes, but let's keep an open mind and not pass judgment without being in this exact position. And some of you that have will know that these men, they're talented, they're convincing, they know exactly how to make women stay. It's not a lack of intelligence or gullibility on the woman's part like you may assume. Brittany was very intelligent, she was articulate, educated, and a successful woman. Anyone can fall into this trap, so let's make sure to show some grace. But again, by the time Brittany gathered the courage to end the relationship for good, she was living in fear every single day. She was so scared of Paul that she was crying and having panic attacks throughout the day and had become so tense she was barely able to eat. She felt trapped, especially because he went to the next step in his devious plan to keep Brittany from leaving him. Now he would pull the revenge card. Paul threatened to release private information about Brittany to the news station that she worked for. It could be anything from private messages with things they shared in confidence to even private photos, anything that could compromise her career. At this point, he even began calling her a killer publicly on her work Facebook profile for everyone to see. Now, this was in reference to her not wanting to be with him and, in turn, him being forced to take his own life. But it was her fault, so she was a killer. Brittany was so concerned that she decided to deactivate all of her social media profiles, which was a problem since her career was linked to her online persona, and part of her job required her to post and promote her news stories online. There was no escaping Paul. He followed Brittany when she was working and in her time off, until eventually she had to report him to the police. She told them that Paul was using manipulation, guilt, harassment, control, and emotional terrorism against her. She needed help badly. This was following a threatening voicemail that he left, telling her that if she didn't call him back, he was going to destroy her entire career. Luckily, the police gave Brittany the support she needed to explicitly tell him she did not want him in her life, which was one of the steps to take when you're dealing with a stalker and wanting something like a restraining order. Brittany typed out an email to Paul on May 1st that said, "Paul, please do not contact me anymore through any means. Do not call my job, my phones, email me, text me, or attempt to reach me through social media. I no longer wish to have any contact with you whatsoever. I tried to be a friend because of what you were going through, but your irrational and vindictive behavior has made that impossible. I hope you get the medical help you need and are able to move on with your life, as I'm trying to do. I mean no disrespect, and I wish only the best for you in your life. Our relationship is over, and I'm sorry it didn't work out. These things happen sometimes, and I know you will find someone else." End quote. It took only an hour, which is actually quite a long time, for Paul to respond, saying, "That's a threat to me. You think I care when I have a death sentence? You don't care about me, why should I care about you? A friend would want to catch up, talk, have fun." End quote. Brittany didn't take the bait, she ignored this message. So he sent 2 more emails demanding that she pay him off in exchange for leaving her alone, and if she refused, then he would take things further, and that his blood would be on her hands, which he explicitly stated. And we know what that meant. He was once again threatening to harm himself. Now, over the course of the next few days, Paul didn't stop. His contact only got more intense. He would email Brittany, send her Facebook messages, claiming it was one of his multiple personalities. In one message, he wrote, "I was hoping not to do this, but I feel I must, for you and your sanity. Yes, I'm Paul, one of 9 personalities. I have all the memories of the others, and none of the others have mine." End quote. Now, I've never dealt with anyone who actually has dissociative disorder, but I know it is real, though it's very rare. Paul was using this as a way to get to Brittany. He knew exactly what he was doing. By this point, Brittany was terrified for her life. He knew where she was almost all the time due to her job. He would stalk social media and news sites to find out where she would be reporting from, and she was so scared that he would show up and attack her. He had already shown up at her home and workplace unannounced and uninvited in the past, so her fears were completely valid. It was hard for her to go live on the air because she wouldn't be able to pay attention to her surroundings, and that would leave her completely out in the open and vulnerable. Because of this, Brittany retained an attorney who ended up writing up an affidavit urging the police to arrest Paul and charge him with stalking and extortion. In the paperwork, her lawyer explained Brittany's fears, as well as how dangerous all of Paul's statements were, and how they were indicators of a high likelihood to cause serious harm, even death, in a dating relationship. The attorney went on further to say that this could lead to murder or him taking his own life, and that Brittany was at an increased risk of violence due to Paul's highly unstable emotional state and mental illness. Finally, on the 11th of May, Paul was actually arrested and charged with stalking and extortion. He eventually admitted to harassing Brittany and to lying to her about having a twin, having that brain tumor, and the deaths that he said happened in his family. A month later, on the 23rd of June, Paul was actually deported, and he was returned to Australia. 2 U.S. federal marshals accompanied him on the flight to make sure he got there without any issues. Later, he reportedly blamed an injury that he got on a hiking trip for not being able to remember that Brittany wanted to leave him and for him to leave her alone. Yet another excuse, when it was clear everything this man did was completely calculated. When Paul was released from custody in Australia, he decided to change his name from Paul Scales to Paul Lambert. I mean, that's not much of a change, but he wanted to distance himself from the stigma of the arrest. Interestingly, the last Evil Minds case I did was also based out of Australia, and the guy in that case changed his name after his legal issues as well, so that he could still get women to fall for his antics on Tinder. Paul was no different, in that he wanted to make sure he could still fall back on his old ways with a new name. It didn't take long for the word to get back to his wife Samantha in Australia that he had been deported for stalking and extortion against a woman in America. This gave her the courage to report similar offenses that Paul had committed against her. Even though it was Paul who chose to leave the marriage, he continued to harass and intimidate her, and she was concerned that the behavior would resume now that he was single and back in Australia. She was granted a protective order, but in true Paul fashion, he breached it repeatedly. And I wonder, do they ever really help? Well, they do create a record, but it's usually too late for authorities to do anything, and women usually have to die in order for anything to change, which is truly sad. Once Paul was back in Australia and the word got around about his behavior in America, it was actually not a surprise to all of his former co-workers and his boss back in Brisbane. He had actually been fired in March of 2015 before moving to the US. Not only was he a stalker and he would use extortion tactics on the women he dated, he would also use his manipulation techniques to embezzle money from his workplace. Now, even though the amount wasn't outrageous, probably only about $11,000 over the course of a year, his boss was sick of it, sick of the games and the lies. What was interesting is that Paul didn't need extra money. It's like he had a compulsion to steal. He made more than $150,000 a year, and he had a savings of about that same amount in his bank account. He wasn't hurting for cash, yet from the outside, he wasn't flashy, so you may assume he didn't have much money. He drove an old 2000 Toyota and wouldn't rent out a fancy apartment, yet he would get caught stealing money. Every time he did, he'd say, "Oh, I forgot to take that out of my pocket. Just take it out of my next paycheck." What's so scary is that the people he worked with said he looked so polished and professional at work, but if you spent enough time with him, it would become obvious that he was struggling with some type of mental illness. A former co-worker said that he wasn't right in the head, and that he even told her that he was hearing voices, saying that he was going to get the help that he needed. So of course, for all these reasons, Paul changed his name, created new online profiles, something he had done in the past a few times before. In his version of why he went from using his last name Scales to his mother's maiden name Lambert was basically to start over with only important people. That's what he said, whatever that meant. Then, on the 22nd of February 2016, Paul convinced Samantha, the woman that he was still legally married to, even though they had officially separated, to take a drive with him to their lawyer to sign their divorce statements. But during the trip, he verbally harassed her, threatened to crash the car, and take both of their lives. When Samantha demanded to be let out of the car, he accelerated rapidly, grabbed her neck, and then punched her in the face. She managed to flee the vehicle and report this incident to the police. Paul was subsequently arrested and charged with several offenses, including actually causing bodily harm to her. On the 19th of July 2016, he appeared in a Queensland court to face those charges, and he was sentenced to 9 months imprisonment with immediate release upon parole. At the same time, he was also convicted of driving offenses, breaching the protection order, and was sentenced to 12 months probation. He was disqualified from driving for 2 years. The problem was that, by then, Paul was already in breach of his parole and his probation orders just by the matter of where he lived. In May of 2016, 2 months before appearing in court, he moved out of Queensland and into a boarding house in New South Wales, which is a different state from where he was charged. He had also gotten a job at a motorcycle shop in that area, but he never revealed any of this information to his parole officer, his lawyer, or anyone involved in his case. Now the thing is, it's a condition of every Queensland parole or probation order that the offender cannot live or work in another state without the express permission of the authorities. If they had known that Paul had moved while he was awaiting sentencing, then his parole would have been suspended and he would be required to serve his sentence in prison. But they failed to recognize what he had done. Don't you love when things just fall through the cracks? In his opinion, he should be able to live wherever he wanted and travel as he pleased. In his mind, he had done nothing wrong, and rather than follow the instructions of the court, Paul continued to live life on his own terms, in breach of his sentence. Whenever he went to a parole meeting, he would fly from Sydney in New South Wales to Brisbane in Queensland and make it look like he was local. Still, no one checked. The parole officer never spoke to his sister, his parents, or his employer, and so Paul was able to continue his double life, which is just unbelievable to me. Why even sentence someone or have laws if there's no accountability? I sometimes think that these types of men's actions aren't taken seriously. And of course we know Paul is a charmer, he's a smooth talker, and by all outward appearances he looks completely normal. So maybe that's why his parole officer, who was a woman, didn't follow up. He knows how to manipulate them so well. But as part of his parole conditions, Paul was required to attend a program intended to rehabilitate and educate perpetrators of domestic incidents. It's called the Responsible Men Program. They couldn't think of a better name, but Paul refused to attend and instead requested to do a program through his own psychologist. The one problem with this was that Paul wasn't seeing a psychologist, and no one ever checked to make sure that he was following the court order. Wow. But it's also not surprising to me. For the next 3 meetings that he was supposed to attend, he said 1, he was sick, so he didn't show up, and then he didn't go to the following 2. Yet this fell through the cracks as well. However, Paul had been having medical interventions from his childhood general practitioner. In the 8 months between Paul being deported from America until the time of his parole hearing, he visited his childhood doctor, Dr. Alous, 7 times. Initially, the doctor diagnosed Paul with anxiety and prescribed him with a medication called Ativan, which is also known as lorazepam. But at the next visit, Paul claimed that he had been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder during his time in immigration custody before he was deported from the United States, even though he didn't provide any proof. But because of this, back in 2015, when he returned to Australia, the general practitioner issued Paul a mental health plan, which included a referral for him to go see a clinical psychologist. I like how he's even convincing his doctor of things that aren't true and that his doctor is actually believing him. General practitioner prescribed Paul antidepressants, but 3 months later, at his visit in November of 2015, Paul told him that the psychologist had diagnosed him with bipolar disorder. So because the doctor believed him, the doctor prescribed him with another medication called olanzapine. I hope I'm saying that right. And this is an antipsychotic drug. Again, though, he urged Paul to see an actual psychiatrist, but Paul refused. Then on his very next visit with his general practitioner, Paul admitted he stopped taking his meds and no alternative was prescribed. I wonder, was he actually trying to get help? Did he even take the pills, or was he just playing with this doctor? What Paul didn't tell his doctor is that he had seen a psychiatrist 4 months earlier, on the 22nd of July in 2015, Dr. Simone Becker, who believed that Paul was suffering from a manic episode with psychotic features and told him that he needed inpatient psychiatric treatment immediately. The same day he did go to the emergency room, and he was assessed by a mental health practitioner, but they determined that he did not require urgent care. When Dr. Becker was aware of this refusal to treat him, she contacted the on-call emergency department psychiatrist to question this decision. She also referred Paul to the mental health acute care team. This information was never related to Paul's general practitioner. Again, so many things falling through the cracks, so many people not talking to one another, and his record not being full. But a month after this incident, Paul met with a clinical psychiatrist, Dr. Joey Tai, for the very first time. Now, I know most of you know this, but don't feel bad if you don't. There is a difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. They are both professionals who specialize in mental health, but their roles, training, and approaches to treatment can be significantly different. Psychologists usually hold a doctorate degree in psychology and are experts in human behavior. They provide therapy and counseling to help individuals cope with mental health issues by using various therapeutic techniques such as cognitive behavioral therapy, talk therapy, and things like that. On the other hand, psychiatrists are actual medical doctors. They have completed medical school and then undergone specialized training in psychiatry. They're licensed to prescribe medications and often manage complex mental health conditions. And this is through a combination of pharmacological treatment and psychotherapy. At his first meeting with the clinical psychiatrist, Dr. Tai, Paul handed him an over 17-page document he had written all about his life and all of his mental health conditions. After the initial assessment, he was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and secondary depression. Dr. Tai recommended the best course of treatment as ongoing psychological intervention. He also documented that he warned Paul not to contact him outside of their sessions. He specifically mentioned that he would not respond to any non-administrative messages, and the reason for this was the fact that Paul would call this doctor and threaten to harm himself. Yet, during their sessions together, Paul would admit that he had no intention of following through on these threats. He only did this to manipulate people into giving him what he wanted. As a result, Dr. Tai told Paul that he would not respond to any threats of harm, and if Paul felt that he needed help, he was supposed to contact emergency services. Even though Paul consistently crossed the boundaries of their professional relationship, Dr. Tai continued to see him as a patient. They had 17 sessions between August 2015 and May 2016. On the 27th of October, 2016, he texted Dr. Tai saying, "Hi Joey, if you have anyone cancel today, could you please call me for a phone appointment? I've fallen off the rails again, been thinking about taking my life and not functioning properly." Dr. Tai did not respond to this message. It was in line with his policy not to respond to Paul's threats. However, he did contact his administrator to make contact with Paul and schedule an appointment for him for November 3rd. Paul never made it to that appointment, and you will know why soon enough. In August of 2016, just a month after being convicted of physically harming his ex-wife, during that car ride to their lawyer, 36-year-old Paul Lambert made a new connection on his favorite dating app, Tinder. This is where the story gets even crazier than it has been, but I had to tell you all of that to lead up to this moment. 28-year-old Dr. Angela J. was a trainee obstetrician and gynecologist who was living in Port Macquarie while she was doing her training at a local hospital. At the time, the young doctor had just finished her master's degree in reproductive medicine and was in her doctoral residency, going into her OB/GYN specialty. Angela had grown up with her single mother, Susan, and her sister, who she was very close with and considered her best friend, Danielle. Angela grew up to be a very hardworking, caring, and goal-oriented young woman. Her mother and sister were very proud of her. When she was in her early 20s, Angela married a guy named Ben. Not too long after they got married, Ben joined the Navy, and Angela began to study to become a doctor. Unfortunately, their marriage didn't last, and they ended up getting divorced. Angela found herself single again at 27 years old and began using dating apps to hopefully meet her soulmate. It's something that so many people do these days. It seems normal and gives people hope that they'll match with someone and fall in love. Angela thought she found that match when 36-year-old Paul's profile caught her attention. He was good-looking, worked in finance, and looked like he was a lot of fun. She figured, hey, why not? So she swiped right, thinking maybe they would make a connection and match together, and she could see where it goes. And they did match. Soon after, they realized they were both looking for the same thing, or so Paul said. He was looking for a serious relationship, and it wasn't long before Paul flew out to Port Macquarie to meet Angela in person. They had a great first date that led to a second, and they found out they had something in common. They'd both been married before. Of course, Angela had no idea what really happened in Paul's failed marriage, but to her, this seemed like a positive thing, something the two of them could connect on. From Paul's profile on Tinder and also what Angela saw on his Facebook profile, he looked like a hard-working guy who had a lot of friends, liked kids, and even took care of his nephews, taking them fishing. In person, Paul came off as very charming and attentive. Angela liked that he was intelligent, driven, and funny. Things were moving fast. Paul checked off all the boxes of what Angela was looking for, and soon Angela was taking Paul home to meet her family. He brought a huge bouquet of flowers with him and made quite an impression on Angela's mom, Susan. She even told her husband Bill that Paul was a breath of fresh air and such a nice man. Even Angela's sister Danielle gave Paul the seal of approval and texted Angela that she was so happy she finally met someone great. But interestingly, Angela's stepdad, Bill, had a gut feeling about Paul, a negative gut feeling. Bill said that within the first 5 minutes of meeting Paul, he knew there was something wrong with him. This rubbed Susan the wrong way. She even told Bill that he was being unkind. But Bill wouldn't budge. He said, "No, Susan, we're going to be picking up the pieces with this one down the road. Mark my words." We'll consider those words marked now, because we all know Paul isn't right. There was something very, very wrong with him. When Angela first connected with Paul online, she was clear that her medical training was her priority, and she wouldn't be able to commit to dates during the week. She wanted to be as transparent as possible, which in normal cases would have been completely respected and understandable. But she didn't know who she was dealing with. In the beginning, Paul didn't seem to mind. For the first few weeks, he and Angela maintained a long-distance relationship. They would travel to see one another on the weekends. Sometimes he'd come to visit Angela at her house in Port Macquarie, where she lived by herself, and sometimes Angela would travel to Sydney to visit Paul in the apartment he shared with a roommate. When they weren't together, they kept in touch by phone and text throughout the week. Paul told Angela he worked in finance as a banker and lived over 4 hours away in Sydney, so he was way too busy. They seemed like a good match. In fact, during the first couple of weeks of their relationship, things were really good. Angela was happy and excited. Things were normal. At the time, Paul was living with his housemate, Eliza Patton, who also had no idea who Paul really was and what he was capable of. Paul shared his excitement about dating Angela with Eliza, telling her he had a new girlfriend and really liked her. Eliza always thought Paul was a nice, quiet guy, and he truly wasn't home a lot, so she didn't get to see much of him. When he was home, a few times when Angela came to visit, she thought Angela was pretty and that they got along great. But soon, Angela, like the previous women in Paul's life, started to feel overwhelmed by his increasingly possessive behavior. At first, the intensity with which Paul seemed to be head over heels for Angela felt endearing, but over time, she felt smothered. She began to think that Paul might actually be stalking her, that he might be hiding and watching her when she was at work or home alone. There were reasons to believe he had been, and it made her feel increasingly uncomfortable. P51 all would deny it and smooth-talk her, even gaslighting her until Angela felt somewhat at ease again. But after a couple of weeks of him acting unstable, Angela's gut instinct told her enough was enough. Paul just wasn't the right guy for her. When she decided to try to end the relationship and let him down as easily as she could to do what was right for herself, she felt terrible when Paul began to cry. Angela felt very guilty, thinking to herself, "Have I led him on?" She felt awful hurting someone like this, but like he had in the past, Paul used his favorite technique of threatening to harm himself if she left him. He actually told her he was going to jump in front of a truck. This put Angela in a very tough position. Remember, she had a duty to do no harm as a doctor, to be there to help people in need. Just like in Brittany's case, Angela's heartstrings were being pulled, and initially, it worked. She agreed to continue speaking with Paul, but the cycle would continue. In all of Paul's relationships, as time went on, it became harder and harder for him to conceal his true self. It wouldn't be long before Angela attempted to pull away again. This time, Paul added vulnerability to attempt to pull Angela back in. He said he wanted to confess to her he had been hiding a mental illness. Just like the times before, Paul confided in Angela that he had multiple personalities and borderline personality disorder, and that recent deaths in his family had triggered him. But after a while, this too had a dull effect on Angela. Paul wasn't getting what he wanted, so he went as far as to invent a fake friend named Dan. He even got a new phone and a new number for this pretend friend of his. He used this new number to text Angela, claiming to be Dan, a friend of Paul's, and said he was texting to inform her that Paul had attempted to end his life due to Angela trying to break up with him. He said that Paul had run into the street and a truck almost hit him, but swerved out of the way at the last moment. Angela felt so guilty. It was clear that Paul was using Angela's kind nature and professional sense of responsibility against her. He was what they call emotionally blackmailing her, Dan told Angela that she was the only person who could keep Paul alive, that he'd been abandoned by everyone in his life. On top of that, Dan said to Angela that she had a duty to look after Paul because she was a doctor, and if she refused, it made her heartless. Now let me quickly tell you two things. Dr. Angela J. is obviously not a stupid, clueless young woman, not at all, especially when it came to the reality of how many women are in dangerous domestic situations. In fact, she had seen all kinds of these situations at her workplace. She even delivered a baby from a woman covered in bruises and burns because of her partner. And she treated women who were terrified because even touching these poor victims triggered flashbacks of the sexual violations from their past. But she was also well aware, through her work, of the risk of people with borderline personality disorder taking their own lives. So she was torn. Of course, as they say, hindsight is 20/20ths, which means looking back, we notice all the signs, but when you're in it, it's not so clear. Not to mention, Angela was embarrassed to admit to anyone that she'd fallen victim to manipulation and harassment. It was important, especially in the male-dominated industry she was in, to be strong as a healthcare worker who helps women get out of these situations. It makes sense she would be ashamed to come forward, but this can happen to anyone. However, there's a stigma that domestic situations like this only happen to weak people who let themselves get into these types of circumstances, but that's just not true. There's also the fear that getting the police involved could affect a doctor's career, which is why Angela had been reluctant to reach beyond herself to sort this out. I can imagine she also felt, I'm a doctor, I should know how to handle this. And she did try, but the Dan ploy worked. She went against her instincts and agreed to stick by Paul for the time being, since he seemed to be hurting so much. Perhaps she could help with what was going on beneath the surface. Angela's own psyche was not obvious to her in the moment, but she was being broken down. The manipulation happened like a drip feed. It was slow and subtle, and it was wearing down her self-worth, making her doubt her own judgment. Just a reminder, it had only been a month since they had been dating. Even though she promised to stick around, she made Paul aware they were no longer romantically together. She needed to see how things played out. Paul seemed satisfied at the moment. On Saturday, the 29th of October 2016, the same day that Paul had texted Dr. Tai asking for that urgent appointment, Angela invited Paul to join her at her school reunion at the Crown Plaza in Terrell, which is 3.5 hours from where Angela lived in Port Macquarie, but only an hour and a half away from where Paul lived. So he took the drive and met Angela there. Angela was explicit in telling Paul he was joining her as a friend, nothing more. The only reason she was allowing him to come was because she had already added him as a +1 when they had first met. Even after everything Paul had put her through, she hoped that a night out together as friends would maybe help to improve his mental state, and perhaps there could be more between them later on. She did warn him to please act normal and not to make a scene. There were former classmates of hers there, and of course, she didn't want to be embarrassed or worse. But as we could have guessed, during the event, things were not going well. Angela was noticing things that she was not okay with. Paul was once again emotionally blackmailing her into getting back together, and she wasn't sure what to do about the situation. He began causing a scene, which is what she was afraid of, and now other people knew that things were not okay between them. She was so upset that she confided in one of her friends that she felt scared of Paul and didn't want to be with him. After a few more of her friends came to her side, Angela began to see things from a different perspective. During this time, her friends called Angela's sister, Danielle, and told her to come quickly. They explained what was going on, and Danielle came as fast as she could. When she got there, she saw Paul in the street yelling at Angela, who was in tears. When Danielle tried to intervene, Paul began yelling at her too. So Angela jumped into Danielle's car, and they sped off. Within just 10 minutes of pulling away, Angela divulged everything to her sister, and they realized this was not an isolated incident. Paul left the event and took Angela's purse with him. Inside was her phone and all of her keys. She was at a loss for what to do, so her friends stepped in. Even though it took them several hours, they were able to get all of Angela's things back. At that point, Angela realized Paul had gone well beyond manipulation and control. He was willing to do pretty much anything to exert his power over her. This alarming incident marked a turning point for Angela. It was now clear that Paul's behavior was not just emotionally abusive, but also dangerously invasive. It was the wake-up call. Angela needed to take serious action to protect herself from his escalating threats and actions. After the event, Angela decided to stay at her sister's house rather than in the hotel like she had planned. However, during the night, Paul came to Angela's sister's house unannounced at least 2 times. He also sent more than 50 threatening text messages and made countless calls to Angela's phone. The next morning, her sister urged her to go to the police and report Paul's behavior. This time, Angela agreed, and the very next morning, on Sunday, October 30th, she and Danielle visited the local Gosford police station together. She met with Senior Constable Bradley Clarkson and explained the entire situation, emphasizing that she felt scared of Paul and that he tried to make her feel guilty with threats of self-harm. Clarkson ran Paul's name through the National Suspects and Offenders system and noticed that Paul had an extensive record with a long history of mental health issues and other safety concerns. The thing is, the constable was not at liberty to reveal what he found in these records. He didn't have the authority to do so. However, he alluded to the fact that Paul was very well known to police and that his record did include themes of self-harm and safety concerns. This information made Angela feel validated in coming there to report Paul. The officer then encouraged her to call the police if anything changed or if Paul continued to make more threats of self-harm. The officer would have been able to see that Paul also had 3 expired protection orders relating to his previous partners, an active protection order in relation to his ex-wife, and convictions for attacking his ex-wife in the car. In addition, he was in breach of his parole. His record indicated a clear predisposition to violence and harassment. Yet the police didn't inform Angela of this, and the records from her visit only showed that the case was labeled as a domestic incident with no offense, so no charges were filed, and they just sent her on her way. Meanwhile, senior officers were reviewing the file later that day, and they decided to check on Paul. They were more concerned about Paul harming himself than harming a woman, specifically Angela. That same day, Paul told his employer he couldn't come in because he was having issues with his girlfriend. That was a convenient excuse. He then flew from Sydney to Port Macquarie, where Angela lived. Upon arriving at the airport, he rented a white Corolla hatchback from a place called First Class Rentals. He told the manager, Lee Scott, that he had an argument with his girlfriend and was trying to make amends. I don't exactly know why he would share that information, but it's what he said. Maybe it was when the rental place asked if he was renting for business or pleasure, and he just overshared. Now recall that Paul was not supposed to be driving due to his prior traffic offenses. However, this employee at the car rental place didn't have access to any system that would have shown the status of Paul's license, which I find to be pretty crazy. I know my license was expired once and I couldn't rent a car, yet this person with traffic offenses and a suspended license was handed the keys. Let me build out a timeline for this day. On October 30th, 2016 at 2:17 p.m., Paul went to Bunnings, which is a hardware store similar to Lowe's or Home Depot. He purchased a utility knife, an axe, and 2 rolls of duct tape. I know you all are smart. 1 and 1 equals 2. This right here is what is known as a murder kit or a sexual violation kit. 2 hours later, at 4:20 p.m., Paul was pulled over by Highway Patrol Officer Justin Cordell. He was driving 44 miles per hour in a 31 miles per hour zone, not exactly high speed or outrageously over the limit. But this time it was clear that Paul's license was suspended due to a DUI. He was issued a court attendance notice. However, Paul used his powers of persuasion to convince this officer that he was unaware his license was suspended. He acted surprised, and I can't tell you why, but this officer fell for Paul's tricks. That actually made the officer note, "Oh yeah, you have a good traffic record, except for that DUI." Paul told him that he was going to get his girlfriend, who was a doctor, to come get his car and return it to the rental company. So this officer agreed to leave him there with the keys. What the heck? The officer drove away while Paul was sitting there on the sidewalk pretending he was waiting for his doctor girlfriend. I love how he threw that in there. He probably name-dropped as well. But Paul had no intention of waiting for anyone to pick him up. As soon as the officer was out of sight, Paul got back in the car and continued on his way. I can't even wrap my brain around how these men keep getting away with stuff like this. That same evening, Angela drove back from Gosford toward her home in Port Macquarie. It was a 4-hour drive, and her mother told her, "Right when you get home, lock every door and make sure every window's secure." But Angela was completely aware of what was already waiting for her at home. Paul. That's right, he was standing outside her front door as she pulled into her driveway. He told her he came to collect his belongings that he left there the last time he visited. Of course, she wasn't going to let him inside, but she agreed to grab his things and bring them out to him. When she handed him his bags, he confessed that Dan wasn't a real person. He was just trying to get her attention. What an odd thing to admit in that moment. But then he said something even weirder. He told her that good Paul was standing in front of her, but he could feel bad Paul fighting to take over. Yikes. All the while, her neighbors could hear them arguing. Angela was telling him she never wanted to see him again, to please leave her property, not to call her, and not to come by her workplace, that he was scaring her, and that she really just wanted him to leave. She never wanted to speak to him again. Paul then retreated down a walkway between her house and her neighbors. Angela was so terrified that she immediately ran inside and called the Port Macquarie police. She asked them to issue her an apprehended violence order, a restraining order. At 6 p.m., Paul texted Angela, and she called the police again. At 7:07 p.m., she texted him, "Don't ever contact me again." At 7:30 p.m., Paul replied, "Angela, you need to call the police right now. Get there. When they are there, ring me and I will tell you and them why. I need you to understand that this is my good side right now. That good side won't last long, especially being rejected. Call the police and when they're there, ring me and put me on speaker. Okay? Text back that you understand. I care about your safety." Wow, so he's saying he's trying to protect her from himself and his alter ego. Can you even imagine getting a text like this? Angela didn't reply. Then at 8:13 p.m., she received yet another message from Paul. "Are they there yet? Go to a neighbor's house until they do. I'm not nearby at the moment. I need you to fully understand. This is the good side. Still, I can't keep it long, and I need positive reinforcement for it to stay for long periods. I know you're scared right now, and rightfully so, but please know I'm doing this for you, okay?" Wow. Again, I can't imagine getting messages like this. It would be hard to tell what he might be capable of, but we know he has a murder kit with him. Angela doesn't know that, and she didn't reply to this message either. Then, 3 minutes later, at 8:16 p.m., there was another message from Paul saying, "And I need you to be positive with me, okay? Encourage the good. I know it sounds wacky, but it's how it happens in me. You're not safe in that house. I've stolen some of your house keys." Okay, that statement that he may have keys to her house was frightening because remember, he had her keys just a day ago for several hours. He could have easily made a copy or taken one of them. At that point, Angela called the police again. She called 4 times that night, and it didn't seem to be helping. After that message regarding Paul having a key, she decided she was going to her neighbor's house so that she would feel safer in case he really did come back. She felt so helpless, just crying and not knowing what to do as she locked up her home. That's when she realized that what Paul said was true. He had stolen some of her house keys. She ran over to her neighbor's house and explained to the couple that lived there that the guy she'd recently broken up with had been harassing her and that she thought he might try to harm her. The male resident, Steve, had a gut feeling that something bad was going to happen to Angela, so of course, they let her stay. Finally, at 9 p.m., 2 police officers arrived at Angela's home, and she was transported to the Port Macquarie police station. When she told them what Paul had been doing, an apprehended violence order was finally issued against him on her behalf. During this time at the police station, Paul called Angela's phone again, But this time it was answered by one of the officers, and Paul promptly hung up as soon as he realized it wasn't Angela. Then he called again. This time, when the officer answered, Paul engaged in a conversation with him. Angela overheard Paul saying he could not trust the other Paul because he didn't know what he was capable of. The officer warned Paul that this conduct was terrifying Angela and that he needed to stop. He also informed Paul that an apprehended violence order had been issued against him, so he needed to stop calling and messaging immediately. However, for this order to actually take effect, it needed to be served in person to Paul. Angela told the police officers that Paul was supposed to be back in Brisbane. The following day, Paul was due for his parole hearing. Angela provided the officers with this information to help them deliver the order. In hindsight, if this key piece of information had been looked into, the authorities would have discovered that Paul was living in New South Wales and not Queensland, which would have revealed a breach of his parole. However, at the time, the New South Wales police force had no way of knowing what the parole conditions even were. The only way this information would have made a difference is if the officers had contacted Paul's parole case manager, and they wouldn't have been working at that time of night anyway. So, it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. After the apprehended violence order, AVO, was issued, Angela went home and took several steps to protect her safety under the advice of the officers. She made plans to stay with relatives and informed her neighbors about the situation, which was smart. This way, they could be on the lookout for any suspicious people or activities around her residence. However, she had to return to work. Her career was very important to her. With a little renewed confidence that the authorities were now on her side, she went back to her regular shift at the Port Macquarie Base Hospital, where she was completing her training. These were 24-hour shifts, delivering babies and caring for patients. You may wonder why she hadn't done something like change her phone number, as suggested by the officers. She couldn't do that at the moment because having that number was crucial for her as an on-call doctor. Until she could arrange for a new number, she had to put that on the back burner, which is why she would continue getting calls the following morning. On Monday, October 31st, Halloween, at 6:30 a.m., Paul texted his mother. "Mom, I'm in trouble again. I tried to talk to Joey last week, but he wasn't available. Could I talk to you, Jacqueline or Nathan?" I almost heard Angela, but I had enough strength not to. I told her to call the police, and she did. "I've lost the plot, and I'm on the run. I'm a mess." His mother replied, "What can I say? I'm sorry, but you need help. We can't help you, and you knew the outcome. Being on the run isn't the answer." Paul texted back, "I'm a psychopath. I really am. Could you or Jacqueline call me later when the boys have gone to school? I've lost the plot again. Please don't leave me alone." Now, I had not heard the phrase, "lost the plot." Of course, the plot it's the context, the series of events that unfolds from start to finish. But in this context, Paul is saying he's confused. He's lost the plot. He's lost his way, maybe even his mind. He doesn't know what he's doing or what's going on. This was the same day Paul was due to attend his monthly meeting with his parole officer, but as I foreshadowed, he would miss meetings. This was the one where he called in sick, saying he had a head cold and couldn't attend. His parole officer advised him to attend on November 3rd, but I already told you he wouldn't make it to that one either. Meanwhile, Angela's mother traveled to Port Macquarie and stayed at her house to keep an eye on her. By then, Angela figured out which keys were missing, and she disabled the locking mechanisms on those doors. She contacted her landlord to ask them to change the locks and remove the door handle from her downstairs bedroom. This is a sign of how unsafe she felt. Angela also stashed knives throughout the house, so that at any moment she could grab one and arm herself in case Paul broke in. She even contemplated telling her work colleagues what was going on. Maybe not the whole story, but she thought she should at least inform them that if she didn't show up for work, they should call the police. However, she kept the ordeal to herself for the time being, hoping that Paul had gotten the message and would leave her alone. However, Susan, Angela's mother, told her supervisor that she needed to take some time off. When they asked her why, she blatantly said she had to spend time with her daughter because she was in fear for her life. Susan drove to Port Macquarie and stayed with Angela for the next few days. She cooked her meals and was there to make Angela feel more comfortable. Later that same morning, October 31st, the police called Angela to say they had been trying to serve the AVO to Paul, but were unable to make contact with him. They had gone to the airport, as Angela suggested, to intercept him because she told them Paul was going to be flying back to attend his parole meeting. But of course we know Paul never got on that plane, and the airport staff refused to tell the police if he was a passenger or not. I'm sitting here thinking, they're the police. But I understand this wasn't an arrest warrant, it was just a restraining order, so maybe it didn't hold as much weight. Sadly, all they could do was alert their supervisor to what happened. It turns out Paul had been hiding in Angela's town of Port Macquarie since being pulled over by the highway patrol officer the day before. At 10 a.m. on October 31st, Paul visited a firearms store and attempted to buy a gun. When he was told he would need to show his driver's license to make the purchase, he realized that if they ran it, they would see it was suspended. Additionally, he didn't want to leave a record of buying a gun. Instead, he asked for a taser, only to be informed that tasers were illegal. Frustrated, he attempted to persuade the store owners with a sob story about needing protection for his girlfriend, who was scared of her ex-boyfriend. What he failed to mention was that he was the very ex-boyfriend his girlfriend was afraid of. The store owners advised him to buy a personal alarm instead of a weapon and directed him to another store, but that wasn't good enough for him. It was clear that Paul had plans to cause harm to Angela. He left without making a purchase, but returned around midday and wanted to buy a knife. Again, the owner tried to dissuade him and offered a heavy-duty flashlight instead. Ultimately, they allowed him to purchase the knife he chose, even though it seemed they sensed something was off about him. Just so you know, it wasn't illegal for them to sell him a knife. That afternoon, Paul rented a room at the Rotary Lodge, a hotel right across from the Port Macquarie Base Hospital, where Angela was working. He used a fake name, Brady Jackson, and told the hotel staff that his wife was a patient currently staying at the hospital. This sob story was likely intended to elicit sympathy and disguise his true intentions. The lodge primarily accommodates family members of patients, but Paul used it as a base to stalk Angela as she came and went from the hospital for her training. He told other guests that his wife had just given birth to a premature baby and that he was waiting to take their newborn home. He also rambled about how his wife's doctor was being stalked by a former boyfriend and introduced himself as Toby, not Brady or Paul. Throughout the day, he appeared agitated and spent most of his time chain-smoking. People he spoke to found it odd that he seemed to care more about the doctor being stalked than about his wife and their newborn. Moving on to November 1st, Paul returned the Toyota Corolla to the rental agency and swapped it for a larger vehicle, a Toyota Targo minivan, claiming he needed more luggage space. However, later that same day, he returned the vehicle and asked for the Corolla back, stating that the Targo was too big. The rental manager noted that the vehicle was full of trash and extremely dirty, despite only being used for a couple of hours. At 3:26 p.m. that day, CCTV cameras captured Paul filling the Corolla with gasoline and purchasing a 1-gallon gas can, which he also filled. He then texted his sister and brother-in-law the same message: "You can call the police. This isn't a joke. I won't call again. I have to do this before I change and someone gets hurt. You need to stay away from me. I'm not safe. Mom too." Neither family member replied to Paul's messages. They had spent years trying to help him, and because he had previously threatened self-harm, they had been advised not to engage with such messages. On November 2nd, Paul returned to Bunnings, the hardware store where he had initially bought items for his murder kit, and purchased a club hammer, a crowbar, and zip ties. Later that evening, 2 officers in New South Wales conducted a welfare check on the apartment he shared with Eliza, following Angela's initial police report regarding Paul's concerning behavior during her school reunion. Eliza informed the police that she hadn't seen Paul in several days, and she thought that he was probably with his girlfriend. And poor McSy. Now that's concerning, because the officers never contacted Angela or Paul's parole officer or his family in relation to this welfare check. You'd think that they'd put two and two together and they would know that Angela was in harm's way. But no, Angela was still aware that she was not safe. She actually considered driving somewhere in her car and sleeping in it. That's how scared she was, or even sleeping at the hospital in the on-call room. She even considered going into the ER and faking a condition, like appendicitis or something, so she could get admitted, just so that she could get out of Paul's reach. On the 3rd of November, Angela went to work at the hospital as usual, and her mother left Angela's house and headed back to her home. It was the same day, around 3:15, that one of her neighbors noticed a man inside of her kitchen. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and then sometime later, he was seen outside smoking a cigarette on her back porch. It was Paul. Paul was inside Angela's house, and she didn't know it. Now, I thought the neighbors were supposed to report anything suspicious, but they didn't alert Angela to the man inside of her home. This was only relayed after tragedy struck. Paul had been hiding in a nature preserve behind Angela's house, watching, waiting for his opportunity to catch her alone. 2 hours later, at 5 p.m., Angela came home from work, unaware of what her neighbor had seen, and without a clue that danger was lurking in the shadows of the home that she now thought was safe. She went inside, turned on the TV, and put a bowl of spaghetti that her mom made her into the microwave. After having a bite to eat, she was tidying up, and then she went to her bedroom around 6 p.m. to pack a change of clothes to take over to her cousin's house where she intended to spend the night. But as she stepped into her bedroom, Paul jumped out of her walk-in closet. Before her brain could even register what was happening, he lunged toward her with a knife in his hand. She screamed, and he put his hand over her mouth. Then he looked her in the eyes with this really intense look and said, "It's okay, I just want to talk." Angela pleaded with Paul to let her go, and he warned her he had removed all the knives that she had hidden. Angela had to think quickly, so she said, Okay, I will talk to you, but please let me use the bathroom first." Paul actually allowed her to, but not without the door wide open and him watching her every move. Angela was in fear for her life. She was shaking uncontrollably and buying time, trying to figure out what to do. After she was done, he told her to get out of the bathroom and go sit on her bed. Then he began his interrogation. He wanted to know where she had been, who she'd been with the last few days, and whether she had been with another guy. All the while, Angela knew that Paul was unstable and armed with a knife. She knew that she had to try to get away or die trying. So she got up and ran as fast as she could, but he caught up to her and began viciously stabbing her in the legs and the hips with his knife. At this point, Angela knew that she had been hit, but she was unaware that she had been stabbed. She hadn't been able to tell that he had been stabbing her, but she saw all the blood. That's when she went into shock, thinking, he is actually stabbing me. He is actually going to kill me. And he didn't stop. She received 11 wounds to her chest, arms, and legs. She was so scared, and she felt so alone. She thought about how she was going to die in her own house, that she should have never gone back to. There were so many thoughts going through her head, like the fact she would never see her family and friends ever again. At this point, with all the strength she had left, Angela was somehow able to stand up, but Paul grabbed her again. This time, instead of stabbing her, Paul was pouring gasoline over Angela's head, just dousing her whole body from head to toe. Her eyes were burning. It was inside of her mouth and her ears, and she knew that Paul was going to set her on fire. She knew that it would only take a second for her to go up in flames. I'm not being dramatic. You will understand how we know how all of this played out and how we know all of these details. I cannot imagine being in that kind of fear. Despite bleeding profusely and being in immense pain, Angela refused to give up. At the same time, her neighbor Steve was outside in his front yard walking his dog when he heard a scream coming from Angela's house. Now his gut had already told him that something bad was going to happen, so he quickly grabbed a crowbar from his work truck and started running towards Angela's driveway. The gasoline that Paul poured on top of Angela acted like a lubricant, and she was able to slip out of his grip. Paul slipped and fell, and she was able to run to her front door. At that moment, Steve was only about 15 feet away from Angela's front door when he saw it open, and to his surprise, he saw her emerge from inside, screaming and covered in blood. Even from there, he could smell the gas. Vaseline was permeating from inside the home. Angela kept screaming over and over, "I'm gonna bleed to death. I'm gonna bleed to death. Please call an ambulance," as she ran away from her home and toward her neighbor, Steve. He grabbed her and was able to get her into his garage next door. Steve yelled to his daughter, Amy, to call an ambulance. Against the odds and despite her injuries, Angela was able to direct her neighbors on how to treat her wounds in order to save her life. Here's part of Steve's call to emergency services. Is there any serious bleeding? Yes, there is. Is she completely alert? Yes, she is. And what part of her body is injured? Her leg and her arm. Her upper or lower? Yes, upper arm and her leg. While they waited, Angela stayed calm. She gave them step-by-step instructions. They got towels to start making tourniquets where the stab wounds were. Angela had lost a lot of blood. Her face was burning from the gasoline, so she asked Steve to get some water to wash her face. He didn't even realize until that moment that the reason he was still smelling gasoline was because she was doused in it. These neighbors were awesome. They held her hand, encouraged her, and told her it was going to be okay, that she was doing great. And they waited. Finally, the ambulance arrived along with several police officers. Angela was so relieved when she realized they were there to save her. She knew she was probably going to be a difficult patient though, because she's a doctor. She was already bossing them around when she got on the gurney, telling them what they needed to do. But this was her instinct. She was rushed to the hospital so doctors could continue the life-saving measures. Meanwhile, officers began searching the neighborhood for the attacker, but by then, Paul was long gone. He had run to the back of Angela's house where he parked the white Corolla. He got inside and sped off. You would think he would go and hide, go silent, pretend that he had nothing to do with this. But at 7:05 p.m., just minutes after the ambulance arrived and attempted to save Angela's life, Paul actually called her phone. She literally was being rushed to the hospital. Steve answered her phone and heard a man's voice. He said, "Who is this?" In the most calm voice, Paul said, "How is she? I didn't mean to do it. I want to talk to her. You know an AVO is not going to stop me. I know where to find her." Steve realized that this was the guy who did this to Angela, and he was shocked. So Steve snapped at Paul. He said, "How the hell do you think she's doing, you spliv bastard?" Paul hung up and immediately messaged Angela's mom on Facebook. "I can't even believe people like this exist." At 7:34 p.m. he messaged her saying, "I tried to stop him. I told the police to do more. I told them they wouldn't listen, and now he's hurt someone I care about deeply. I hope she's okay. I'm gonna kill myself and I'm sure you'll welcome it. Tell Angela I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to stop him. He tried to stab her and light her on fire. He's fighting his way out, and I can only hold on so long. I'm not dominant. An AVO isn't enough. Tell them to do more. I'm sorry you're scared. I'm saying this to protect you." He's talking in the third person, and Susan said it was cruel. It was just absolutely cruel. At the same time, officers had finally made the connection between Paul's road stop a few days earlier and Angela's reports of domestic incidents. A description of the Toyota Corolla rental vehicle that Paul was driving was broadcast along with reports that he was wanted for stabbing and attempted murder. He was considered armed and dangerous and was to be treated with extreme caution. 12 minutes after trying to speak to Angela, Paul texted his mother, saying, "I'm sorry, Mom, I'm taking my life." Then 4 minutes later, he called his sister. He said the police were after him and that he was just sick of hurting everyone. She told him to contact the police or a hospital. Then 1 minute later, he contacted the Sydney police station. As he was driving north out of Port Macquarie, he was still talking in the third person as he reported that someone had tried to stab his girlfriend, that he was trying to have sex with her, that he was going to tie her up and then strangle her, stab her, and then set her on fire and kill her. Then he was going to throw himself in front of a truck and take his own life. But he wasn't saying it was Paul, he was saying it was someone else. Senior Constable Sean Durbridge was on the other end of the phone, trying to convince who he now knows is Paul Lambert to turn himself in. Paul was talking irrationally. He was saying that he saw everything play out in his head and that he does evil things. He was oscillating between talking about himself and this other person. At one point, he says that he's Paul again, and he calmly tells the police officer they need to guard Angela in case he tries to hurt her again. He said the police needed to put guards at the hospital and at Angela's mother's house and her sister's house in case his evil side goes to attack them. Then he actually had the audacity to ask how Angela was doing, and the officer reported that she was alive. And that's when he started to apologize, saying that she's probably never going to want to talk to him again, you think. The officer tried again to get him to pull over so they could get him help, but instead, he hung up the phone. By that time, they were able to use GPS to track his location. He was located driving north on Pacific Highway, which runs between Sydney and Brisbane along Australia's east coast. When his location was identified, even though officers requested help from an on-call negotiator, that person refused to assist in the situation because of the level of risk involved in talking to Paul while he was driving at a high speed. As he sped along the highway, he attempted to call his former psychologist, but it went to voicemail. He then made 2 calls to his ex-wife, and those calls were recorded. He told her he had stabbed someone and set them on fire, and he told her to get his mother and sister together and keep them safe. At 9 p.m., officers began trailing Paul's vehicle in an attempt to pull him over, but he refused, so a police pursuit commenced. It was abandoned around 9:15 due to Paul's speed and his outrageously dangerous driving. However, it was recommenced after an unmarked police vehicle arrived on the highway. They sent officers to Archville Station Road overpass above the highway, and the chase only came to a stop at 9:30 after police had to deploy road spikes. Paul's car ran them over, and then he came to a complete stop. He was ordered to exit the vehicle, and he did as he was told. He was seen wearing shorts and a sweatshirt, with no shoes on. In his hand was a knife. Initially, he was facing the officers, but he turned around and began sprinting towards the highway median strip, jumping over a concrete barrier. 3 officers followed after him, and they ended up pursuing him into the dark towards oncoming traffic, traveling at full speed on this highway. As the officers chased Paul, they demanded that he get off the road and put the knife down. Paul was yelling, saying, "I've got a knife," and that's when an officer said, "I've got a gun, put the knife down." 900 feet down the road from where Paul abandoned his car, he stopped running and turned to face the officers, waving the knife in front of his body. While 2 of the officers took a defensive stance with their weapons pointed at him, the 3rd officer had a high-powered flashlight, which he used to try to flash in Paul's eyes to temporarily blind him so that he wouldn't be able to advance on the officers. He also took the lead on reporting what was happening over the police radio. Now all of this occurred in the middle of the highway, in the dark. All 3 officers used every piece of training they were given to attempt to negotiate and make Paul surrender, or at least convince him to move onto the median and out of traffic. At one point, it appeared as though one of the officers got through to Paul. He managed to persuade him to move to the grass off the side of the highway. But more police vehicles were arriving on scene, and by then the highway had been shut down in both directions, with police tactical units on their way. During this interaction, several officers heard Paul yelling, "What do I have to do to make you shoot me? I want you to kill me." It was clear Paul was seeking one outcome: death by the cops killing him. After Paul got to the grass, he began walking backward away from the officers. He demanded that they stay far away from him and that no one was to creep up behind him. As he moved, one of the senior officers on duty that night requested that a taser-trained officer be brought to the scene. It's important to note that the 3 officers involved in this negotiation with Paul were highway patrol officers. In Australia, they don't routinely carry tasers. So after the call was put out, an officer who was already at the scene, who was taser-trained, stepped forward to help. Now, Senior Constable Osborne didn't know then that one of the 3 officers who was facing Paul had established a rapport with him, and he wasn't aware that Paul had warned everyone to stay away from behind him. So, Osborne approached him from behind with the intention of just tasering Paul in the back. The back is actually the preferred place to tase a suspect because it's a wider target area. However, in this instance, the decision to approach Paul from behind had an immediate and tragic effect. As he approached Paul, one of the officers facing Paul warned him that he was about to be tased. This prompted Paul to turn and look over his shoulder, and in that moment, Osborne deployed the taser. There is footage from the taser, and it begins as soon as the weapon is engaged. It shows that when Paul spotted the officer over his shoulder, he turned the rest of his body and moved towards him, with a knife still in his hand. Osborne was just a few feet away from Paul in order to be in the range of tasering. For the officers who were now looking at Paul's back, it appeared as though he was close enough to stab Osborne. They couldn't see from their vantage point. They could just see him going towards that officer. The taser deployed correctly, but it was not effective, which is likely because the barbs didn't go through Paul's clothing enough to make contact with his skin because of his sweatshirt. As Osborne reloaded the weapon, Paul's demeanor changed. He stiffened, and onlookers would later report he became enraged. It was only a split second later that he was advancing closer to Osborne's location. The taser footage then recorded a loud bang and a cry of pain. This was the sound of one of the 3 original police officers firing a shot at Paul. The shot found its target, but despite taking a round to the back, Paul continued to advance on Officer Osborne. The footage then recorded a brief moment of silence before several other shots were fired. In that time, Paul had turned back to face the officers who were firing at him. He lunged at them with his arm extended, the same arm where he was holding his knife. At 9:37 p.m., as soon as the first shot was fired, a request was made for an ambulance. The footage of the incident failed to capture exactly how many shots were fired, but by the time silence rang out again, it was clear that Paul had been incapacitated. He was lying face down on the ground, and he wasn't moving. His hands were then cuffed behind his back as a safety measure. But then seconds later, the cuffs were removed, and officers began to administer CPR to Paul. The duty officer on scene immediately identified anyone who was involved in this incident and instructed them not to discuss this matter with anyone. Now, this is standard procedure in Australia. Whenever a weapon is discharged during an incident, regardless of the outcome, all the officers are required to immediately leave the scene, and they are taken to a station. Their weapons are then seized, and they undergo a breathalyzer test and a drug test. Meanwhile, while paramedics arrived on scene, moments later, Paul was declared deceased. When Susan arrived at the hospital, she was notified that Paul had been shot dead, and she didn't even know how to react. All the while this was unfolding, Angela was in the hospital receiving treatment for 11 stab wounds, and against all odds, she survived. When the news of what happened to Paul was related to her, she realized he was gone for good, that he wouldn't be able to come back and hurt her again, and it was a relief. She ended up making a full physical recovery, and in just a few weeks, she was back at work delivering babies again, without having to worry about Paul trying to kill her. However, she has been left with scars on her body as a permanent reminder of Paul's actions. During this whole ordeal, Angela stayed strong. Her sister even mentioned that, on the night that she was almost murdered, Angela was the one reassuring her family that everything was going to be okay. We usually don't get a glimpse into the perspective of a murder victim because, let's face it, they don't usually survive. We don't get to hear about what they were thinking and what they truly went through in those moments. Hearing about what Angela was thinking when she perceived that they were the last moments of her life makes me realize just how much the victims I talk about don't get to tell their stories and how they must have felt in their last moments, alone, helpless, and knowing that they were going to die. It breaks my heart. Now you know how I knew everything Angela was going through because she lived to tell her story. Angela was glad that Paul was dead, and that might sound heartless, but as her mother put it, Paul Lambert was a monster, and he would always be a monster in her eyes. Angela said she doesn't think Paul thought she would survive, and that he was obviously trying to destroy her, saying she thinks he wanted her to be unrecognizable. As part of the investigation into Paul's death and the attack on Angela, her home was examined. They found duct tape, zip ties, and knives. They also found out that Paul had used Angela's shower, and not only that, he wrote in the condensation on the mirror, "I love Paul." He also hid a fire extinguisher in her bedroom closet. That's interesting. It was clear that Paul intended to kill Angela and had spent several hours in her house waiting for the right moment to attack her. He spent even longer planning this whole thing. Inside Paul's rental car, which he had abandoned on Pacific Highway, they found his passport, his driver's license, paperwork relating to his traffic infringements, and cash. Multiple mobile phones were also found in a backpack, along with several changes of clothing. A handwritten note was also found, and it read, "Free of what I do cause and subject people to. I'm toxic and not worth shesh. I try and do the right thing. I try to be a good person, but that person is not enough for some and too much for others. You're all now at peace and free to live happy lives without me fing it up and being a toxic blight on this world. To you all." In any situation, as in this case where a person dies as a result of an incident with the police, there is an inquest. It's actually conducted by the coroner, and it's used to determine the cause and circumstances of a death. They gathered a bunch of information. They got his records from hospitals, they got reports from his family members, his background, his mental state. All of that goes into consideration. Then they got all of the reports from the officers that were on the scene that night that led up to the event. The reason they do this is they want to find out if there is a better way to understand what happened and possibly prevent similar occurrences in the future. They don't want someone to have to die in these types of circumstances. They want to know things like, was there an alternative to lethal force available? To what extent was Paul motivated by the intent to take his own life? And could there have been other steps the police took for a better outcome for Paul? They also wanted to look into whether there could have been any intervention in the weeks leading up to his death that could have changed the course of these events. What they determined is that no, there was no better option than lethal force because of Paul's behavior at the scene. He was threatening officers, he had a knife, and he was refusing to follow directions or surrender his weapon. So they were justified in using lethal force. Of course, that was coupled with what he tried to do to Angela as well. In the end, the inquest determined that these officers were within their rights and their training, and that no other method could have been used against Paul. Paul's family was of the opinion that the use of the taser was the turning point where this whole situation shifted. Until that point, there was a potential for the situation to have a less tragic outcome, but as soon as Paul saw the taser and that officer standing behind him, his entire demeanor changed. However, the coroner determined that the officer acted within his training. In fact, he put his own life in danger to get that close to Paul. Now, interestingly, as part of this investigation, a forensic psychiatrist was asked to examine Paul's health records and provide a retrospective diagnosis. This is referred to as a psychiatric autopsy. And there was a Dr. Carrie Age, who was unable to speak to obviously a deceased person, but through examining all of his health history, his behaviors, and the circumstances leading up to his death, she made a determination that, in her opinion, Paul was most likely suffering from bipolar disorder and a severe personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic personality traits. She believed that this started in childhood and affected every relationship he had since his adolescence. It's easy to look back now and see how manipulative Paul was toward his intimate partners, but for the people on the receiving end of his behavior, the signs are much more subtle. In the wake of the attack on Angela, she was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. She recalled that even though she knew that Paul was becoming dangerous, she was ashamed to share what was going on with anyone else. She said the shame was crippling. She helped people in her day-to-day work and was determined to fix the problem herself. But Angela's story is one of triumph. She overcame her shame and her judgment and returned to work at a different hospital just 4 weeks after her attack. Sadly, this wasn't a decision made because she felt ready to go back to work. it was because of the competitive nature of her field. In the male-dominated world of surgery, only 12% of surgeons in Australia are actually women. She went on to complete her medical training, and in 2023, she moved back to Parori to take up a permanent role at the hospital where she trained. Surviving gave her a sense of purpose. She believes that she didn't die for a reason and that she's alive to make a difference. She wants to help as many people as she can. What's sad is that after almost being killed by Paul, it was Angela who was victim blamed for going on Tinder to find love. Angela understood that most women are taught to be cautious, they're raised to be fearful, and taught that they play a major role in maintaining their own safety. We've all heard it before. Always go with a friend, leave no one behind, don't wear certain clothing or say certain things, always share your location, and the list goes on. But Angela, being a survivor, wants people to remember that the focus needs to be shifted from victim to perpetrator. Angela has since used her trauma to help others, and she advocates against domestic violence. The threat may be long gone, but her scars still remain, and she says she doesn't cover them up. They are a reminder of what she went through and that she survived. One thing she still dreamed about, though, was having a partner, somebody that she could fall in love with for real this time, someone who truly wanted to love and protect her. Maybe one day, she would have a family. Some say the love of money is the root of all evil, and some people will do anything to attain it, even become a different person. This is a story of change. Some change is good and some is bad. This case consists of the latter. For today's story, I want to introduce you to the Howard family, starting with Nancy and Frank. Frank Howard is a preacher's son from South Central Texas. He had a very conservative upbringing, no drinking, no cussing, no girlfriends, and he had never even been to a dance or a school prom. By college, Frank had gotten married at the church where his father preached in San Marcos, but this marriage didn't work out, and he was soon divorced. Little did he know, a girl who attended his wedding, a member of the church named Nancy Shore, would become his next wife. Frank was very good-looking. He was charismatic and charming, with a deep, gentle voice and piercing blue eyes. Nancy was also very beautiful, so they were a really good match. She had brown hair with blue eyes that looked violet and were compared to Elizabeth Taylor's. The couple fell in love, and Frank's father, being a Baptist preacher, married them in 1983. Nancy Shore became Nancy Howard. 2 years later, they welcomed their first daughter, Ashley. They wanted the best for Ashley, and they knew their family was going to grow even more, so they moved to the suburbs just north of Dallas and eventually settled into the affluent neighborhood of Carrollton. It was said to be a great place to raise a family. There was not a lot of violent crime, and according to one individual, churches were more popular than Starbucks. They were on every corner. Carrollton had a good school district, and the Howards found a church that they really liked, which was almost as important, if not more so, than finding the best neighborhood or schools for their children. They intended on raising their children in a Baptist household, with many of the same morals and ideals they had learned growing up. Not long after Ashley was born, they had 2 more children, a son named Jay and a daughter named Brianna. Their family was finally complete. They really had everything they wanted. Both Nancy and Frank had beautiful singing voices. It was something that drew them together, their love for music and singing. They enjoyed singing together in the church choir. Let's switch gears and talk about their daughter Ashley for a moment. Ashley was their very first child, as I explained. As new parents, there are always so many fears around everything, from pregnancy to childbirth, and most notably, your child's health. What the Howards went through with the birth of their baby girl was something that most parents fear more than anything. Ashley almost died. They could not hold her for a few days. She was in the NICU, and it was really uncertain whether she would survive, which I find to be terrifying as a mother. She pulled through, and the experience strengthened the bond between Frank and Nancy. They had a great marriage. Frank truly was a devoted husband and father, and his Baptist upbringing had a lot to do with that. When you answer to God and not just a wife and family, you're held to this higher standard. Sometimes, this makes for better relationships when you feel as though God is watching your every move. As a whole family, the Howards were very close, probably closer than most families. They were referred to as the Cleavers all the time. If you don't know who the Cleavers are, they were the family in the show Leave It to Beaver, which was on TV between 1957 and 1963. The Cleavers lived in a suburban neighborhood in a 2-story house with a white picket fence. They exemplified the ideal suburban family of the mid-20th century. The father, Ward, was a white-collar professional, and the mother, June, was a housewife. I think you get the picture, the typical all-American family. Back to the Howards, they were a very close family. They did everything together. They'd have game nights, the kids did art, music lessons, theater, and lots of enriching extracurricular activities. Frank even coached the soccer team that his son was on, and the family went to every game. They also hosted one of the church's youth groups at their home. They were a very busy family. Nancy not only kept the household running by doing the majority of the cooking and cleaning for more than 20 years, but she also made sure that all of her children made it to school every day on time and to their extracurricular activities as well. She served on the PTA and volunteered on most of the school field trips. Frank was an accountant at a small firm in Addison, Texas, and Nancy was a stay-at-home mom, or as she liked to refer to it, a domestic engineer, which I found to be kind of cute. Frank was responsible for financially supporting his family, but as a Christian, he had old-fashioned ideals. He was proud of being the breadwinner. It made him happy that he could provide for his family the way that he did, and he did not spare any expense in making Nancy happy. For example, for her 40th birthday, and mine's coming up in just about a month, which is crazy, he surprised her with a week-long trip without the kids on a cruise to Alaska. He planned everything himself, even organizing the kids to stay with Nancy's mom. The trip was absolutely amazing. A very memorable trip for sure. While they were there, Nancy saw this beautiful ring in a little boutique and thought it was out of their price range. But then Frank noticed how much she was admiring it, so he went back and purchased it anyway. That's just the way this couple was. Then, in the summer of 2008, Frank surprised the entire family, even his parents, with a trip to the Olympics in Beijing. The family was blown away. Frank had been saving for months and organizing everything. As you can see, the Howards were living their best lives. The family was also very charitable. They took mission trips to help the less fortunate in third-world countries. One summer, Nancy and Brianna took a trip to Africa with friends from their church, where they helped care for and love orphans who had lost their parents to AIDS. They taught the children about Jesus through songs, and the kids were so appreciative. Nancy felt like she had a purpose. Of course, no family or person is perfect, and Nancy struggled with depression. She also dealt with chronic pain from fibromyalgia, while Frank had battled prostate cancer at one point. These challenges, however, only made them stronger. It was 2009, and the kids were now teens. It would only be a couple of years before all of them were out of the house. Over the years, Frank's career had become more and more successful, making the Howards very financially fortunate. There wasn't much they couldn't do or have, and they were about to get even more wealthy. Frank was a really hard worker and very good at his job, and it wasn't long before his services were in demand with more and more high-profile clients. As 2009 was coming to an end, Frank had an announcement to make. He had landed a new client, Richard Rayleigh. Richard had become a multi-millionaire during the war in Iraq by supplying ice and other items to troops through the Defense Department. These were major financial contracts, and Richard was looking for someone to help him scale his company, hopefully bringing in millions more by doing business in Kuwait. He offered Frank a very lucrative salary, plus his own office in Grapevine, Texas. Oh, and a private jet he could use anytime he wanted. It was a deal that Frank just couldn't pass up. The only downside was that Frank had to travel for this position. It would be life-changing in more ways than they expected because it wasn't long before the position evolved. Richard put Frank into the role of Chief Financial Officer. This position came with a substantial raise, but it also brought a lot of responsibilities. Nancy always shared in her husband's accomplishments and success, but she was feeling a little bit left out. This was the same year their youngest child left home. They were now empty nesters. Frank had his work to fill the void, but Nancy did not. When he was gone, she wasn't used to being completely alone. You feel vulnerable, you feel lonely. It's hard for anyone who's used to living with someone to be alone. And it all happened at once. The kids went off to live their adult lives, and Frank found a lot of fulfillment in his new career. It's difficult when your partner is preoccupied, working hard, and being away, while you don't have what you might call a purpose in life. The trips became more and more frequent, and Nancy was frustrated because she couldn't even make plans to do anything special with Frank during the time he was home because there was no real schedule. Sometimes he had to leave without a moment's notice. Nancy, who was used to planning things for the family, being organized, and of course having her husband's attention, was upset. One night, she even threw a calendar at Frank while trying to plan a weekend with him. It just seemed impossible. Nancy was still a grateful person, even though it was hard on her. She learned how to live without Frank being around as much. Nancy immersed herself in her church life and spent time with good friends to fill the time between Frank's trips. However, when Frank did have an extended amount of time off, he always spent it with Nancy. One of their favorite things to do was to go to concerts to see their favorite band, Chicago. Another time, they even took dance classes together. Nancy and Frank really knew how to keep the magic alive in their relationship, and Frank tried very hard to remind Nancy how important she was. Then something happened that really tested their marriage. On one trip home, Frank had a routine medical checkup, and it turned out he had prostate cancer. Frank had to undergo 80 sessions of radiation, which meant he needed to stay home in Texas. He had to be in the hospital 5 days a week for a few months. Nancy was determined to be Frank's rock. For better or for worse, she was going to stand by him. Nancy and Frank once again began to bond, especially since Frank now had a newfound respect and understanding of Nancy's battle with chronic pain over the years. As soon as he was well again, Frank resumed his work-related obligations. When he was away, they maintained their bond by reading devotionals with scripture and prayers together every morning, either on the phone or by text. One Saturday night, the picture-perfect idea of the Howards' lives would be shattered forever. And that's the story I'm really going to be telling you here. It isn't typical for there to be heavy rain in Dallas during the hot summer days, but on August 18th, 2012, that's exactly what the weather was like. A prologue to the storm that the Howards would have to weather. As usual, Frank was on a business trip, and Nancy was going to church around 6 p.m. to witness the baptism of one of her closest friend's daughters. After the ceremony and the celebration with friends, Nancy got into her dark blue Buick to drive home around 7:30. She typically didn't make dinner when she was by herself, so she stopped to get takeout at a Taco Bueno restaurant. With the unusual stormy night came an even more unusual turn of events. What should have been a very normal night for Nancy turned deadly within minutes of her pulling into her garage. Nancy got out of her car, as she'd probably done thousands of times, and proceeded to walk toward the door that led into their home. Before she had a chance to realize what was going on, she was grabbed from behind by a strong, forceful arm wrapped around her neck in a chokehold. Absolutely terrifying. Then she heard a deep voice demanding that she hand over her purse. Stunned by what was happening in her safe neighborhood, in her own garage, she believed for a second that it could be a prank. Of course, you'd want to believe anything other than that someone was there to harm you. But this wasn't a joke, and Nancy soon realized she was probably not going to survive this encounter. The man thrust his arm around her neck and spun her around to face him. She didn't recognize him. He was a stocky, muscular man dressed in all black clothing with a baseball cap and black-rimmed glasses. But that's not all. Nancy could see the steel barrel of a firearm in his hand as he raised it parallel to her head. She didn't see a look of pity or remorse for what he was doing. He looked determined to do what he came there for. She was staring down the barrel as he once again demanded that she give him her purse. This time he said it more aggressively, and of course at point-blank range he screamed, "Give me your purse now." Nancy couldn't think, she couldn't move. She was in complete shock, and in her confused mental state, she accidentally took the bag of tacos and thrust it against his chest, thinking it was her purse. She yelled, "Jesus, save me!" This was a mistake. The man pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet entered above her left eye. "I can't fathom this. I wouldn't know what to do if this happened to me. It happened so fast. Within minutes, so many lives changed in the blink of an eye." The force of the impact threw Nancy back, and she landed with her body lying across the cold concrete floor. When she came to, all she could think about was that she had been shot and she thought she was going to die. She didn't know how long she'd been lying there, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that she was still alive, though she didn't know how much time she had left. She tried to move to get help. She heard a voice in her head, and it kept telling her, "Get up." She tried to stand with all the strength left in her body, but she couldn't. She fell face down onto the hard concrete floor again. Every single time she attempted to get stable footing, she slipped on a thick, warm liquid, which she looked down and realized was coming from her wound. So much blood, it was even coming from her mouth along with other things. Unreal. Somehow, she crawled to her car and was able to open the door. That's when she tried to push the OnStar button. She felt like this was her only hope. It was unbelievable that she made it this far, but the hope she felt when she pressed that button vanished as soon as she realized she needed the key to her car to initiate the call. The key was in her purse, and the purse was with the perpetrator. He could still be there. She didn't know. She was so frightened, in total shock on autopilot. Her only thought was, "Please don't slip," as she slowly made her way into her house through the door attached to her garage. She didn't think she was going to make it. She believed her only chance at surviving was to try to make it to her home phone inside the house. The habitual nature in all of us took over her. She stumbled inside and went straight to the security alarm and routinely disarmed it. Muscle memory right there. She wasn't even thinking, just acting, determined to make it to that home phone. Once she achieved that objective, it gave her a jolt of energy to keep going. As she made her way into a nearby bathroom to grab a towel for her head, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She didn't recognize the person staring back at her. All the red stains from her head down to her beautiful purple shirt, which was her favorite color. That's all she could see as she continued to create a trail in spatters wherever she went. She still needed to move. Finally, she made it to the kitchen, where the phone was. With her unsteady fingers, she was able to dial 911. I cannot believe it. The terror in her voice, the desperation, all alone and not knowing if these would be her last few minutes on Earth. I felt so bad for Nancy, this poor soul. No one like her deserves this. Somehow, while gasping for breath through gurgling as this warm liquid filled the back of her throat, she was able to relay to the dispatcher what happened. Help was on the way, but how much would they be able to help her? Time was ticking by so slowly as the life drained out of her body. Arrived, they had their weapons drawn, and this absolutely terrified Nancy. The recent memories flashed in front of her eyes, and for a moment, she believed she was back in the garage being confronted by this evil man who hurt her. The dispatcher reassured her it was going to be okay. They were there to help. Nancy hardly had any life left inside her. She had to give up and give in to the professionals who were there to save her. Everything from here on out is a blur. They placed her on a gurney, got her into the ambulance, and rushed her to Parkland Hospital. The only thing she remembered is a blood-curdling scream that escaped her lips when the EMTs were using something to save her, and they pierced the inside of her toe, like in between two toes, I think. And that's, ow, that would hurt. Two things were happening now. Police were investigating the crime that happened at the Howards' residence, while doctors tried to save Nancy's life. From what Nancy said in the 911 call, police knew that the suspect was a white male wearing a black hat and looked like he was in his 20s. Who would do this, and why? It was a very affluent neighborhood that could be the target of robberies. Plus, Nancy had a soft spot for people in need. She was the type of person that some could say was overly trusting. She believed in God, and that He would protect her, and that she was doing God's work. She would routinely stop to help the homeless, give hitchhikers rides, and even open her own door for a stranger if they were in need. As a matter of fact, a couple of months before she was attacked, someone came to her door, and they were desperate. They were asking her for a place to stay and possibly some money for a hotel room because their car broke down, supposedly. Nancy had such a kind spirit. She told them that she would help them find a hotel room. She could definitely be a little naive, not thinking that anything bad would ever happen. But it did. She just tried to see the good in everyone, and this could have been her downfall. There may have been someone watching her, someone waiting, someone who knew that Nancy would be alone. Who knows what their intentions were? Meanwhile, at the hospital, Nancy was struggling to breathe. Her vital signs were also starting to slip. They needed to get in touch with her family before it was too late. Coincidentally, one of the police officers was a friend of the Howard family. They went to church together. He called their pastor, who was able to notify many of Nancy's friends and family members with the horrible news. When her family called the hospital to get information about her condition, they were not allowed to be told any details. In criminal cases, hospitals are not legally able to divulge any information about their patients if they're admitted as a result of an unlawful act. Victims of violent crimes are even admitted under an alias, and Nancy was. This must have been so frustrating for her loved ones, who were now rushing to be by her side. They didn't know what to expect. Nancy's oldest daughter, Ashley, was dumbfounded. She did not think this was real because she thought they must have been mistaken. It was someone, maybe, with the same name, because there's no way that her mother could have been shot. She just kept saying, "She's not the type of lady that's going to get shot." She couldn't understand where her mom could have been for this to happen. Ashley immediately tried to get in touch with her father. However, he didn't answer her right away. Frank had been at a casino in South Lake Tahoe, California, gambling, and Ashley was trying to get a hold of him. At the same time, he took a break at one point and noticed that he had missed a call from her, so he stepped outside to call her back. It was then that he learned about what happened to his wife of almost 30 years. Frank was in total shock. When he heard the news, he couldn't breathe, he couldn't speak. He was hysterical. He told Ashley he was going to race to the airport to get a flight home, but she was concerned about him driving himself in such a panic. So she asked him if there was anyone there that could help him get there. It was probably a good thing that he struggled to find a flight that night, because it seems like he needed to take a breather. And he ended up having to catch a flight the next morning at 6 a.m. When he arrived back in Dallas, Ashley picked him up at the airport, and then they headed to the hospital to see Nancy. Frank looked horrible. By the time he got to the hospital, he could barely walk. At one point, Ashley, she's walking ahead of him, and she hears a crash. She looks back, and Frank had collapsed to the ground. With assistance, Frank was able to sit at Nancy's bedside. As he sat there, he would get startled every time one of the monitors would beep. Doctors were finally about to explain Nancy's condition to her family. The projectile went through her head and down her body, embedding itself in one of her lungs. Wow, that's unbelievable. She had severe damage to her left eye and her head, as well as her throat and hard palate. She would need to go through intensive surgery right away and then remain in the ICU. Nancy was very lucky because she escaped without serious brain damage. However, nothing was guaranteed at this point. Nancy was highly medicated. Things would have been a complete blur. They did neurological tests on her practically every hour on the hour, and Nancy had this breathing tube down her throat. She couldn't speak to her family, but they stood around her, comforting her, and she began to use sign language, since she needed things that the nurses would not have known had she not tried to convey them. Nancy's daughters were really quick to pick up that she was giving them signs, and they were able to give messages to the staff as well as communicate with Nancy. She was holding on, especially for her loved ones and Frank. Frank would sit next to her, and he would speak to her in this soft, low voice, telling her that they were going to get through this together. She held on to that hope and to the gratefulness she felt because she believed her Lord spared her life. Frank, in the same low, soothing voice, was the one who delivered one of the most devastating truths that Nancy would ever face up until this point in her life. It was already horrific to go through this, and she was grateful to be alive. But unfortunately, the impact caused so much damage to her left eye that it would have to be removed. Her eyes, she was known for those beautiful, piercing blue eyes, and hearing her husband's soft voice juxtaposed with something so heartbreaking was too much for her to hear. But she had no choice but to sit in silence, unable to express her sadness on account of the breathing tube. If she had been able to speak, she would have screamed, "No." Instead, she repeated, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, this can't be happening. I can't lose an eye." She was thinking this in her head. Even through all the shock, the doctors were able to save her eyelid and the socket structure. In many cases like Nancy's, they would have to remove the lid as well, but somehow the doctors were able to work around it. This would be much more aesthetically pleasing once she had the prosthetic eye in place. Sure, it's nice to look good, but it was harder to accept the physical changes to her body. She knew she was going to have to go through a lot of physical therapy. However, miraculously, she was alive because the projectiles somehow missed her vital organs, her spinal cord, jugular vein, carotid arteries, vocal cords, esophagus, and her heart. However, she did have a collapsed lung. But to think about the fact that if one of those other organs had been struck, she may not have been alive, it's so unbelievable. She truly felt it was a miracle from God. Detectives on the case didn't have any leads. The crime scene was so messy, and you could see the exact path Nancy took through the house, but the house itself was untouched. There were no signs that anyone had been inside to steal anything. As they canvassed the area, no one reported seeing anything. The rain may have contributed to the fact that there were literally no witnesses. The rain meant that people were inside. They weren't walking their dogs, going for a run, or grilling in their backyards. They heard nothing. They saw nothing. However, around that time, there had been similar break-ins in the area, but no one had been injured in those situations. That is what made Nancy's case stand out. Detectives really wanted to speak with Nancy, but she was still unable to talk to them, so they called Frank down to the station because they thought that maybe he could fill in some gaps. They wanted to know why this could have happened to Nancy. Frank told detectives what I already told you about Nancy's caring nature. It wasn't unusual for her to help strangers in need, and he imagined it had something to do with that type of scenario. Because, like his daughter Ashley, he couldn't imagine why anyone who knew Nancy would want to hurt her. Ashley thought the same thing, that Nancy must have been trying to help someone, the wrong person clearly, and they realized that she was an easy target. Frank was completely cooperative. He provided detectives with a lot of helpful information. He even offered a reward for any information into his wife's case. They always look into the people closest to the victim. So, of course, all of Nancy's immediate friends and family members were interviewed. Now, there was a secret that Frank was keeping. He didn't think that it would help Nancy's case in any way. He figured it was irrelevant, so he kept quiet. Besides, he wasn't asked about it. However, he willingly let the police take his phone to run a data analysis, and they soon found out that Frank wasn't the loyal husband that everyone thought he was. That trip to California he was on, the casino in Lake Tahoe, that wasn't part of his business travel. It was personal, very personal. Frank was being unfaithful. He had been carrying on an extramarital affair for the last 3 years with a woman that he met traveling for his job. This was so out of character for Frank, and we know that from his upbringing to his faith. No one close to him would have ever imagined he, of all people, was capable of doing this. The contact that they found in his phone didn't have a woman's name. It merely had S. Tahoe Cell, but the text messages told a different story. There were obviously intimate texts between Frank and his mistress, Suzanne Leontieff. She was in her 40s, a mother of 2 teenage daughters. Suzanne confirmed to police that Frank was actually with her in the casino when he received the news that Nancy was in the ICU. Okay, so yes, it's a big red flag, but at the same time, just because someone's having an affair doesn't mean they were involved in a crime against their wife. It doesn't look good. It's immoral in the eyes of the Lord, it hurts people, and Frank knew it was wrong. But what was worse was the timing. The timing was terrible. He knew he was going to have to come clean to his family, and most of all, Nancy. With the condition that she was in, it was not something Frank was looking forward to doing. But it was either him or the police. It's pretty obvious that he had no intention of ever revealing the secret, but he did it because he had to. Police were already talking to his children about the affair. They were shocked. There were no clues whatsoever that Frank had been cheating. He treated Nancy with the utmost respect, and he still did all the things he always did to make her feel special and loved, except for the fact that he was traveling more. Both of his daughters had nothing negative to say about their father. Besides, the police had just gotten the biggest lead in the case when they looked at the video from the church parking lot. Nonetheless, Frank still had to break the news about his affair to his wife of almost 30 years. The only problem was that no one was allowed to see Nancy because of the pending criminal investigation, so Frank's only choice was to tell her over the phone. And that's tough, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was easier not having to look her in the face. He was crying. He could barely speak. He was so regretful, especially with everything that was going on with her. It was not right to have all of this on her shoulders when she was trying to heal, when she almost didn't make it through this. Nancy didn't want to believe this was happening, but looking back, there were signs. Frank was away more and more, and it seemed like he wanted to be away. He didn't want to be home with her. There were holidays that he would spend away instead of celebrating with her, and it hurt. She understood the money was increasing, the luxury trips, and affording them a much better lifestyle, but it means nothing if you're not spending it together. They even tried marriage counseling. He was in love with Suzanne, and no amount of counseling would help. He had been lying to Nancy for so long, but he was remorseful. Let's go back to the surveillance video at the church. Police tracked Nancy's cell phone and ended up finding it, along with her purse, in a dumpster not far from her home. Everything was still there. The keys, her wallet, even $11 that was still inside. One thing police noticed, however, was that Nancy's license had been pulled out of her wallet before this person tossed it in the dumpster. This, along with not stealing Nancy's money or credit cards, made police suspicious. They suspected that maybe this was a planned attack and that the perpetrator had pulled out Nancy's license to make sure he had the right person. Detectives had initially looked at the security cameras at the church to set up just a timeline, and they didn't really zero in on anything. Nothing just jumped out at them. However, upon learning this new information and developing this new theory, they decided to take a second look, and that's when they saw something. As Nancy's car is seen pulling into the parking lot that evening, a silver car right here pulls in behind her. Nancy drove around and parked on the south side of the church. This silver car followed and parked just a few spaces away from her. Not long after Nancy entered the church, the silver car is seen leaving the church. The license plate, unfortunately, wasn't visible on the security footage, but police could tell there were two men in the vehicle. The car eventually returns to the parking lot just before the service ended. The driver of the car exits, and he can be seen on this security footage as he enters the church to go to the bathroom. So weird, he's wearing a hat, he has like a hoodie on, it's pulled down, and he's partially covering his face. He eventually walks back outside, gets into the silver vehicle, and drives away. When I say drives away, you'll see that Nancy left the church service and gets into her car, and the silver car leaves by following behind her. To police, this made it crystal clear that Nancy had been targeted. Not only that, another police officer ended up telling them about a traffic stop that they had a month earlier, and it now seemed significant given their new theory. This officer had pulled over a Honda Accord in the early morning hours about a mile away from Nancy's home. The driver was a 19-year-old named Dustin Hirams. He told police officers that he had been trying to find his uncle's house and had been driving in circles for hours, I think he said 4 hours. Hours, to me, that seems really suspicious. Here they are in the area where Nancy lived. Could they have been watching her, learning her movements, and targeting her? The man's story kept changing, and it was all over the place. There were 2 men in the car. They were 100 miles away from their home in East Texas, and police noticed that Dustin seemed to be high on something, possibly meth. It seems really odd that they're that far away from home. Dustin's initial story to police was that he had come there to get money from his uncle, but then he ended up telling them that he was coming to see his stepfather, and then he ended up telling them that his stepfather was in jail and that he was trying to see somebody else, a man named John. He told police that he didn't know John's last name, he simply knew him as John, and he was a family friend. At one point, Dustin, and this is weird, ends up blurting out that he's a hitman and had been hired to kill a woman in Carrollton. Okay, so the detectives just thought this guy is completely high, doesn't know what he's doing, and they didn't think much of it. But they did look into it just in case, but they weren't able to pin anything down. Dustin was arrested that night, but eventually released after a few days. But now this seems extremely relevant. Like, of course, nobody was found dead at that point, so the detectives just thought, okay, this is a random story, but now it's beginning to look like something different. Detectives felt like they were now heading in the right direction, and they wanted to see if Nancy would be able to pick Dustin or the man who was with him out of a photo lineup. But unfortunately, she was unable to identify either one of them. This really didn't bother police. It didn't deter them from going down this road because they had their sights set on finding Dustin and asking him more about this hitman situation that he talked about. Before they could find Dustin to confront him in person, they received a phone call from someone at the Denton County Jail saying that they had inside knowledge of the shooting of Nancy Howard. This man was Billy Earl Johnson, a career criminal with a very long history of crime. He was currently in jail on drug charges, and he had been in jail on the night that Nancy was hurt. Billy Earl Johnson was from East Texas, and he said that he was the ringleader of a rough gang called the Hee Haw Gang. I'm not lying, I didn't make that up. Most of them were related to him by blood or marriage. East Texas was about 100 miles away, and he lived in a very poor community with a large drug presence, specifically meth. Is this starting to piece anything together? Are the stories starting to merge? Well, this is when the story gets fuzzy and confusing to me. When detectives went to interview Billy, it was clear that he wanted to cut a deal. He told detectives he knew details about the shooting that they didn't know, including the identity of the hitman. Detectives told him that they couldn't go to the district attorney to be able to cut this deal if he didn't at least give them some more information, like they needed some concrete information. Billy told detectives that in 2009, he was just lying on his couch one day when a man named John called him and told him he heard that he could get a job done for him. This job was taking care of a woman named Nancy Howard. John told Billy that it needed to look like an accident. He even suggested that maybe they make it look like a carjacking or robbery, purse snatching, that sort of thing. He also told detectives that John drove a Lexus and that he talked to him by a disposable phone. They had 50 to 60 conversations, according to Billy. Since the 2009 phone call, Billy had memorized John's phone number, so he provided the number to the detectives. He was also able to describe Nancy's car. He said that she didn't have it very long, that it was pretty new, dark blue, and a 4-door. Detectives knew that Billy was giving them a lot of information that he shouldn't know, so they were starting to believe him. Billy told detectives that he never intended on following through on John's demand. He just wanted to play John and take him for all he was worth, all the money that he could possibly get from him. Because think about it, you're doing something illegal. It's not like John could go to the police and be like, yeah, So I was trying to get this hit out on this woman, and it didn't happen, so I lost all my money. And this had been going on for 2 years. Dustin, the young guy that had been pulled over, well, that was Billy's stepson, so maybe he was there to talk to his stepdad. After talking to Billy, the police decided to head to East Texas to speak with Dustin. The first night that detectives interviewed Dustin, he was strung out on meth, and he was crying and he was upset, but it was then that he did provide some new details about John. Dustin told the detectives that John wanted Nancy taken care of while she was staying in a hotel in Grapevine. He wanted it to be done with a baseball bat. He gave Dustin a photo of Nancy and details of her schedule, and at one point even suggested that he take care of her when she was scrapbooking with her friends. Dustin also started to lay out to detectives how John would spread his money around, and told them that John had given money to him, Billy, his mother, his grandma, and Billy's other children, trying to get someone to get this job done for him. John gave him $24,000 to carry the hit out at one point, which Dustin just immediately spent on meth, and he even gave some of it away. Then, he told detectives that at one point he had $8,000 just laying on his car hood, and it blew off in a church parking lot. He didn't even chase it down, he just left because he knew that he would get even more money from John if he needed it. It was thought that there were about 12 people in East Texas that were aware of this plot against Nancy, one of them being a man named Charlie. Charlie was Billy's former bodyguard. Charlie said that sometimes John would wire money, and other times he would meet up at a restaurant or a gas station, and he would hand over packages of cash, continuing to encourage them to get the job done. But here's what I'm thinking. If someone already gives you the cash, why would you go commit the crime? Wouldn't it be the other way around? Like maybe you plan on giving them more once the job was done? Charlie said that every single time the hit didn't happen, John would call Billy up and want to know what happened, and then Billy would give these crazy excuses like, that he had a brain tumor, or that he was having seizures, or that he had done too many drugs. And every single time, John would just believe it, or it seemed like he would. Billy spent John's money on everything from motorcycles to cars, things for his children, his mother, multiple four-wheelers and go-karts, and a boat, and so much more. One member of the East Texas gang was even savvy enough to get a picture of John during one of their meetings one day. Oh, so careless of John. When detectives were looking at this picture, they were shocked because they recognized the man in the photo. You can probably guess it was Frank, Nancy's husband. What? This whole time, the John that the East Texas gang had been referring to was John Franklin Howard, or Frank as we know him. His first name is John, but he had always gone by his middle name. 8 days after police were at Nancy's house responding to the 911 call, they were back at her residence, this time with a warrant. They arrested Frank Howard for solicitation of murder. Frank said he initially didn't want to hire a lawyer because he didn't think you needed a lawyer unless you were guilty, but his daughters insisted he get one. So he did. That summer of 2009, after Frank had taken that new position with Richard, Nancy went with her daughter Brianna on a mission trip to Africa so that she could spend some time with her before she went to college out of state. On July 25, 2009, while Nancy was still in Africa, Frank met the woman who would forever shake up their picture-perfect Cleaver family, Suzanne. Suzanne was a dental hygienist from Santa Cruz. She was described as having blonde hair, a youthful face, and a perky, high-pitched voice, which I cannot emulate. Her daughters had played competitive softball, and they frequently traveled for tournaments. On the weekend of July 25th, Suzanne and her daughters were in Lake Tahoe for a tournament. Frank was also in Lake Tahoe at the time on a business trip. The two met at a casino called Harvey's. They were taking a break from their obligations, and that's when they met. While they were playing at a table, they talked and drank for about a half hour. Then Suzanne had to leave. She caught up with him later and saw him again at a different table. They gambled together that entire night and ended up finding each other again the next day. By that Sunday, Frank and Suzanne had exchanged phone numbers. He asked her if she had any plans for the next weekend. Suzanne was married when she met Frank, but was separated and working toward a divorce. Frank told her that he was married, but let her know that it wasn't going well. He said he wasn't happy. The week that followed, they talked on the phone and texted back and forth. The next weekend, Frank invited Suzanne to meet him in Reno. Of course, she took Frank up on his offer, and the two spent that weekend at a casino. They were drinking, and yes, they were cheating. What was really hurtful to Nancy when police were telling her about the things they found in his office was a picture of Frank and Suzanne and her daughters in a picture frame that had the word love written across the top. Yikes, that's cold. Then they discovered a Mother's Day card that he had given to Suzanne, addressed to "My wife." That's also pretty cold. That's savage. Suzanne said that Frank talked about divorcing Nancy constantly. After this trip together, they continued talking and seeing each other every few weeks. When Frank picked Nancy up from the airport from Africa, Nancy said that she could tell something was different about him. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she said he wasn't usually like this, but he was super emotional on the way home. He kept breaking down in tears. Over the course of the next couple of years, Nancy felt like she and Frank were just drifting further and further apart. Nancy blamed this shift in their marriage on Richard. She felt that Frank's new client was helping to tear their marriage apart. Frank and Suzanne's relationship continued throughout this period of time, and it just grew stronger and stronger as Nancy and Frank's was just holding on by a thread. It makes me sad, it really does. It was very clear that Frank and Suzanne's relationship was more than just a fling. Frank spent excessive amounts of money on Suzanne and her daughters. He would pay for their softball tournaments, helped pay for one of Suzanne's daughters to go to college, rented, and then bought a boat that cost $30,000. In January 2010, just 6 months after meeting Suzanne, Frank bought her a $900,000 home in Santa Cruz in cash. He later also bought 2 condos in Lake Tahoe worth $380,000. Nancy was shocked and heartbroken when she learned that he had signed the papers on that house for Suzanne on Nancy's birthday. Wow, seems like he didn't even care anymore. He's a fraud. Frank also spent money on trips for the two of them, as well as trips for her daughters. Frank brought Suzanne to a suite at the Mavs game in 2010 and a Steelers game that year. He ended up taking her to the Super Bowl. The next year, Frank took Suzanne and her daughters to a Giants game in San Francisco and to the Bahamas for 7 days. Wow, it seems like those business trips really weren't for the type of business Nancy believed they were. Suzanne said that the two were in love and claimed that the only time they fought was about Frank getting a divorce. Suzanne said that the two were in love and claimed that the only time they fought was about Frank getting a divorce. Suzanne said she dreamed of a time when she would be able to live in Texas with Frank, but he always came up with an excuse as to why he hadn't filed for divorce, whether it was his child's graduation, somebody's marriage, illness, or what he commonly said was the reason, Nancy's fragile mental health. Their relationship continued despite Frank not filing for divorce. As I said earlier, the two of them had been together that night when Nancy had been injured. Suzanne was the one who ended up driving him to the airport the next morning to catch his flight back to Dallas. Police did find, however, when going through Frank and Suzanne's texts, that just a few months before the shooting happened, Suzanne texted Frank, "I'm so sick of being alone, so could you file by this Friday or move on? I've waited long enough." This is shocking, but at the same time, isn't this the story that seems to always play out during these types of affairs? I do frequently ask myself why people don't just get a divorce, and maybe you can shed some light in the comments about why people just don't. This still doesn't mean Frank had anything to do with what happened to Nancy. The reason I say this is because when you're doing business with someone like Richard, you deal with shady people. And when there's a lot of money involved, people do drastic things. As I mentioned in the beginning, some believe the love of money is the root of all evil, and something evil had been done here. Back at the hospital, Nancy was devastated. Just a little over a week ago, she was happy, going about her life. She had things that she struggled with, and the marriage wasn't perfect as it once had been in her eyes, but overall, she was happy. Now she is still recovering and learns that her husband of nearly 30 years is having an affair, and police now suspect that he may have hired someone to do this to her. Frank quickly bonded out of jail. His friends got together and posted his $1 million bond. They also shared a great deal of support at the time. Friends and family, including his 3 children, all believed he was innocent. This reminds me so much of the Barry Morphew case, which is still in the process of being solved. If you're not familiar with that case, Barry Morphew is suspected of killing his wife Suzanne after she disappeared on Mother's Day in 2020. Her body has never been found, and Barry's 2 daughters have stuck by his side through it all. Recently, his case was dismissed without prejudice because the prosecution believes they are really close to finding her body. The comparison I'm making here is that the kids stood by Frank's side as police prepared to go to trial. They were still missing one very important piece of information. They knew they had found evidence that could prove Frank's affair and that he spent these large sums of money to members of the East Texas gang. But what they still weren't sure about, and knew they would have to nail down before going to trial, was who was the individual who shot Nancy. Although many individuals in East Texas knew that there was a plot against Nancy, none of them claimed to have done it. They needed to figure out this missing piece of the puzzle. When interviewed by detectives, Dustin had given police the name Michael Speck. Michael Speck was Billy Earl Johnson's nephew. Detectives listened to recordings of Billy's phone calls and heard him talking about someone named Michael. They heard another familiar voice, which was the voice of Frank Howard. Again, I am shocked by all of this. Frank can be heard in the phone call saying, "What happened to Michael? I gave him a bunch of money." He could also be heard saying, "Michael's got everything I have left, and he said that he would take care of everything." To detectives, these recordings provided 2 important things. 1, it helped show that Frank was clearly orchestrating the attack, and 2, it helped police feel very confident that Michael Speck had been one of the individuals in that car the night that Nancy was injured. Now they just needed to find out who the other man was. Luckily, a few months later, a call came in out of the blue. The person provided details and the break they needed in the case. The caller sounded credible and knew details about Nancy that hadn't been released to the public, such as Nancy throwing her takeout bag instead of her purse. This caller led detectives to a man also named Michael, but it was Michael Lawrence. Lawrence and Speck had been prison cellmates at one point. Before Frank's trial, Nancy did end up divorcing him. Nancy and Frank's youngest daughter got married after the 2 got divorced. Frank ended up walking her down the aisle, and Nancy said that they had a good time that day. It almost felt like the old days. In early August of 2014, Frank went on trial for attempted capital murder. The prosecution started by playing Nancy's 911 call, and the distress in Nancy's voice left Frank visibly shaken and upset. Prosecutors would begin to lay out their theory that Frank hired a hitman to kill his wife. However, he ended up throwing money away for 2 years trying to get one person or another to complete the hit. They acknowledged that the witnesses, many of whom were criminals and in jail at the time, were questionable characters. They understood that, but they also brought up the fact that if Frank was going to have this done, it would be done by criminals. He wasn't going to be some upstanding citizen in society. All of the members of the East Texas gang that testified said they had received money from a man they knew as John to take his wife out. They all stated that they had been in contact with John through a phone with a number they remembered as basically a throwaway burner phone. They all testified that John and Frank Howard were one and the same. Investigators were able to follow the money on Frank's computers and found wire transfers of more than $250,000. Assistant Prosecutor Rick Daniel told jurors that Frank had initially been giving the money to the East Texas gang in cash, but because they strung it on for so long, he eventually started wiring them the money. He was most likely tired of having to constantly travel to meet up with these people. Prosecutors knew that a key part of their case would be connecting Frank to the two men that they believed were in that silver car the night of Nancy's shooting, the one that was in the church parking lot. They played a portion of the jailhouse phone call in which Frank said that he gave money to Michael Speck, the man they believed drove the car. They also said that phone records proved Frank had been in contact with Speck on the day of the shooting. To connect Michael Lawrence to the shooting, prosecutors called a witness to the stand who testified that Lawrence had told her the night Nancy was shot that he killed someone. Prosecutors gave Frank's motive as his affair with Suzanne. They went into detail about the amount of money Frank spent on Suzanne and argued that it was clear this was more than a fling, that he wanted to be with her and that Suzanne wanted to marry him. That meant Nancy would have had to be taken out of the picture. Nancy herself would later say in an interview that Frank knew she would never give him a divorce because it's something she did not believe in. Her faith didn't allow it. A lot of people don't believe that it's right in the eyes of God. Before resting their case, the prosecution read off an email that Frank had sent to Nancy the day of the shooting. It said, "Sorry I missed you yesterday. Hope you had a good day. Also, hope you have a good day today. Thanks for the Devo. Really good. We didn't get everything done yesterday with Richard's car. It did not sell in the auction, so it will be in another one today. Because of all this, I've decided to just stay over until Monday and then ride back on the plane with Richard, etc. I know this doesn't make you happy, but I think it would be the best. I know you have a busy day today, so I will try to call you sometime today. I love you, and I can't wait to get home to you." The prosecution emphasized to the jury how disgusting this email was and how they believed that when Frank Howard said, "I can't wait to get home to you," he meant that he couldn't wait to get home to her in a casket. That's pretty harsh. I mean, it's a little bit extreme, but you know what? It's probably true. That way he could finally begin his new life with Suzanne. On August 18th, 2014, the prosecution rested, and it was the defendant's turn to try to erase this narrative of Frank that the prosecution had spent days painting. The defense's first and major argument was that the witnesses for the prosecution were in a gang and that they weren't reliable. They tried to impeach them and argue that the jury shouldn't take any of their words as truth. Charlie Louderman, who we talked about earlier, testified that some of Frank's money had come from the Middle East in body bags, and it reeked of death. He said that some of the money had burn marks and even hair and blood stuck to it. The defense claimed that this was absolutely outrageous and not true. I told you, you do run into shady people, so I'm going to get your thoughts on that in a minute. The defense didn't deny that Frank had been in contact with the East Texas gang and that he had been giving them money. But they said the reason Frank had been giving them money was because these men had been blackmailing him. They alleged that Frank had stopped paying the men in the weeks leading up to Nancy's shooting. Why would he do that if he planned for them to do the job? All three of Frank and Nancy's children took the stand in Frank's defense and portrayed him to the jury as a loving husband and father, someone they had always seen as a good man. Here's your text with added punctuation for clarity. They acknowledged they had made mistakes. Obviously, the affair was not good, but they made it very clear that none of them believed that he had done this to Nancy. The defense closed their argument by urging jurors to ask themselves a question, and this was it. Did the prosecution's theory of why and how Frank Howard plotted his wife's murder make any sense? They said that Frank had already been divorced before. Remember that first time, before he met Nancy, so why wouldn't he just do it again? The defense rested, and now it was in the hands of the jury. They only took 90 minutes to come back with their decision. As the court waited to hear the jury's decision, Nancy was sitting on the side of the prosecution, surrounded by all of her friends and loved ones. Frank's side of the courtroom was filled with his supporters as well, including his 3 children, and they sat there for most of the trial. The jury found Frank guilty of attempted capital murder, and only 2 days later, he was sentenced by the same jury to life in prison with the eligibility for parole after 30 years. At that point, Frank would be 85 years old. Of course, Frank tried to appeal this verdict, but the appeal court denied it. Despite being divorced, Nancy did say that if Frank had been acquitted, she would have been willing to rebuild their relationship and get remarried. Poor Nancy. I could not do it. She's a way stronger woman than I am, that's for sure. She also said that she still loved him. Nancy and Frank's children remain convinced that their father has been wrongly convicted, and it's really caused a strain in their relationship with Nancy. Nancy spoke on this and said that he was continuously telling them that he was innocent, that he had nothing to do with this, and that he had been a great husband and father until the time he wasn't, by obviously cheating. Nancy said she can totally understand why her children believe this. Lastly, to end this, in 2015, Michael Sept turned on his former cellmate, Michael Lawrence, and testified that Lawrence had been the one who shot Nancy in return for a reduced sentence. Lawrence was convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and sentenced to 60 years in prison. He appealed, and in 2017, the Texas court overturned his conviction on the grounds that the evidence introduced relating to the murder-for-hire plot had been misleading and unfairly prejudicial. He was eventually retried, and the jury found him not guilty. The district attorney did later decide to prosecute Lawrence for conspiracy to commit murder in Nancy Howard's case, and in 2021, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 10 years minus the time served, which would be about 8.5 years. It was also discovered that the money Frank had been spending, those outlandish amounts of money, was stolen from Richard. On top of the criminal charges, Richard sued him, alleging that Frank had set up shadow companies in order to skim money off the top. He took millions of dollars from Richard's accounts in Kuwait and deposited the money into his own bank accounts. And here's what's weird. There was evidence that the companies were named after Suzanne. There were just different variations of Suzanne's names. That was really weird to me. Like one of them was SLH. The company was called SLH, and it was Suzanne's initials for her first name, her last name, and then Howard, even though they weren't married. Another one was weird. It was like SUTAHO, Sue for Suzanne, and then TAHO for Tahoe, where they met. It just seems like Frank was infatuated with this woman. In 2015, an arbitration panel determined that Frank embezzled more than $6 million from Richard between 2009 and 2012, and he was ordered to repay that money with interest. I'm thinking how, though. But I guess if he has all these accounts, maybe the money's somewhere. Nancy hasn't seen or heard from her ex-husband since he went to prison. She said that if she could ask him one question, it would be, "What happened to our marriage?" She said that the affair shouldn't be the most devastating part of everything that happened to her, but it was. Nancy now goes by her maiden name, Nancy Shore, and she ended up having multiple surgeries to rebuild her face and her eye socket. She's also a full-time legal assistant at a law firm, and she says that she still experiences great joy singing in the church choir. In the spring of 2017, she told her story in a book called The Shooting of Nancy Howard, A Journey Back to Shore. So interesting, this is like a play on words of her maiden name. I read it, and it was really good. It really makes you think. Do you ever really know the people that are closest to you? What do you think? Do you think Frank was the one that put a hit out on Nancy? Or do you think he got caught up with shady people when he was doing the type of business he did, stealing money and getting involved with things he shouldn't have? Let me know your thoughts about this case in the comments. I'll leave you with this. Everyone has secrets. Some are worse than others. We all have flaws in one way or another. We all have vices. From my opinion, it's not the love of money that's the root of all evil. It's love itself, either falling in or out of it, that can be the root of the most evil and vile crimes. The holidays are supposed to be filled with joy and happiness, but for one family in a small Georgia town, holiday cheer turns into holiday fear. Can you imagine a place where they celebrate Christmas all year round? That's not exactly what it's like living in Santa Claus, Georgia, but the name alone fills people with joy and excites children, especially when they assume Santa Claus actually lives there. It's about 90 miles away from Savannah, Georgia, and it's a very small town in the low country with just under 300 residents. They're very close-knit, very friendly, the kind of residents who love God and their town. Everyone knows their neighbors, and just about anyone else who lives there. No one's really a stranger. Now it's true, when you look around the town, it looks very different than most. Their street names, for example, are Candy Cane Road, December Drive, Rudolph Way, Dancer Street, Prancer Street, and Sleigh Street, just to name a few. Look at their street signs. They're not your typical stop sign, not the boring red stop sign with the ordinary pole. No, Santa Claus stop signs have a red and white striped pole that looks like a candy cane. Tourists actually do flock there from all over, hoping to get a postmark with the Santa Claus, Georgia stamp on their Christmas cards before sending them out to their loved ones. Thousands flock into the small Toombs County community, named after the big guy from the North Pole. Welcome to Santa Claus, Georgia. Santa Claus was founded in 1941 by a local farmer. His name was Calvin G. Green. He named it the way he did because he was hoping it would attract tourists to his pecan business and his motel. He thought that if people were passing by on Highway 1, they would look at it and stop out of curiosity. Self-serving, but hey, that's business. The town's motto is Santa Claus, the city that loves children. There's even a sign that welcomes you into the town with old Saint Nick standing beside it, and it's pretty well known as the perfect spot to take photos. There are a lot of people who share them on social media, especially during the holidays. Black Friday just passed, and it's a holiday in Santa Claus, but not for shopping. Instead, it's the day that all the residents decorate their homes and the whole town. The town hall decorations stay up all year round, and guess what the address is? Literally 25 December Drive. When I read all this, it sounded like a fairy tale. It's just too bad we have to ruin it with a complete nightmare of a story. When kids in town drop letters off to Santa in the big red mailbox in town, a man named Danny Daniels was the one who picked them up. Danny was a local mail carrier. He was born and raised in Santa Claus, and he was married to a woman named Kim. First, I want to introduce you to Kimberly Denise Daniels, formerly Kimberly Lamp. Kim was born on February 25, 1964. Sadly, when she was only 3 years old, her father was murdered right in front of her. Supposedly, from what I've read, it was for stealing chickens to feed his family. Kim's mother abandoned her and her siblings, and they were tossed around in the foster care system, eventually leading to drug and alcohol addiction. Kim lost contact with her siblings and never learned to deal with the murder of her father and her mother leaving her. She was in 13 foster homes in 1 year and 52 in total. Finally, a couple named Mary Grace and Jimmy Driggers in a town called Alma opened their home to Kim when she was 12. Let's just say Kim was very defiant. She would cuss and yell and was always getting into trouble. Foster parents, to me, are absolute saints for taking in children that are dealing with so much pain inside. As much as she was hard to deal with, there was something about Kim that made her very lovable. She had this big, pretty smile, and you could tell she wanted to love others and to be loved. There was just this big wall up, and rightfully so. Mary Grace admitted it was hard to punish Kim because she was so pretty. She could see right through Kim's hard exterior, and she knew she wanted to please everyone, but she was just so broken. Eventually, they wanted to be the ones to truly give her the love that she never had, so they ended up adopting her, and she became Kim Driggers. Unfortunately, life still wasn't that good for Kim, and she dropped out of high school, and she lived on the streets. She ended up getting married when she was 21, and in 1985, she had a little girl that she named Brandy. The relationship ended in divorce because she was very unstable, and so was her husband, but he was more capable of taking care of their child, so he got custody of Brandy. Kim really wanted to be loved, and she ended up jumping from one man to the next because she was desperate to try to find that true love. Eventually, she moved in with yet another drug addict in 1987 and had her second child in 1986, named Amber. In 1989, she found out she was going to have twins, and she named them Bryant and Brooke, a boy and a girl. Their father ended up leaving right after they were born, And Kim was alone, once again. At this point, she was completely overwhelmed. She had a ton of new responsibilities, she was unemployed, and she was addicted to drugs. I want to point something out. There is a stigma of drug addiction. This doesn't just happen to losers. I've heard very judgmental statements and comments regarding individuals who end up struggling like Kim, almost as though to say, well, it's too bad you chose that path. Anything that happens to you is your fault. According to drugabuse.gov, people who are addicted continue to be blamed for their disease. Addiction is a very complex brain disorder with behavioral components. It's sad because the public and even healthcare systems and justice systems will continue to view it as a moral weakness or part of your flawed character. More people would potentially get help if there was a wider acceptance and recognition that they are more susceptible to the brain changes that happen during addiction. Plus, it is influenced by factors that are outside of people's control. It can be genetics or the environment in which they were born or raised. So let's keep that in mind throughout this story, because we will be talking about several individuals who have suffered with addiction. Kim's 3 kids ended up being taken away by the Department of Family and Children's Services, DFCS. The twins were still babies at the time, and Kim had to find a cheap place where she could live, so she finally moved into a trailer in Lyons, Georgia. She was living with 2 other drug addicts, and she was only 28 years old at the time. She did reconnect with one of her siblings, though, her sister Connie. Kim always wanted a big family so badly, she told Connie she would keep trying to get clean. She wasn't going to stop because she had to get her kids back. She talked about this very often, but she would continue to fall back into addiction. She made that promise to herself that she would keep trying. I can't even be away from my daughter for a few days, so imagining a child being taken away is heart-wrenching. Kim was at complete rock bottom. It was the spring of 1991, and she decided she needed help, so she went to a local church. The church was called Mount Vernon Pentecostal Church. She heard that this church took in people who were very desperate. Other churches would reject them, but this church wouldn't. A lot of times, like I said, people who were struggling with addiction would be seen as immoral, so some churches would just say, you gotta go. This church, on the other hand, welcomed sinners. Reverend Ray Wood said people called his church a place a bunch of drunks and drug addicts hang out, and that was the best compliment, he said, because those are the people that Jesus was trying to help. Kim had been living out of her car at the time, and everything she owned was in that car. She truly was desperate, and she was almost 30 now, so she kept telling herself she had to get help or she would end up dying like this. The Reverend's wife, Christy Wood, had helped him in the past, finding places to live and getting food stamps, and she remembered those big, beautiful blue eyes, the prettiest eyes she had ever seen. Kim was welcomed right into the church, and attending the church services was exhilarating to Kim. It was like a drug itself, and it captured her and mesmerized her, and when she was at the service, she forgot all about drugs for that moment. Ray and Christy Wood decided to help Kim under one condition. She had to take care of her demons first. She had a court date coming up for assaulting a police officer. They prayed and prayed it would go well, and it did. The court gave her a reduced sentence. She was put on probation instead of ending up in jail, and she considered this a miracle. This led her to getting baptized by Reverend Wood in a horse trough. But it didn't matter where it was. What mattered was that she felt she had stripped away the old Kim and opened herself up to a new version of herself. Getting a job was a little harder. It was such a small town, and there wasn't much to choose from. The jobs often went to people who had families and were more put together. She looked and looked, but she still could not support herself, so she reached out once again. After some time, her church family helped her find work at a local plastics factory. She was completely clean at this point. Anytime she felt like drinking or using, she would turn to her Bible. It didn't happen quickly. It started with an hour, then several, and then it would turn into a day or 2 days. Before she knew it, she had tamed the demon. Now for the next hurdle, getting her babies back. Having a loving family one day, even a loving marriage to a good man, was what she wanted the most. Oh, she had a lot of men that were interested in her, and at work, there were always co-workers, even married ones, that were trying to get her attention. Kim was very leery of men, though. It was very hard for her to trust them, and I don't blame her. She finally got her own apartment, and I can't help but be proud of Kim. She knew if she wanted her kids back, she would need a safe, clean place for them to live. So envisioning this, even though it was just a dream right now, she made a point to clean and clean. She got really good at it. She spent hours removing stains and deep cleaning the whole kitchen, the carpets, every speck of dirt that even the previous occupants had left behind. It was the cleanest the place had been in years. Her daughter Amber was 3, and she had a court date that was finally set. On the day she walked into that courtroom, she was confident, but she knew living in a small town, everyone knew her secrets, but they also knew how hard she was working. She was employed, she passed the home visit, she had a great support system, and regularly attended AA meetings. The judge asked her if she was willing to get random drug tests, and she said, "Yes, Your Honor." The court then granted her visitation with Amber. If things went well, they would eventually allow Amber to stay overnight. If this worked out, Amber could live with Kim indefinitely. Amber wanted so badly to be back with her mother. Guess what? Kim finally gained full custody of Amber. Unfortunately, she realized she never learned to take care of anyone but herself, and the fact that she was self-aware in that moment says a lot about her growth. So, without any help, it was too much for her. She tried, she really did, but between work and struggling to make ends meet, she wasn't able to be the mom that she wanted to be. And even though this was such a hard decision, she had to return Amber to her foster parents. The good news is, she wasn't going to stop. With the help of other mothers that were in the church, Kim learned how to take care of children. She took classes, she studied organization, she made schedules, and she learned to stick to them. She figured out how to arrange play dates with other moms, and she even found a church daycare service. She put these skills into practice, pretending Amber was there. She went through all the motions. She woke up early, she prepared food for 2, she would drive past a daycare with an empty car, and went through all the motions of dropping Amber off. Then, she worked all day. She would drive back to the daycare imagining she was picking up Amber after a long day. Yeah, of course, this wasn't real. She was pretending this was an imaginary child in the back seat, but it didn't matter. She was learning skills that were foreign to her as an abandoned child herself. Finally, she was ready to take Amber back. Eventually, she not only got Amber back, but she also got her 2-year-old twins, Bryant and Brooke. I was so happy for her. Kim was solely focused on her children, nothing else. She worked hard to give them the life she never had. She turned down men all the time because she didn't want them to distract her from her goals. There was one man who was waiting for his chance to talk to Kim. He'd seen her around town. He'd also come to her house many times delivering mail. He was the local mailman named Danny Daniels. Danny was a single dad. He had an 11-year-old daughter. Her name was Jessica. He and his ex-wife had adopted her. He had been married twice before, and he ended up getting custody of Jessica. Everyone close to her called her Jessie. Now that Danny was in his 40s, he was settled down. He was a godly man. He had a good job, and he was looking for a family just like him. He was very picky about who he let into his life for the sake of Jessie. Danny and Kim had something in common: overcoming addiction. They found themselves sitting in a circle together at a local support group. They began talking here and there, and after a few months, they decided to go on a date. One date led to a few, and Kim said it was actually love at first sight for both of them, even though it took time on both of their parts to warm up to the idea of letting each other into their worlds. Kim started to bring Danny around the church, and he decided to get baptized in the very same horse trough. Danny had always been religious. He desired being involved in the church and giving back and teaching others the gospel. This had been what helped him to become a better man. So, Danny wanted to help others. The Reverend asked him if he'd like to head up the adult Sunday school, and he accepted. Danny took this job very seriously. He worked on his sermons for hours. Kim could tell he was a quality man, so they started to introduce their children to one another. Jessie loved Kim's kids. She enjoyed taking care of them, playing with them, giving them piggyback rides, playing hide and seek, and teaching them new things. She adored the twins so much. She never had any siblings of her own, so this was pretty exciting. They finally felt like they were part of a real family. Danny had a large home in Santa Claus. It was at the far end of Dasher Street, named after one of Santa's reindeer. His home was unique to the area. It wasn't a trailer like most of the other homes in the area. It was a ranch-style home with cute little shutters on the outside, and it was in a very secluded part of Santa Claus. It was surrounded by several acres of land that he had inherited from his parents. It also had a pond in the back, a vegetable garden, and lots of room for children to play. It would accommodate the blended family really well because it had 4 bedrooms, a large kitchen with a dining area, and 2 full bathrooms. Danny had actually designed and built the home himself with a group of his friends. He made sure it had everything they'd need. Kim and the kids started coming over to the house more often, and Jesse, always wanting brothers and sisters, had so much fun. They had barbecues, made pizza together. It was like they were on vacation all the time. Danny finally knew he found everything he was looking for to make his life complete, so he proposed, just in time for them to plan their wedding before Christmas in 1992. Of course, they chose the very modest but very special Mount Vernon Pentecostal Church. It meant a lot to Kim. It was where she stood when she made that decision to become a better person. Because of that choice, she was standing there that day in a beautiful white dress in front of everyone she loved, about to exchange vows with the man of her dreams. On December 3rd, 1992, Kim and Danny were officially married. Jessie stood right next to them in her bridesmaid dress, and Amber, Brooke, and Bryant carried the rings and the flowers. This was the real deal, not like the 2 other previous relationships that were formed out of drug addiction and dependency. Their new life wasn't without bumps in the road here and there, but they were minor and always worked themselves out. Most of the frustrations came from kids being kids. Jessie definitely had her share of blowouts with the family because she was transitioning from a child into her teens. It did cause a lot of disagreements and arguments between Kim and Danny, but every relationship has hurdles, and those hurdles just have to be scaled as they come along. Kim and Danny, being people of God, found themselves wanting to serve the Lord by opening their home to foster children. Kim thought this was her calling, to take in less fortunate children and give them a better life. She wanted to give them the love that she never had. She ran this by Danny, and at first, he was thinking logically and didn't know how they would be able to handle more than 4 kids. But eventually he came around to the idea, and he was very excited. Kim's oldest daughter, Brandy, was out of the mix at this time. She was living with Kim's ex, her biological father, but now that they were settled, they invited her to come over anytime, and Brandy's dad was fine with that. So she began spending holidays and weekends with the growing family. It was perfect. They had enough practice as parents. They had all the necessities that children needed, so they went ahead and applied to take the 10-week course to become foster parents. Ironically, by the fall of 1995, the very same Department of Family and Children Services workers who had taken Kim's kids away were now working with her to find placements for foster children. These foster children had some of the most heartbreaking stories. Soon, Kim was taking in kids all the time. Some stayed a little while before getting adopted, others stayed longer until they found more suitable placements. But no matter how short the stay, Danny and Kim treated each child as though they were their own. There was one little girl, though, who may have been just a little more special than the rest. Her name was Joanne Mosley. Joanne's mom had neglected her, and she was recently removed from her home. She needed patient caregivers, people who would understand abuse, who would give her a sense of stability until the state could figure out what to do next. Joanne was a beautiful 10-year-old with red hair and freckles. She looked like she could be Jessica's sister. The children really connected with Joanne, especially Amber, since the girls were the exact same age. Amber would tell Kim she knew Joanne was going to be her very best friend. Kim was sweet. Not only did she relate to the foster children, but she remembered what it was like to be a single mom who had her children ripped out of her life for demons that she could not tame at the time. So she related to these parents who were at rock bottom. She knew that not all of them were bad people. Most of them weren't bad people. They just found themselves in very unfortunate circumstances. In Joanne's case, Kim began speaking with Joanne's mother, Latrell Mosley. She promised that she would let Latrell come visit as soon as Joanne got settled in. What this generally meant was that Joanne was following all the rules in the Daniels' home. They put these rules in place for each child, not only foster children, but their own as well. Each time a new child was placed with them, they would have a big family meeting. Everyone would have a chance to introduce themselves, tell everyone a few things about them, their hobbies, their talents, and maybe some other flaws to look out for, things that they were working on. Whether it was that they had a messy room all the time or tended to get moody, it helped so that no one took those things personally. Each child had chores that they had to do, and they had to keep up with their schoolwork. Joanne was headstrong. She definitely resisted change. She didn't trust easily, and she was starved for attention, so she would act out a lot. Kim was a stay-at-home foster mom at this point, so this was her full-time job. She had seen her fair share of bad habits, and even worse, questionable behaviors. Many of the children came from homes with mentally ill parents. A lot of them had been abused in many ways, mentally, physically, sexually. Some of them were even born with drugs in their system and had to be hospitalized through neonatal abstinence syndrome. This happens when babies are exposed to drugs in the womb before birth. Babies can actually go through drug withdrawal symptoms, which can start as soon as 24 to 48 hours after they're born. A lot of times, they'll experience trembling, have problems sleeping, and tense up their muscles. Kim was used to taking in children that had this syndrome. She was used to seeing symptoms as well as behaviors that others might categorize as not normal, and even some children that seemed evil, for lack of a better word. They could have excessive anger that they couldn't control, antisocial behavior, or be manipulative. In most cases, Kim could only speculate about what the previous caregivers had subjected these poor children to. Many of them didn't even have a healthy perception of reality. This may have been another reason that Kim was open to speaking to Luttrell. Joanne seemed to be suffering from a really unusual way of thinking. A family friend of the Daniels said that Joanne had threatened Kim, but Kim never took it seriously because of the absurd nature of the threat. Joanne got upset that Kim punished her for not doing her chores and told her that her mama was going to mix up some powder and curse her. Kim, being Kim, actually laughed it off and made light of it. She told Joanne, "You better make sure it's mixed with aspirin because you're giving me a headache." It de-escalated the situation. Joanne started laughing, but this gave Kim some insight about how Joanne was being brought up. The main reason Kim reached out to Joanne's mom was because Joanne would beg her to let her see her. She missed her mom so much. And even though she called Kim and Danny mom and dad and felt completely loved by them, she worried about her mom. She loved her mom, and even if she was unfit to raise her in a safe environment, she still wanted to check on her. Her mom might be hungry or not well. So Kim, having a soft heart, began to feel bad for Luttrell. She thought, maybe I can fix her and reunite the family somehow. She remembered feeling that exact same way that Joanne did when she was abandoned by her own mother as a child. Kim would stay up late at night wondering where her mother was, whether she was hurt or worse, if she was dead on the streets. She thought maybe if she helped Joanne and Luttrell to overcome their own demons, it would help her heal some of her own. However, it was against DFCS policies to allow foster children to see their parents. Kim couldn't fight the urge, so she connected with Luttrell and finally agreed to drive Joanne over for a visit. If she only knew how much this unauthorized visit was going to change her life forever. Kim drove almost 50 miles away into Bacon County for this little supervised reunion. She was prepared, yet not prepared for what she was about to witness. She hadn't forgotten where she came from, but she had come so far in life at this point. She was not used to being exposed to the utter disgust that the Mosley family was living in. The house was small, filled with moldy carpets, rotten food, bugs and wires coming out of the floors and the walls. The roof was leaking. It was just a mess. She was shocked by the condition of the home, and it also brought back a lot of memories that she had tried really hard to erase. Kim felt that if she could turn her life around, she could help other mothers like Luttrell. She tried not to show the disgust on her face when she met Luttrell at the door and looked inside. Outside, Joanne and her mom hugged, talked, and spent a couple of hours together. Then Kim and Joanne made the trek back to Santa Claus. The visits continued, and each time Kim saw it as an opportunity to preach the gospel of God's love to Luttrell. She wanted to soften her heart, to open her up to change. I'm highlighting this particular instance where Kim's effort to help doesn't go as planned, and what she learned as a result, since it's pivotal in understanding the big picture later on. At some point, Luttrell mentioned she had a son who she was worried about. His name was Scott Taylor. Taylor was Luttrell's maiden name, and Scott was Joanne's half-brother from a previous relationship. He was around 17 at the time. Kim sat there with Luttrell, comforting her as she confided in Kim about Scott's past. Luttrell was in tears. She explained that Scott was born with a heart defect that wasn't discovered until he was 4. Thankfully, it was discovered in time because he would have died. His body wasn't able to get enough oxygen due to a condition called mitral valve stenosis. It's a narrowing of the heart's mitral valve that causes it not to open properly, blocking the blood from flowing into the main chamber of the heart, which can lead to complete heart failure. Scott had to have a really intense open heart surgery, which was a complete success. However, Kim would later find out that Luttrell would use this more as a sob story than anything else. It wasn't just a story, it was a feel bad for me, have pity on me story, and she would lie and say that she was also suffering from it as well. The truth was, Luttrell's own drug use while she was pregnant was suspected to be the cause of Scott's heart abnormality. That didn't stop her from using Scott's childhood condition, which was now completely repaired, as an excuse for why she wouldn't punish him or why he didn't do well in school. It was just an excuse all the time. Many people would say this was to handicap herself in case others accused her of being an unfit mother. Luttrell had a few failed marriages. She suffered abuse, and her children did as well. Scott had 4 other siblings: Ralph, George, Lisa, and Steve. Scott's father left Luttrell when he was only 8. She was raising 5 children on welfare, living in a trailer in Alma. Luttrell wasn't telling Kim the whole story. She had no idea what the truth was from what Luttrell was saying. Kim felt bad for her. Her story reminded Kim of her own. The real story of Scott's childhood was much different. Apparently, Scott had become addicted to drugs and alcohol when he was only 11. Scott's brother George was sent to a state hospital for addiction. Scott's brother Steve had severe mental health issues. He would even throw knives at Luttrell. He would beat Lisa and Scott up regularly, leaving them with bruises and totally battered. Steve was in and out of juvenile detention centers, and screams would frequently be heard coming from Luttrell's trailer. At some point, a neighbor ended up calling the police. After a welfare check, a caseworker said that the condition was deplorable, yet the remaining children were never removed. Instead, it seemed like anyone who had to deal with that family just tolerated them. Essentially, they would just turn a blind eye and not want to get involved because they were actually scared of them. For example, instead of getting help for Scott, his elementary school teacher decided to put up a screen around Scott's desk so that he would stop bothering her and the other children in class. Segregating him worked until he learned to escape. It was like he was an animal in a cage. Then he would throw things at the class, and he was even seen smoking cigarettes. He had been held back twice, once in kindergarten and once in 1st grade, and he never had food. There was just always turmoil in his life, and I feel really bad for a child having to deal with that. Each time Luttrell would have the DFCS called on her, she would make the family move. She would just say, "Let's pick up and go to another town." Scott got in trouble with the law when he was only 11. He broke into a neighbor's trailer to steal food. I feel bad for him. This boy was hungry. He's a child. Luttrell was using all the welfare funds on drugs instead of getting him help. They charged him, this 11-year-old boy, with a criminal offense, 2 counts of criminal trespass and 1 count of burglary. Even though it sounds bad, the good news was he was removed from Luttrell, and then his paternal aunt gained custody. This little boy was on probation for a year following the sentence, and after a while with his aunt and uncle, Scott was doing really well. He was back on track at school, and he had the semblance of a stable life, but not for long. He went downhill again because of Luttrell. She would harass the family, stalk them, scream outside of their house, and accuse them of getting her in trouble and ruining her life. It seemed as though she didn't want a better life for her children. Honestly, I'm sitting here wondering why. These people were clearly helping her children, yet she had so much anger toward them. It seemed to me it was more than just anger. There was speculation that she needed the kids to get more money from the state, and that was the biggest motive for wanting to fight for her children, though they couldn't take it anymore. They sadly dropped Scott off at the police station and just left him there. They weren't the only ones. No foster family would take in Scott, so the state placed him back with Luttrell. In the next few months, he was passed between a number of foster homes, looking for a family that could handle him. They finally placed him with Sylvia Boatwright. It didn't last long because poor Scott, who only had imaginary friends, listened to them according to him and followed them out to a busy highway. He was missing for hours. The police, the social workers, they were trying desperately to locate him. When he was finally found, Sylvia was like, "I do not think he's ready." So, she sent him back to another foster home, where he was once again rejected after he was caught using power tools to destroy the family's home. He would also scare some of the foster parents because he would chant. He said he was casting spells on people. One time, he was caught mixing a concoction that he planned to put in his family's food, his foster family. He even attempted to catch farm animals and use them as sacrifices. Everyone was confused. They were scared of Scott, and no one knew how to help him. The state once again placed him back with Luttrell. He can't get away from her. August 17, 1988, a neighbor called the police saying Scott was outside, screaming at the top of his lungs. He said he was going to kill himself or kill that mother devil worshiper. The neighbors also reported that he threatened to kill a little girl the previous day and even pointed a BB gun at her face. At that point, in the frustration, the neighbor yelled at the police, saying if they didn't do something, the residents would. So don't be surprised if he ended up dead. Finally, Sylvia took him in. She devoted so much time to Scott. The first thing she did is put him in a special school for children who were suffering from mental health disorders. He was very antisocial. He never seemed to be able to make friends, and he was super anxious. He was even scared of imaginary things that were not there. He would tell his therapist that he was scared he was going to be killed, and he developed a bunch of imaginary friends that he would talk to all day long, and even an imaginary pet mouse. Sylvia said this was the only way she thought he knew how to cope with his pain. Imaginary friends who he could control so they couldn't harm him. He would consistently tell people he wasn't allowed to play with them because he had this big scar in his chest, and he would show them. Most likely he was just echoing what he heard Luttrell tell people. Scott was diagnosed with ADHD, he was prescribed Ritalin, and Sylvia tried so many other methods. She did counseling, they had experts coming in to evaluate him, special schools. Sometimes he was happy and polite, and then a switch would flip, and he'd curse her out, and he wouldn't take his meds. Luttrell would stop at nothing to get Scott back. She told Kim how she struggled against the system, how they lied about her and took him away even though she never did anything wrong. Yet reports, on the other hand, stated that she began to harass Sylvia. She was threatening to curse her with cancer and anyone else that stood in her way of getting Scott. Even threatening those social workers, telling them that their families would end up dead if they kept messing with her. I can see why people did not want to care for poor Scott. Who would want to deal with Luttrell? She was unhinged. Scott was found pouring gasoline from Sylvia's lawnmower onto the ground in their backyard. They were afraid since he had also mentioned he liked to play with fire. He went back, he was evaluated again, and they diagnosed him with an identity disorder. But it doesn't say which one. I looked and it just didn't state which one. I'm really curious since Luttrell herself was diagnosed with borderline. It seemed like he was falling into a deeper and deeper delusional state. He told the doctors that his mom practiced witchcraft and that it really worked. She would put curses on people, and they would do it together, and the curses would work. Demons would come off the walls, and he was scared of them because the demons could hurt him. This is probably the reality his mother taught him. I cannot help but feel awful and sad for Scott. There is so much more I read about that I can tell you, but I can't tell you everything. Some of the things were self-mutilation, cruelty to animals, deep depression over losing his imaginary mouse he thought he had left at Sylvia's. Even though it's imaginary, he couldn't get it back. And then Scott attempted to take his own life at only 12 years old, by hanging. At this time, he was back with Luttrell, and she came in just in time to cut him down. He even chased his older brother with a .22, shooting him down the driveway. He dropped out of school in 10th grade and was at a 4th grade reading level. From the time he was 14 to 17, he would engage in criminal acts. He stole cars with his brother. It was just bad. He was obsessed with two things: playing video games and obsessively watching a movie called Death Warrant. I haven't seen it, but he would watch it over and over again, and he would cite the lines from his favorite character, the Sandman. Who's the Sandman? He would hardly talk or eat anything, and he was over 6 feet tall and only weighed 120 pounds by the time he was 17. I was thinking he may have been restricting his food intake to have control over something in his life. Remember, Kim doesn't know any of this. She just knows what Luttrell has offered as the truth. She said she was out of her mind with worry about Scott, that he'd leave for weeks at a time and not even call or keep in touch. Luttrell said she thought he was probably living on the streets. Kim wanted to meet him if he ever came around. she told Luttrell to call her and let her know. Kim thought Scott would need to be a part of the change that the Mosleys needed. He was part of the family. If he didn't change along with them, he could bring his bad habits back around, tempting Luttrell to fall back into addiction, or worse, get Joanne involved. Finally, Kim did get the opportunity to meet Scott. Even though he seemed to be very troubled, she tried to see the good in everyone. She decided it would be a good idea to bring the Mosleys to church because, after all, that's what changed Kim for the better. Church did not seem to have the same effect on Scott or Luttrell. Now Joanne was still young and impressionable, so she was thriving in the Daniels' care. But Luttrell seemed to use the church for their resources without changing anything in her life. She would ask for loans so she could pay medical bills or for food. However, there was speculation she was spending the money on drugs. The church was there to help people in need, but after a while, they got sick of Luttrell's ungrateful attitude. Because she would scream at them when they told her they're out of funds to give her that month, since other families that were in need needed to be helped out. She would storm out like a 3-year-old, and she would scream all kinds of obscenities along with really odd threats. Kim later finds out what Luttrell had been practicing with all those concoctions and spells was a form of black magic or devil worshipping, and this is what Scott said that she taught Joanne and him. It was clear that Luttrell wasn't making any progress. She also seemed as she was determined to derail Joanne's progress. She wanted her back, and there was definitely anger brewing toward the Daniels family, especially toward Kim. I don't know if you would call it envy or jealousy, but Luttrell's life was a living hell compared to the comfortable life that Kim had. By this time, though, Kim had heard some of the stories about Luttrell. She felt like maybe she was being warned by her and not just opening up to her about her struggles. She didn't want him raising her kids, and resentment was definitely building. Kim had no choice. She had to stop responding to her. The church did the same thing. Besides, the church was far from Luttrell's home, so unless she got a ride, she wasn't really able to come around on her own. So they didn't see her for a while. At this point, however, all she knew was that she was an unfit mother who still seemed to love and care about her kids and just needed to get her life back on track. Scott was still coming to the church with the Daniels family, even after his mother wasn't invited anymore. Yet, it didn't seem to be doing much for him. There was one incident that stood out to other people. The preacher had come forward to give Scott a message from God. Instead of doing what most people in the church do and engage with the preacher, he just stood there. He was just emotionless and just staring into space. It was a habit for Scott not to look people in the eyes. He would avert his eyes anytime someone was trying to talk to him face to face. Everyone in the church was clapping, and they were cheering, and they were singing and dancing, and they were waiting to hear this special message from God to Scott. The preacher said that God wanted to fill Scott with the Spirit so that he would repent from all of his sins and become a child of the church. Scott stood still. He was like a statue. Well, his arms were crossed, and he never said a word. It was seen as really odd, but this was a troubled teen. He didn't know what was acceptable social behavior. He'd know what that looked like. Scott and the Daniels' lives were starting to get more and more connected. Scott would see their home as somewhat of a safe haven, and Joanna was no longer at the Daniels' home or in foster care. She was back with Luttrell once again on a trial basis. However, the Daniels, being the kind people they are, extended Scott an invitation to stay with them if he needed to. He liked that idea. He got to eat free food, he had a roof over his head, and it made sense that he would rather be there than Luttrell's or on the streets. Soon, Scott was starting to bring someone else around. She was a girl named Maria Spivey. Just like his social behaviors at the church weren't normal, neither were his romantic relationships. Developmentally, he was very immature. Girls did see him as mysterious and attractive, though, so it wasn't hard for him to find girlfriends. However, he did have a rocky relationship with Maria. Sometimes they would come over with the Daniels, and they were happy, laughing, playing with the children together. Then the next week, they'd be broken up for weeks at a time, and then no one would see or hear from Maria. Scott would also leave for weeks at a time, and at that point, he would fall deeper and deeper into drug abuse. As much as they wanted to help, they were worried that he was beyond what they can offer. He would go back and forth between the Daniels, the streets, and his older sister Lisa's trailer in Bacon County. She was married, and she had kids of her own. Maria found out she was pregnant with Scott's baby. Now both of them are only 18, they're in poverty, they're unemployed, and they don't have a place to live. Their baby boy finally arrived, and they named him Joshua. Scott was not ready to be a dad. He couldn't even take care of himself. Scott may not have been ready for his own kids, but both Maria and his sister Lisa said he was amazing with kids. He would play with Lisa's kids all the time, and they loved him. They even pleaded with him to stay over or come back as soon as possible to play again. He babysat for friends and everything. So Maria was under the impression sex meant love, love meant devotion, devotion meant being a husband and father. But that is not what Scott thought. He was out drinking, doing drugs, getting in trouble, so Maria ended up moving in with her parents. Scott would occasionally go see Joshua, but it was not a frequent occurrence. As much as it seemed that Scott was somewhat of a loner, it also seemed like he always needed to attach himself to someone. If there wasn't somebody that was giving him their undivided attention, he would act really withdrawn. You would see him walking slowly around this house that he's been to many times before, and he would look all over the place like he lost something. He would pick up an item, and then he would slowly turn it around, examining every inch of it. It's like, you know what it is, and then you would lurk around, quietly come up to you, wouldn't even hear him, and then he would end up being right here. It was obvious that something was not right. The Daniels thought maybe a friend his age would help Scott. If he had someone to talk to and hang out with and connect with, the Daniels ended up introducing Scott to a guy named Aaron. This is a boy his age from the church, and Danny made a deal with them. He said if they fixed broken things around the house or helped with projects, he would pay them. I sometimes wonder if this was a way for him to pay Guy and Aaron to be friends with Scott. That's kind of sad, but he was trying his best. This was, however, a way that the Daniels felt they could help Scott. Kim did not want to feel like a failure, and she was still determined for Scott to change. It didn't take that long for Guy and Scott to become pretty close friends. They became best friends, actually. Guy was the first person that Scott opened up to. They went hunting together, they liked to drink coffee and talk about their problems, and they even attended church together. From this experience, Kim learned she may not be able to initiate total change in someone, but she could provide resources to help them cope with their issues, and that was still winning to her. Since Guy and Scott were doing home improvements at the Daniels house, Scott was still spending time with the family, and he seemed to be happier than usual, more talkative. Guy started to notice a pattern. Anytime that Danny's teenage daughter Jessie was around, Scott became almost giddy. When Guy and Scott were fixing gutters one day, Scott took a break, and while Guy was still up on the roof and Scott couldn't see him, he noticed that Scott was sitting really close to Jessie. They were talking, but they were leaning in real close, whispering and touching a little bit, the way that you would gently touch someone you were flirting with. Guy was a little bit concerned because he was a man of God, and he knew Scott had had premarital sex and gotten a young girl pregnant. He also respected Danny, so he thought this may be the start of something that could complicate things. Jessie was only 14 and Scott was going to be 19, so even though he probably was as immature as a 14-year-old mentally, this situation wasn't good. Jessie was at that age where she had crushes on boys, and she was curious about sex, and she was pretty, and she liked the attention from a cute older boy. And that's okay, just not with this boy. Guy pulled Danny aside later and gave him a heads up, man to man. Danny said it's probably innocent. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it right now. He knew how kids were. He wasn't going to hurt anyone's feelings by jumping the gun, but he would keep an eye on them. It wasn't a problem until Jessie approached her dad on her own, saying that she felt uncomfortable around Scott sometimes. She said she would see him, and she would hide or pretend that she wasn't home. She told Danny he was strange, and she saw him throw things at animals, even their dogs. That was that. Helping Scott had completely run its course with the Daniels. Scott was an adult, and he needed to be responsible for himself, his son, his choices. So, Danny told Jessie he wouldn't say anything about the fact that she told him, but he would have a heart-to-heart with Scott and tell him it was time for him to move on. He would no longer be invited to the Daniels' home. One night, before Danny even had a chance to talk to him, Scott kept calling to reach Jessie on the phone. It was 11 p.m., and no one was answering, so Scott just kept calling and hanging up and calling again. It was pretty obsessive, and Scott had this obsessive character to him. He didn't need to talk to Jessie. There wasn't a pressing matter to discuss. She's 14. It's a school night, but the simple fact that he couldn't made him obsess over it. This character trait would later prove to have devastating consequences. Finally, after 20 rings, Danny picks up and you could hear Scott's video game in the background. Scott says, "Let me talk to Jesse, please." Danny responded and says, "Scott, it's late." Danny had to get up around 4:30 every morning to start his mail route, and Scott knew that because he knew the Daniels' schedule and routine. He was around them all the time. He was around them long enough that he should know better than to call that late. Danny lets him know, "Jesse's asleep, go to bed. Some of us have jobs that we have to get up early for." Danny could just hear Scott slam the phone receiver down. This gave him all the more reason to have that talk the next morning. Before Danny left for work, he actually went to the cordless phone and deleted Scott's number from the call log because he didn't want to discuss it with Kim. She could easily get her feelings involved, and he just did not want to deal. He had made his decision. That was that. He wasn't going back on his word. After work, he was going to confront Scott, and he wouldn't do it harshly. That wasn't Danny's style. He wouldn't even stoke the fire by bringing up any of the things he knew. Instead, he would just focus on the fact that Jesse's too young to date and Scott is too old. And that's that. At that moment, he had to shift his focus because he had his morning rituals, and they were important to him. One of those included leaving cute messages on the whiteboard in the kitchen. They seemed like such a loving family. Kim had her own morning routines, and she was really strict about it, but he loved that. She would tell him to put a smile on the family's faces. As soon as his shift was over, Danny drove right over to Maria's parents' trailer to speak with Scott. He knocks on the door several times, nobody's answering, so he's knocking harder and harder, and then eventually Scott comes to the door. It looked like he had been sleeping, his hair was all a mess, so he asked, "Can I come in?" I think Scott probably knew what was going to happen, but he lets Danny inside. They sit down and they talk. The gist of the conversation was, Danny thought it was best if Scott moved on with his life. He wasn't mean or judgmental with him. Danny just firmly said the goal was to keep his family on track. They were constantly taking in new children, and per the agency's guidelines, it was best if there weren't any new people that they needed to adjust to, especially people that aren't going to be a permanent fixture in the family. As far as Jessie was concerned, it was simple. She's too young to date, and too young to hang out as friends with a boy, especially his age, and that was that. There was no yelling, there was no fighting, no talking back, nothing. Scott didn't even really engage at all. He just sat there. That's like his normal response. He didn't even give him eye contact. However, he did appear to understand and agree to comply. Danny left and figured that would be the last time they would have to deal with Scott and his family. It wasn't. You see, Latrell always felt she was rejected. She was made to feel lesser than others, and she thought the state was against her because she wasn't up to society's standards of what a good mom was, or even a person worthy enough to be friends with. She began to really resent the Daniels, even though they had opened up their hearts, their homes, their lives to her own children. When she got word that Danny had shunned her son, she was livid. Even though her car was super old and could barely make it to the grocery store, she took that long trip to Santa Claus. Somehow, she was going to give them a piece of her mind. This is the same woman who made excuses about why she couldn't drive Scott to his psychology appointments, yet here she was going miles out of her way for some kind of revenge on the Daniels. She did not have a plan. It was just before dark when she drove down the dirt road, toward the end of Dasher Street. All she knew is she's gonna send some kind of message somehow, but not just to the Daniels, to all the people out there who think they're better than others. It had to be an outward message for everyone to see. She stops her car on the side of the road, thinking about what she should do. She just sat there, chain-smoking, thinking about her belief that she wasn't good enough to be friends with Kim and Danny and their family. She just looked at their nice home. It was beautiful, on this beautiful land, with their picture-perfect possessions, and she just couldn't stomach it anymore. So she drove her car into their front yard. She stomped on the gas and she cut her steering wheel to the left. She's just going around and around, digging her tires deeper into the soil until she was almost stuck. Then she just drove back to the road, looking back, admiring her work, and then she just drove off. This would do it for now. Danny arrived home to see these deeply carved donuts in the property that he cherished, that his family passed down to him. He really did feel violated, but at the same time, he laughed. It was childish. Neighbors walked over to tell him who did it, and he wasn't surprised. The next day, Guy helped him to patch up the land with new sod. These were just people who they would never understand. The good news was they stayed out of their life for about 2 whole years after this. Kim did hear about Scott every now and then, most notably about him impregnating Maria. Once again, it was the spring of 1997. Her baby was due in November, and churchgoers had heard through the grapevine that Scott was still acting the same as he did a couple of years ago. He was staying on friends' couches, drinking, drugging. Some boys his age said that he had been frequently hanging out at this guy Jerry Johnson's house. Jerry had this pool table at the back of his house, on a screened-in porch, and he would let guys come over. They could drink, even if they were underage. They could play pool, drink beer. The reason why is because he was a lonely, wheelchair-bound 60-year-old. He had been paralyzed from the waist down in a car accident back in the 60s, so you know he was lonely, and he would let other people that wanted company come over. Scott, being lonely as well, spent a lot of nights over at Mr. Johnson's. He would stay until the wee hours of the morning to avoid going home as long as he could. When Kim heard the news, she couldn't help but feel bad for Scott, but she had to quickly shift her focus back to her own family. It was that time of year. She was already planning for Christmas with all the kids that she had in her home now. She needed to get a head start since budgeting was definitely necessary. She spent so many Christmases without gifts as a child. It was as though she would live vicariously through the children's excitement. Speaking of children, the Daniels were now taking care of 7 children. They had 16-year-old Jesse, 11-year-old Amber, 8-year-old twins Bryant and Brooke, another 8-year-old Amanda, Corey, who was only 4, and Gabriel, who was only 10 months old, that they had had pretty much since the day he was born. Scott's life, on the other hand, was worse than Kim could have imagined. He was frequently spending the night at his older sister Lisa's trailer, where now had 10 people living there. Most of them were just sleeping on the floor. Guess who else was living there? Joanne. As much as the Daniels tried to steer her toward a better life, Luttrell just undid all that hard work. Poor Joanne was only 11 years old at the time, and she went through so much abuse. She was even molested by a family member who did end up going to prison. She never got counseling for all that pain, and then she ends up falling into drug addiction and alcohol. One of Kim's friends told her that the conditions were so bad, and it doesn't mean that's why you get lice, because I've had lice, my daughter has too, but she was infested with head lice. And instead of finding a treatment to combat this, Luttrell just held her down and cut off all of her beautiful red hair. It's so sad. Meanwhile, Scott had gotten arrested 2 times by November 3rd, 1997, both on the account of drinking and driving. He never even got his driver's license. The first time he got pulled over was a month earlier in October. He was speeding in a car that he borrowed from a friend, and he was jailed and fined. But then it happened again. The second time he stole a Jeep, and he was speeding down the road to go to another house to try to steal a 4-wheeler. A lot of this acting out was said to have stemmed from Maria having a lot of trouble with her pregnancy. They could not afford the best medical care, and therefore, Maria went weeks without seeing an obstetrician. One night, Maria was upset with Scott about the entire predicament. She was raising a 2-year-old, and she was in pain, and they were in poverty, unemployed, and she just wished Scott would do something. During the fight, she admitted she wasn't even sure if the baby was his, and this is what set him off. He got 2 DUIs in the months following. On November 25th, a caseworker attempted to get Scott into a treatment center, but Luttrell never followed up. She said Scott would probably never agree to it, so it wasn't even worth trying. At the same time, the Daniels family was a total contrast. Kim was busy wrapping tons of presents and getting ready for Thanksgiving dinner in just a couple of days. All year, Kim would hide the presents in the attic until she was ready to play Santa and put them under the tree. One big present that the Daniels had anticipated giving to Amanda, Corey, and Gabriel was the gift of a permanent family, which they planned to announce right after Christmas and sign the adoption papers in the beginning of the coming year. Kim would invite her close friends over, and they would have these gift-wrapping parties while the kids were in school and the little ones were down for naps. That same day, Maria was having pregnancy complications, and Scott begged Maria's mother to drive her to the emergency room. Scott spent hours waiting and pacing the halls of the hospital, and Maria was really sick. She was hooked up to a bunch of machines. And being so close to the holidays, this hurt even more. One thing Scott was looking forward to was meeting this newborn baby. It was something for him to live for. It was another thing for him to look forward to. Now fear was setting in. He didn't know if he would lose Maria. He didn't know what was wrong. Was the baby okay? And it turned out something was wrong. The baby had an irregular heartbeat. Scott just felt his stomach turn because it was his fault. He thought the baby had inherited his heart problem. He tries to call his mother for some comfort. Latrell yelled at him, almost blaming him. By getting Maria pregnant, it was all his fault. If this baby came out broken, yet wouldn't that mean it was her fault then, when she got pregnant with him? It's a tough situation. His mind's racing. The nurses try to give him something to do, and they gave him a pen and paper. He begins to write a poem to Maria. Remember that Scott only had a 4th grade education, and he never wrote anything, let alone a poem. The poem was called In the Arms of God. Maybe he did learn something from the church. Well, unless memorizing songs counts towards truly knowing the Word of God, we can bet nothing really sunk in, because the poem was basically exact quotes from 2 songs that were sung regularly when he attended. Sheltered in the arms of God, and What Will You Do for Jesus? What if we're not giving Scott enough credit? Songs can have quite an impact on us, but it looked like he did put effort in. Maybe the songs comforted him, and he wanted to extend that comfort to Maria the only way he knew how. Let me read you what he wrote. I feel the touch of hands so kind and tender. They're leading me in the paths that I must tread. I'll have no fear, for Jesus walks beside me, and I'm sheltered in the arms of God. So let the storms rage high, the dark clouds rise. They won't worry me, for I'm sheltered safe in the arms of God. He walks with me, and nothing of earth shall harm me, for I am sheltered in the arms of God. Soon I shall hear the call from heaven's portal. Come home, my child, it's the last mile you'll have to trod. I'll fall asleep and wake up in God's new heaven, sheltered safe within the arms of God. P.S. What will you do for Jesus? He's done so much for you. He gave his life a ransom for sin. What Will You Do for Him? By Scott Heidler. All of a sudden, something truly went wrong. The machines were beeping, alarms were going off, and the doctors were being called. Maria was quickly rolled out of the room and rushed into emergency surgery. Scott was hyperventilating, stoic, not saying a word, just helplessly waiting. It wasn't too long before he saw Maria being rolled back down the hall, holding the baby in her arms. Scott let out a sigh of relief because it was going to be okay, and he wasn't used to things being okay. The closer Maria got, the more her face came into focus, and she was crying. Happy tears, of course, right? She mumbled, "It's a boy." She was shaking. She said the words that no expecting parent wants to hear. He was stillborn, pronounced dead just an hour after he came into the world. Scott said nothing. He looked dazed, just staring blankly into space. This is terrible. I felt horrible reading this. I can only try to imagine, and even then, I could start tearing up over it. Instead of going home, Scott made his way to Jerry's house. He knew Latrell would probably berate him, blame him, and bombard him with questions, and it was too much for him. He knew that in just a few days, he and Maria were going to have to lay their son to rest. They picked Rose Hill Cemetery in Alma, Georgia. On December 2nd, they kissed their baby goodbye one last time as the coffin was sealed, and his tiny, flawless body just laid still, as though he was merely asleep. Scott may not have been an emotional person, but he couldn't contain his sadness. He cried uncontrollably as the coffin went into the ground. He hung onto the side of it until he couldn't touch it anymore. He was on his knees on the soft dirt that would soon cover his son's grave, and he just hunched over and sobbed. Maria read that poem that Scott wrote out loud, and they just cried together. Once Maria and Scott were back at her parents' place, Scott wanted to lie down, and Maria was beside him. He asked her to read the poem to him. She read it over and over and over again until they both fell asleep. The next morning was like many before, except the reality that there was one less member of their little family. Scott watched TV while Maria played with their son Josh. Scott was thankful that he was happy and healthy. Maria's mom was flipping through channels on the TV, and she stopped because she saw a special report. It was about a 14-year-old boy in Kentucky. His name was Michael Carneal. This boy had opened fire at his high school 2 days ago, on December 1st. He had wrapped a shotgun in a blanket, pretending it was an art project, and fired 10 rounds at a group of innocent students. Scott was glued to the TV. Carneal had told reporters he didn't know why he did it. He said his parents didn't love him. He was bullied by kids in school. When they asked him if he shot these specific people on purpose, he said no. He had no idea who he was aiming for. The authorities came on to explain that Carneal stole several firearms from his neighbor's garage and his parents' home. There were reports that he was suffering from a variety of mental health conditions like anxiety, depression, paranoia. According to a survivor, fellow student Benjamin Strong, right after the shooting, Carneal dropped the gun and shouted, "Kill me, please. I cannot believe I did that." School shootings are just one of those senseless crimes to me that I don't think I can ever wrap my brain around. That same day was Kim and Danny's 5-year wedding anniversary. Pretty normal day. Kim said goodbye to Danny earlier that morning, then got the older kids ready to get on the bus. The younger kids got their clothes on and they were fed, and then Kim jotted something down in her notes for her to-do list. They had recently had an alarm system installed, but they couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. It wouldn't arm the house correctly. She put it down that they needed to get it fixed because she was afraid someone would break in and steal the Christmas presents. As long as it was fixed in the next week or so, she felt secure knowing that nothing bad would happen. That afternoon wasn't as great over at Luttrell's, because Scott, Lisa, and their older brother Steve were hanging out over there. Just like Scott had suspected, Luttrell would not stop annoying him with questions about why the baby died. Steve got involved, telling Scott to get over it, that the baby probably wasn't his anyway, and Scott barged out furiously. He walked over to Jerry Johnson's to drink his worries away. Scott was already drunk before getting to Mr. Johnson's, so when he was over there, he was drinking more and more as he told a story about what happened to his baby. He went into detail about the way the baby looked, about how odd it was to see a coffin so small. Scott was not a man of many words that night. He couldn't stop. He became more and more intoxicated and continued to retell the events surrounding his newborn's death. Mr. Johnson kept trying to change the subject, have Scott talk about anything else, but without any luck. Scott continued. At some point, Mr. Johnson realized it seemed like Scott was talking to someone else besides Mr. Johnson, especially because he was repeating himself. It was just strange. He would be looking into nothing. I thought perhaps his imaginary friends had returned because he was in a time of need. Afternoon was turning into evening, and Kim and Danny were entertaining Christy Wood and her daughters for dinner. Danny was putting the younger ones to bed. Kim went into the bedroom, kissed the kids goodnight, turned off the lights, closed the door, made her way back down the hall. She was thanking Christy's daughter Rachel for complimenting her on how pretty the Christmas tree was. They said goodbye to their friends, and by 11 p.m., everyone in the house was asleep, except Danny. He was on the phone with Guy, planning a hunting trip. After he hung up the phone, he made his way into the master bedroom, where Kim was already fast asleep, and baby Gabriel was tucked into his crib at the end of their bed. That would be the last night the Daniels would be together as a family. It was the last night they would say goodnight to each other. Tonight wasn't a good night. Just before dawn on the morning of December 4th, a farmer was out in Elma, up early starting his day, when he saw something moving near the edge of his farm in the distance. It was still dark. He couldn't make out what it was, maybe a deer, he wasn't sure. So he made his way closer to the road. Then he realized it was a person. He called out to them, but he was still too far for them to hear him over the wind. As he got closer and closer, he could tell it was 3 little girls, barefoot in their pajamas, hugging each other in the cold as they tried to make their way up the road towards his house, the closest beacon of hope. They were shivering and crying hysterically. He asked them who they were and what they were doing there. The oldest girl, with her teeth chattering uncontrollably, managed to explain they were from Santa Claus. They had been taken away from their home last night and abandoned in the middle of nowhere. The farmer immediately took them to Bacon County Sheriff's Department. This is just sad. She was 11. How heartbreaking. Who could do something like this? She's so innocent, yet she's keeping it all together to tell this. A very professional woman, I might add. What happened to them so that they can find this monster? You have to have patience and empathy to do this job. Amber gave police her address. She said they lived on Dasher Street with their parents and their other siblings. She explained they were woken up in the middle of the night and taken. They knew something bad happened because the man who took them said he was there to save them. He said their parents told him to get them out of the house really fast. Amber could hear the baby crying as he pushed the 3 girls down the hall, and she told him, "I gotta grab my mommy and daddy and my brothers." But he said, "No, your parents told me they were coming back to get them." But as he's pulling the girls out the door, she looks back in, and she sees Corey hiding under the table. She doesn't understand why they're leaving him. If there was someone scared in the house, why would they be leaving their 4-year-old brother behind? And the baby? The 3 girls must have been absolutely terrified. It's the middle of the night, they're cold. They had just been pulled out of their beds and forced into the back of a van. The man's driving without saying a word. The girls had no idea where he was going or what he was going to do to them, but Amber knew her parents did not tell him to go get them. They had been kidnapped. After some time with Amanda and Brooke still crying, the man tells them to shut up. He turns off the highway toward the side of a bridge. It's called Baxley Bridge, and there's nothing around it. It's dark. There are no houses. It's completely isolated. The man told Amber to get into the back of the van. She asked him what was going to happen to her. He didn't answer. Instead, he told her to take off her clothes. She saw her sisters just watching her. They were crying and hugging each other. I don't have to, nor do I want to, go into detail about this disgusting person and what he did to this little girl. No one deserves to go through that. I cannot imagine what such an innocent mind would be thinking. An experience like this leaves scars that can't be seen by other people, but may never heal. After he was finished, he tells Amber to get dressed. They drove off in silence. Was he going to kill them? He went to the top of the bridge. He opened the door and pulled the girls out and made them stand with their backs against the railing. Then he grabbed a shotgun. He stood there, looking at these 3 girls. That moment must have gone by so slowly for those girls. Then he turns, and he thrusts the gun over the bridge, and you can hear it splash when it hits the water while he has his back turned. He's looking over the bridge, probably to make sure it went in. Amber tells the girls to run. This was their chance to get away, to hide in the woods, to save their lives. But he grabs Brooke and Amber, and Amanda knows that if they don't stop, he's going to do something horrible. He said if they didn't get back in, he was going to throw Brooke over the bridge. He turned down a dead-end street and stopped. He told them to get out. Amber told police he said they better not move. He would be back in 5 minutes. Not to go anywhere, he'd said. He'd be back in 5 minutes, and said they'd better be there when he returned. Amber, with her little innocent mind, actually sits there and counts to 65 times, and then she tells her sisters to run. That's when the farmer ended up seeing them on the road. Back in the interview room, the investigators want to know the girls' parents' names and the address they live at. Amber says Kim and Danny Daniels. Now, it took me days to figure out what the exact address was, because I looked everywhere. It wasn't on legal documents, it wasn't in news articles, I could not find it, but I finally was able to nail it down. It's 592 Dasher Street, Santa Claus, Georgia. It was 3:30 in the morning, and Toombs County Deputy Mike Hewitt, by the way, in reenactments his name is Mike Harland. This could be to protect his identity because police and legal documents have his name as Hewitt, was just 9 months out of the police academy when he gets a call to do a welfare check at the Daniels residence. He had been told that 3 girls had been kidnapped from the premises. When he arrived, there were a lot of lights on in the home. As he approached the door, he saw it was already open. He radioed in to dispatch to advise them that he had an unsecured door and he was going to make entry. He moved closer, but before he stepped inside, he yelled, "Sheriff's office," but he didn't hear anyone reply. What he could hear was the eerie sound of music coming over what sounded like a clock radio. It was muffled by the sound of a baby crying. He stepped inside, he announced himself again, and no answer. He scanned the room. He saw a Christmas tree. There were a lot of presents underneath. He followed the sound of the music and the crying. He came to the first bedroom door, and as he peered inside, his brain could not catch up to what his eyes were seeing. First, he focused on the vivid contrast of dark red wet blood across the beige walls of a child's bedroom. It was everywhere, on the windows, across family photos that were framed and hanging on the walls, and of course, it was where the victim was laying. He was a young boy in the top bunk of a bunk bed. While Deputy Hewitt assumed it was a young boy he was looking at, what was left of a little boy, his head was sticking out of the covers, but there wasn't much left of it. He was under the covers, and he was wearing children's pajamas. When Hewitt's brain had connected what was going on, he drew his weapon. He had no idea if he was standing in the presence of a killer. He left the room, proceeded down the hall, but stopped because he saw something moving back near the living room. He almost opened fire, and it's a miracle that he didn't after what he had just seen. He stopped in time to see it was a little boy, and he was shocked. He was just standing there and this poor little boy just witnessed the horrific death of his brother. I can only begin to imagine the fear that would be inside this child. The little boy just pointed down the hallway. He didn't say anything. Hewitt had his gun drawn, and he made his way toward the sounds that he had been following before. He came to the back bedroom, and there was blood that was still dripping from the doorknob. He used the barrel of his gun to gently nudge the door open to peek inside. It opens just enough for him to slide his way inside, and that's when he sees what was in his way. It's the body of a teenage girl, and she's crumpled up on the floor in front of the door. He can't believe what he's seeing. Now we could also see the clock radio that the music was coming from. Most likely, this was Danny's alarm he used to begin every day. He wouldn't knew there was nothing he could do for the girl. It was way too late, so he turned his gaze towards the baby. He was standing beside the left side of the bed, and he was just clutching the covers with his little hands, just wailing and pulling the covers, trying to wake up his mama. That's when Hewitt saw the deceased woman. Her body was covered up with a duvet, and the only thing that was sticking out was her head. But it was clear she wasn't alive. It was Kim Daniels, and right next to her on the right side of the bed was the body of her husband, Danny. He was sprawled out across the bed with a gaping wound through his chest. Hewitt picks up the baby, and he makes his way back down the hall. He scoops up the young boy, and he heads out to call for help. Nothing like this had ever happened in Santa Claus. At the moment, he knew this town would be changed forever. This was supposed to be the season of love and joy in a city that loves children, yet he had just witnessed 2 of them with their lives stolen. It only took a few minutes for police cars and ambulances to be barreling down Dasher Street with their sirens blaring. Yellow crime scene tape was put up around the perimeter. Investigators, crime scene technicians, the medical examiner, they all piled right into the Daniels' home. I did find some photos from newspaper clippings, and you can see the home. You can see exactly what it looked like with everyone on the scene. This little town made headlines. All the big networks were reporting on the quadruple homicide. CNN even flew a reporter to the home in a helicopter. Just imagine that this is your family. It's not just a story. You can't share another moment with them, yet every news outlet wants to share a piece of them with the world. Once Corey, the 4-year-old, had calmed down, they would ask him what he remembered. He quietly said, "Mommy and Daddy are dead. Brother Guy shot them all." When he said Brother Guy, that was the name they used for Guy Aaron from the church, the last person to have talked to Danny the night before. What had transpired at this home? Authorities fanned out to interview neighbors, friends of the family, anyone who could have heard and seen anything. At the same time, the coroner had made the determination that the victims had been shot with a shotgun at close range. The scene was very gruesome. There was a cigarette butt found. It was smushed into the living room carpet, and that was bagged for analysis. Fingerprints were found on the ledge below an open window, with a ladder leaning against the wall from the outside. This is where the perpetrator made entry to the home. Had the alarm system been working, they would have been alerted. By the afternoon of December 4th, rumors were swirling, and the biggest one was that Danny had annihilated his family and then turned the gun on himself. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, GBI, were scouring over foster care documents. They were digging deep into each one of the cases that the Daniels had taken in, and the children's biological parents and families to see if any of them had an issue with them. Meanwhile, officers were trying to track down Guy Aaron, the man the 4-year-old Corey Daniels said gunned down his family. A press conference was held and an official report came out identifying 4 victims: 47-year-old Danny Daniels, 33-year-old Kim Daniels, 16-year-old Jesse Daniels, and 8-year-old Bryant Daniels, who left behind his twin sister Brooke. The town was shocked. It was unfathomable. Everyone knew the Daniels family. Everyone in Santa Claus was terrified. No one wanted to leave their homes. They thought anyone could be next. Meanwhile, more than 40 miles away, Bacon County deputies handling the kidnapping case knew they had to question the girls again. Even though they knew they were in shock and hadn't been told the truth about their family members being dead, this was a secret authorities had to keep until they could get more information from the girls about the guy who kidnapped them. Against their better judgment, they called the children back in. They pressed Amber to try to remember the face of the man who took her. She finally breaks down and told them it was their friend named Scott. They relay this information to Toombs County and the GBI and begin to question neighbors and friends about anyone named Scott. A church friend said they remembered a Scott Taylor being friends with the family. They ran every database for the name Scott Taylor and found nothing. They didn't give up, they kept searching. The only thing that they thought could be connected was one foster child named Joanne Mosley, because she lived in Alma, and that's significant, considering that's where the girls were found. One neighbor told police that a crazy tall woman with dark hair that drove a beat-up Buick had raced down Dasher Street and done donuts in the Daniels' yard a couple of years ago. Other than that, they'd never seen anything out of sorts. After asking around, they found out the lady's name was Latrell Mosley. We already know how they're connected. Her daughter was the foster child Joanne that they had discovered earlier. A family friend tells police Latrell's son used to date Jessica. Supposedly, he went crazy when Danny told him not to come around anymore. Since Jessie was one of the deceased, they knew they had to hurry and question the trial. Things feel like they may be starting to come together. A call comes in to Bacon County from Mr. Johnson saying his van had been stolen. They asked him if he knows a man named Scott Taylor. He says no. They ask if you could think of anyone who could have had access to his vehicle. He tells them the only person who knew where the keys were and was over last night was a guy named Jerry Heidler. Now they've got a third name. They've got Guy Aaron, Scott Taylor, and now Jerry Heidler. The name Jerry Heidler lights up the database like a Christmas tree. Police in Bacon County knew exactly who Jerry was. They decide to show photos of him along with other men to the girls to see if they could pick him out as the man who took them in the van. While he confirms that that's the man she chose was the one that hurt her last night in the van. She says yes. Amanda and Brooke, they independently pick the same photo out of the stack, and that photo is Jerry Heidler. Now they're thinking, is this the same person who carried out the murders, or was there more than one assailant? Who were they looking for, and who was Scott Taylor? An undercover officer drove past Latrell's place. He doesn't see anything until he drives around the street to the back of the house. There, sitting on the road, was Mr. Johnson's van. The officer called GBI. Meanwhile, Bacon County sheriffs are already pulling up with a warrant for Jerry Heidler, who lived at the Latrell residence. They see someone coming out of the door, and they run up, but the man slams the door in their face. They announce themselves and say they have a warrant for Jerry Heidler. The door opens, and Scott's brother Steve tells them Jerry's not here. Steve still has to let them in. They have a warrant to search the premises as well. So they do a full sweep of the house, and no one was inside. However, an officer noticed a piece of wood that looked like it was coming up from the floorboards. It was just sitting there in an awkward manner, so he pulled it, and he noticed he could get underneath the house. There was a pretty big crawl space right underneath, and sure enough, that's where they found Jerry hiding. Here's a picture of what the underneath looked like. It's just a bunch of dirt and wires. It's like an unfinished underneath part of a home. There's like pipes under there. Just a mess. Jerry was taken into custody and immediately interrogated by GBI agents. He wouldn't make eye contact with them. He was nervous and they could barely hear him. He talked so softly. They asked him, "Do you know someone named Scott Taylor?" And Jerry confirms that he is Scott Taylor. His full name is Jerry Scott Heidler. Wow, they suspected he went by Scott Taylor so that no one would connect him to his past offenses. He argues he did it because he liked the name Scott better and he didn't want to associate himself with the last name Heidler. He used his mother's maiden name instead. According to what I could find, here's how the exchange went. The GBI agent tells him, "We're going to talk about what happened out here in Santa Claus, okay?" Jerry says, "Yes." The agent asked, "Can you tell me what happened out there?" Jerry said, "I went berserk, I guess." The agent responded with, "Did you kill them? All 4 of the Daniels?" Jerry stared ahead just blankly, and then he quietly mumbled, "Yeah." The agent asked Jerry to tell him what happened. He said he didn't know and he didn't remember. The agent asked Jerry, "What do you remember?" As Jerry sits quietly staring at the wall of the interrogation room, his mind drifts back to the night before. It was 11 p.m. on a Wednesday night. Mr. Johnson and one other guy who was over were ready to call it a night. It was getting late. After Mr. Johnson went inside and the other guy left, Jerry stood alone outside for a while, probably contemplating where to go. Instead of walking away from Mr. Johnson's home, he started walking toward it. He crept quietly back onto the porch. It was pitch black outside. He had taken mental notes of where everything in the house was every time he came over. He was using those notes to slip through Mr. Johnson's sliding door into his living room. He made his way to the wall where Mr. Johnson's van keys were hanging. He took the keys to Mr. Johnson's 1989 maroon and white Dodge van and put them in his pocket. Here he is, intoxicated once again, stealing a vehicle, of friends nonetheless. It was like he was on autopilot. Here he was in the middle of the night, getting onto Highway 1 and driving towards Santa Claus. He had always found comfort when he was at the Daniels' home. He turned down Dasher Street. It's exactly how he remembered it a couple of years ago. All the trailers along the road were covered with Christmas lights. Some had lit up mangers in their front lawn, and you could see the lights from Christmas trees shining through their windows. He pressed on until he came to the end of Dasher Street. Kim and Danny's home was up ahead, down the dirt road. It was dark except for the twinkling lights that were carefully placed along the roof. He got out of the van, stood outside, and stared at the house that he had spent so much time in. He walked closer, making his way to the backyard. He saw a stepladder near the shed. He picked it up and put it underneath the bathroom window, pushed open the window, pushed his legs through, stepped on top of the toilet, and stepped down onto the bathroom floor. Again, if their alarm had been properly installed and working, they would have heard this. Instead, he slipped inside undetected. He went toward the back door and opened it. He sat out there and smoked cigarettes back to back for a few minutes. Then he went back inside and walked into the living room and saw the presents underneath the tree. He did not know what he was doing there. It was like he was in a dream and he couldn't control himself. He was still smoking a cigarette. This was the one they found smushed into the carpet. He just let it gently fall from his hands with the cherries still lit, and then he took the toe of his boot and pushed it into the carpet and stomped it out. It was 1:30 in the morning. He proceeded to creep slowly down the hall toward Kim and Danny's room. Instead of going inside, he stopped just a few steps before it and opened the gun cabinet. He took out an 1100 Remington semi-automatic shotgun. He opened the door to Kim and Danny's room, pointed the gun right at Danny, and pulled the trigger. He turned the gun just a few inches, pointed it at him, and pulled the trigger again. Danny was still alive. He tried to get up, but Jerry was too fast. He aimed at Danny as he put his hands up, and he pulled the trigger a third time. That's when Jessie, who probably heard the gunshots, got up. She started looking around the house to see what had happened, and Jerry was already in the boys' room. At this time, Corey was hiding in the closet. Bryant, on the top bunk, had tried to hide by covering himself with his blankets, his head underneath his pillow. Jerry inched toward him, playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek. He placed the barrel of the gun on his pillow, right in front of Bryant's eye, and pulled the trigger. Jessie was screaming. She didn't know what was going on. She could only guess by what she was hearing. Jerry reloaded the gun, and he sees Jessie in the bathroom. She tries to fight the gun out of his hands, makes her way past him somehow, and runs to her parents' room. I can't even begin to imagine the fear that she was feeling in that moment, knowing there's almost nowhere she can run and hide, and he is right behind her. The moment she stepped foot in that room, he fired one single shot at close range to the back of her head, destroying her skull. After that, he walks over to Danny and, for good measure, shot him one more time. He made his way to the girl's bedroom and switched on the light. This is when Brooke woke up and looked at him. She said, "Scott, is that you?" All of a sudden, it's like Jerry snapped out of a dream. He didn't know what the hell was going on. Why did he have a gun? There must be someone trying to kill them. He tells the girls he thinks there's someone in the house and to hurry, that they have to get out of there. We know what happened from here, according to Amber. This is not what Jerry tells the agent. Instead, he says, "I remember the gun hurting my shoulder and I just kept shooting and it was real loud." The agent asked him, "Why did you do it, Jerry?" He says, "I don't know." The agent says, "You said you went to a funeral for your dead baby son earlier, right?" Jerry says, "Yeah. I don't remember anything until Brooke called out my name. She said my name and I got all of them and put them in the van." The agent confirmed one more time, "You killed Danny, Kim, Jessica, and Bryant?" Jerry says, "Yeah." Luttrell arrived at the jail. They brought Jerry out and told him, "You only have a few minutes." He sat there. He was real pale, not even looking at his mom. He said, "Mama, I just got a few minutes. I just got a minute to say something." The police tell Jerry to tell his mom about it. With his head hanging, he said, "Mama, I killed Kim." Luttrell yelled. She said, "No, you didn't." And he said, "Yes, I did." The police took him away before he could say anything else. Luttrell turns to the police and screams at them that they're setting him up, that they're making him say he did it. He wasn't a killer. She told the same story to reporters the very next day. She said the state was always trying to ruin her and her family. She said she was very sick when they took away her daughter Joanne for no reason, and now they're trying to take away her son by pinning 4 murders on him. She explained that Jerry had arrived at her house early Thursday morning and fell asleep on the couch. She was convinced they were framing him, and he wasn't a killer. If he was, she said, the first person he would have killed would be his stepdad, not the Daniels. She followed that up by saying he had no blood on him whatsoever, and none of his clothing was messed up. Maria also talked to reporters. Here's a picture of her and Jerry's son Joshua in the newspaper. I think she's so pretty, and his little baby so cute. She explained to reporters that they had a death. Maria did admit she wasn't sure who the father of her stillborn son was, but Jerry had been depressed all week about the baby's death. Then she showed them the poem that Jerry wrote. Maria said she didn't really know what to make of the poem, but how Jerry didn't think he had much longer to live because of his heart and lung problems. She said she didn't really notice he had any health problems. She drove him home to his mom's around 4:30 on Wednesday evening because he said he was getting a virus and wanted to take a shower and then come back later. He called her every hour until about 11 p.m., and the very last call was from Mr. Johnson's house. Maria said, Jerry always told me the Daniels were his friends. He always bragged on them. He said they were like family to him. He adored them. People, his Aunt Mary Lee Taylor said Scotty was out of control for a long time. He wanted to kill himself. He took a bunch of pills. He told his mom over and over he wanted to be dead. If he did this, he was doped up on drugs, but I do not believe he did it. Mr. Heidler is from Album, and putting those things together, they went to his home, the home of his relative, his mother, and that's where he was located. 20-year-old Jerry Scott Heidler's first court appearance was on December 8th, and it only lasted 5 minutes. The magistrate told him that the penalty for these crimes in the state of Georgia is death by electrocution, then asked if he had any questions. He said, "No, sir." As he was escorted out of the courthouse, Luttrell could be heard screaming, saying, "I know he didn't kill that family. The confession is a cover-up for the real killer, the person who really did this. I'm not going to tell you who it is. I'm not going to say his name. He loved them youngins. He wouldn't ever hurt them. I've had a dream about it. I know he didn't do it." While Luttrell cried outside the courthouse, the town of Santa Claus mourned the loss of the Daniels family. They were being laid to rest, and their funeral was held at the First Methodist Church in Lyons, Georgia. 4 caskets lined the front of the church. 550 people came to pay their respects. Some of Jesse's classmates rallied together to raise money for a dress for Jesse to be buried in. Reverend Wood said a few words. He told the teary-eyed, sobbing crowd, "We'll never again hear Sister Kim sing and play the piano, or her family singing in the chorus. And as for the killer, you may hate his deed, but you better love his soul." And then you could just hear the crowd shouting, "Amen." The 5 children were sitting in the front pews of the church. They were protected from the media by police and bodyguards. 20 pallbearers took up remaining seats beside them. Outside, 4 hearses waited to take the Daniels to their final resting place. It was up the hill to Lyon Cemetery. Their surviving children had a long road ahead of them. Christmas morning, they got to open all the gifts that their mother left behind for them. As much as they loved each gift, they couldn't help but break down and cry the entire time. Amber said she knew who the gifts were from because the tags said from Mama and Daddy. The only gift they truly wanted was their family back. Kim and Danny actually had a will in the event that they died. Amber and Brooke, being Kim's biological children, went to live with Danny's sister. Foster children Corey and Amanda, they moved in with the Triggers, and they were Kim's favorite foster parents from when she was little. 10-month-old Gabriel was adopted by another family. The Triggers and Danny's sister kept in touch, and they arranged play dates so that the kids would grow up together. I don't think what happened to Jerry is even worth mentioning, but I want to close the story out with his punishment. Jerry was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of kidnapping, 1 count of aggravated sodomy, 1 count of aggravated child molestation, and 1 count of burglary. The defense asked for and was granted a change of venue from Toombs County to Walton County due to all the media attention. Jerry was confined to the Toombs County Detention Center, awaiting his trial. But guess what? He escaped in 1999, right before the trial was set to begin. It was scheduled for August 23rd, and on Tuesday, July 6th, along with 9 other inmates, he escaped by sawing through the bars of the cell windows. It was just before daylight, and don't ask me how he got a saw, but he escaped, and it set off the largest manhunt in Southeast Georgia history. More than 100 county and state law enforcement agencies were involved. Luckily, he was recaptured and arrested once again. I'm going to quickly summarize for those of you that care, because some of you do criminal justice, and some of you are going to law school. So for any of you who care about what happened at the trial and the outcome, here are some of the facts. 7 spent shotgun casings were found throughout the house. A firearms expert testified that the Remington shotgun only holds 6 shotgun shells, so the shooter must have reloaded at least once, and we know he did. He had the wherewithal to reload his gun. A fingerprint was lifted from the window, and it was matched to Jerry. DNA was taken from the saliva on the cigarette butt, and that also matched Jerry's DNA. After dropping the girls off in Bacon County, Jerry went to his mother's house where he slept and then played video games with his brother. Jerry then proceeds to ask his brother if he ever killed anyone, to which his brother responds, "No." Then Jerry said, "Killing gives you a rush. It makes you want to go out and kill more people." The jury were shown very graphic photos and video of the victims and told in graphic detail what happened to each and every one. Of course, the defense tries to argue that that was overly prejudicial. Oddly, they decided not to call any witnesses, probably because there wasn't anyone willing to come to Jerry's defense. But they do call experts to testify about his mental health. One of them testified that Jerry was suffering from socialized aggressive conduct disorder as a child, and it was never taken care of. The defense was trying to have the jury sympathize over what happened to him in his past, but what he did to this family outweighed his unfortunate childhood for sure. The jury found him guilty on all counts, and he just sat there, sniffling, wiping his nose on his shirt as the 4 death sentences were announced. During the trial sentencing phase, the jury found that aggravating circumstances existed, and they recommended the death penalty. The trial court sentenced Mr. Jerry Heidler to death for each of the 4 accounts, to 2 consecutive life terms for aggravated sodomy and kidnapping with bodily injury, 30 years consecutive for aggravated child molestation, and 20 years consecutive for each of the remaining counts. He is currently still awaiting execution, according to Georgia State Department of Correction records. Well, Amber Daniels herself will tell you how that makes someone like her feel, someone that wants her mother's story to be heard. "Nobody's ever asked about my mother," she said. "They just want to know what happened that night, not get to know the story." These stories are not just about horrific events that led up to someone's loved one's remains being left behind. It's about carrying on their memories, keeping them alive by telling the world who they were. I will do my very best to keep honoring their memories. After reading about this case, I wondered if there was a place on earth for people like Jerry Scott Heidler, or if death was the best option. If there ever had been a place for Jerry, Kim would have been the one to provide it to him. Until her last day on earth, she was living to make others happy. She never got the chance to see how her hard work would pay off. Instead, death was the price she paid for opening her heart and her doors to the less fortunate.